My name is Cassie Brown. Online, I go by CB. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm an esports broadcaster.
Hi, my name is Aramori. My pronouns are she, her, and I am a Overwatch content creator, coach, and a competitive player.
My name is Avery. I go by any pronouns. I have been playing in Tier 3 since 2020. I've been playing in Collegiate with Bellevue since 2021.
My name is Danny, also known as Grandma to a lot of the community because old. And I am gender fluid, so I'm cool with any pronouns. Some of the things I'm known for in the Overwatch community, backcaps and epic sleeps on Ana.
I originally got into gaming as a way to kind of hang out with my dad.
I've been gaming pretty much since I was a very, very small child. Since I was like 5 or 6 years old.
My experience in gaming before Overwatch was purely casual. I would go over to my cousin's house, and he was actually the person that got me into Overwatch.
I discovered it through my sister, who plays it, shout out to Lynn, and she was adamant that Overwatch was not like other FPS games and that I would actually like it. So I picked it up. I immediately became a Pharah main because apparently I have a type in video games and it's flying lesbians. And I actually started off in no elo bronze, like bottom 500, and I got to diamond playing Pharah, and then at some point I became an Ana main instead, and now I'm masters.
Events like the Overwatch League Grand Finals out in Philly, World Cup Finals in 2019 BlizzCon, having an opportunity to see all of your online friends all in one place gathered to share a moment together is really, really special.
One of the biggest ones for me was getting to play at my first LAN with my collegiate team. Even though we got kind of wiped, it was still a great experience to actually get to go with my friends. And then there's also a lot of the moments that I've gotten to experience as a caster. Getting to calling all heroes is definitely one of the coolest things that I've ever had the chance to do. Catboy Cafe had nothing to counter it. They were just completely at the mercy of it. That's gonna be a memory that kind of sits with me forever. Being a trans woman in the Overwatch scene and also one of the more prominent trans Overwatch casters at this point in time, it makes me kind of look back at my transition as a whole and how before I transitioned, I had no real idea who I was, what I wanted to be, what I wanted to do, and I just really had no direction. Being able to find my identity and start to, lean more into the things that I just love to do, the way that I love to be seen, and the way that I like to interact with all of the people around me, helped me find some of these communities that uplifted me and helped me start to find my way to where I am now.
For me, I think my identity has played a big part in who I associate with and who I surround myself with. A lot of people within the LGBT community, within, Calling All Heroes community. I've really made myself a good support system. Being
a woman in esports or just gaming in general definitely made it harder to kind of start out my journey. Originally, I kind of struggled getting onto new teams for fear of being kind of ostracized, kind of in a similar way to maybe I was being ostracized in ranked. So I just feel I have to fight twice as hard to be perceived anywhere close to the same skill level as other players.
I'm pretty solid in that identity. So if I want to be a shield for other people, I want to be Reinhardt. I want to support all the people out there who have to deal with so much hatred and make sure they feel supported and cared for. I want people to know that there are people out there who won't tolerate so-called gamer words thrown at them, because it's not okay. At the end of the day, we're all here to compete and have fun. And it's just not fair to some people that they don't get to compete at the level they want to or have as much fun as they want because of all this willful ignorance and hate.
In terms of a direct correlation from Calling All Heroes, I see a lot of my teammates or my friends or people from Calling All Heroes just grinding ranked. I feel it's given a lot of marginalized gendered peoples a lot of drive to just get in there and work really hard because they know that they're going to be able to play in a tournament that actually cares and supports them.
If you're passionate about something, don't let anyone dissuade you from following that. And you got to be yourself above anything else. I didn't think I was going to, go to college in senior year. And turns out this thing I'd dedicated my life to for a few years was the reason I got into college. Just be yourself, do what makes you happy, and you'll get through it.
Even though it might be really scary, and even though you feel you're not welcome there, It's really important for you to be there because I know there are a lot of you who can do it. When other people like us, other LGBTQ people see that, it inspires them to go for it too. So at some point, we're just gonna have to make our own space. We're gonna have to sort of shove our way in there. And you know what? People like me, I'm gonna support you.
There's always going to be people who want to knock you down and always want to see you, be the worst version of yourself, but you can kind of like take all their hate and just be like, you know what, despite all this, I'm going to succeed.
I would just say, do what makes you happy. If you're not hurting anybody and you're being true to yourself and you find happiness and you find validation in the ways that you express yourself, I say go for it.
Pride and calling all heroes are important to me because I am a bisexual woman, and there is still like so much hate out in the world towards like LGBT plus and marginalized gender individuals. So anything that we can do to just normalize, love and who we truly are is always going to be super important.
We don't always feel the most welcome. We don't always feel the most comfortable, and we're not always allowed to, but Pride is one of those situations where, like, despite everything else, we can just be unequivocally who we are and be loud and be proud of it and have a little bit of solidarity with one another, and we know we're living our truth, we know we're happy because of it, and that's just awesome.
So much of my becoming comfortable with myself came down to my support system, like my partner, my family, and then especially, all the people I've met through Calling All Heroes and through Overwatch in general. They were the people that, encouraged me to come out publicly and gave me the confidence to do that.
Growing up, like before a lot of y'all were born, there actually were no terms for who I was that I knew about at the time. But I was still those things. Like we didn't have a word for asexual. My friends just called me non-sexual. Like gender fluid wasn't really coined yet. So I just told people I was like in girl mode or I was in boy mode. Me being here and being able to be openly bi, openly ace, openly gender fluid, and celebrating that with other people in the community, that means a lot.
Be a part of the community. Support the Calling All Heroes broadcast. Come out, watch them, support the players. Help them get other opportunities down the line, because that's what we're all here for.
But I also think in gaming, we also need allies.
Even just like standing up for someone if they're being like flamed for, their gender or being harassed like in game.
I feel like being an ally isn't something you either are or aren't. It's an ongoing process that you have to choose every day. In every situation. Be like Reinhardt. Be their shield.
Support each other and love each other.
If we support each other and if we support the community, then we'll all rise.
Faker.
They just cleaned that up perfectly.
To have this man pop off like he just did.
Absolute menace on this Tracer, taking over.
Undefeated from this team.
That was such an insane final fight.
They're just getting torn apart. And that'll be it. And they run over the shot.
One more chance, one more push. Maybe they turn it around. It's so close. It's incredibly competitive.
Another one. Disrespect. Give it to him, bro. 1, 2, 3. A huge shatter from Kalu.
I mean, what a series that they play.
Hello and welcome everybody to Watchpoint. Danny here with Jake and Johnny. What are we talking about? How are you guys feeling?
What are we talking about? How are you guys feeling?
Overwatch League. We got some great matches today. Big stuff.
That's true.
Are you good?
Huh? I'm still catching my breath. Jake and I were doing some squats.
They did.
We did. How many did we do?
Yeah.
I'm still catching my breath.
We don't count. It's all about RPE, baby. No need to count.
Honestly, like right before when we had the countdown, I was like, okay, I'm ready to go. And then like just suddenly I'm just like, well, yeah. We had 4 matches yesterday. Hey, the week's not done because we got 3 more matches today. We're nearing the end of our first week of Summer Circuit, so let's check in on who's currently leading the pack. I wonder who's on the top.
Any guesses?
Any guesses? To no one's surprise, Atlanta Reign, 10-0 right now.
Dropped 2 maps.
The Reign are absolute monsters, and we got more to say about them in just a bit. But, you know, these next 3 teams, there's been a bit of a shakeup, right? Outlaws dropping out of that number 2 spot all the way to the 4th, losing to Mayhem, losing to Boston. They've got to recover in this next part of the summer stage. So I'm a little worried for them, and I think Uprising and Mayhem, they look really strong, look really potentially good. Also, tons of rebuilds further down the bracket that are starting to inch their way up. I mean, look, New York Excelsior is in 5th place. But look, they're all 5-5 teams. I mean, there is such a tight race just behind the 4th place slot.
Yeah. And I mean, Gladiator is falling down to the 7th spot, but I mean, hopefully they could make a comeback. But I mean, we got to talk about the Atlanta Reign. Like, we've seen it over and over again this year. Atlanta Reign is just absolutely crushing the competition, and they're unstoppable.
Yeah, I talked about them yesterday on the cast. I mean, they're just a team to watch, a team to learn from. So I want to do exactly that. I want to show you guys at home what you can learn from the Atlanta Reign. And to do that, I'm going to break it down.
Let's go!
Teacher Jake?
Professor Jake.
Professor Jake?
Professor Lion is back.
Teach me, Jake.
Get the rank ups, guys. That's what it's all about.
Jake.
I will, Johnny. I will.
Teach me, Jake.
All right. So, guys, here, first clip, we're on Gibraltar. And I just want to look at the way the Reign plays a setup and what happens when a dive comes in from the Justice. So we can see the Justice. Look at them right here. I mean, this is essentially their whole team is corralled into a position that's very safe, very conservative. They're not having any position on the map because, boom, we've got Donghack. He's holding the flank so that Flora cannot get in position on the Tracer. Lip, he's ready to cover this position on Sombra Invis. They don't know where he is. Chio, he's going to be holding this high ground with Stalker. And then Fielder, he's off camera, but he's on the blue box holding from here. So Atlanta is controlling all of the high ground, fully surrounding. And when they're in this position, Justice, they're starting to feel the pressure here, 2 minutes off the clock, and they force a dive. Let's see what happens when you force a dive into a setup like the Atlanta Reign has. Mirror, so much hope.
Uh-oh.
Belief, confidence.
No!
Oh, and you feel the pain of this moment as Winston.
And he
but
dies.
he's got the Nano Echo who's going to clutch.
Alpha E.
No.
No, okay.
And this just looks easy, right? Chio hits that boop on the Winston, and he's already back, ready to defend his Ana. They're just playing on such a high level, and the forced dive, I mean, it looks completely hopeless. Here on this second clip, we've got Lip, and we'll just pause right here, love it. And Lip right here, he's basically 1v3 on the cart, right? The Justice, they're sending 3 players to try and push this cart. And this is one of the best things you can do on Gibraltar on attack. Push the cart under those players on the high ground. They might have a hard time stopping you. But the Atlanta Reign, they know that really once the cart hits this threshold, Lip, in the position he's in, he's not scared to 1v3. And we can roll the clip and watch why. Because as he's fighting these 3 players, I mean, look at this incredible mechanical tracking, sends Alpha E packing. But it's Fielder right above him the whole time, keeping him topped up. If anyone commits, they're going to get naded. And so after he bullies these players off the cart, keeps holding the objective, trades places with Stalker, high ground dive is forced, and a beautiful EMP, as usual from Lip, just cleaning up, closing it out. And so this just goes to show, I think, the couple concepts the Atlanta Reign leverage. They're consistently, the Ana's in position to support her teammates, and as well, their setups are so aggressive, they control so much of the map that the enemy team is forcing reckless dives that Shio very much is anticipating, Fielder very much anticipating. They know the dive's coming, and they shut it down with ease. And so there's just a couple things I wanted to look at from the Atlanta Reign, kind of show you their next level play, how they approach the game, how they use their understanding.
Thank you, Professor Brian.
We got a test next week. We got to be ready for the test next week.
I got my notes. I got my notes.
Yeah.
I got my notes.
I think it's so impressive how they almost know like what the most sensible move is for the Washington Justice. So like, what should the Washington Justice do right now? So the clip you had, it was them jumping up contesting. Well, Lip was already ready to hack Mirror before he even leapt up. And then when they're pushing cart, well, we know that they're going to be pushing cart, so we're already ready pocketing Lip in this scenario. So they're so well prepared for anything that the enemy team is going to throw at them.
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta Reign is just looking unstoppable. And you know what else is unstoppable? My read about format, guys. I gotta do it one more time right here. Let's get into format, everybody. The Overwatch League West teams are competing in 6 weeks of circuit play. At the end of this stage, our top 3 teams will immediately qualify for the playoffs, and our bottom 3 teams will be eliminated. Get out of here, right, Jake?
That's right.
Right.
Get out of here.
The remaining 7 will compete in a double elimination bracket with seeding based on overall year win percentage. So spring qualifiers still matter. This bracket will determine our final 2 West teams that will advance to the playoffs. Nice.
There it is.
I think we got it.
There it is.
Awesome. All right, let's move on. I mean, for those of you, that couldn't watch the East matches yesterday, it's fine because Necra and Leg Day is here to give you guys a quick recap. Take a look.
What's up, gamers? It's been a busy day in APAC with some of our resident Overwatch League teams going up against contenders challengers, starting off with Dallas Fuel against O2 Blast.
Dallas Fueled absolutely delivered, starting to bring things back from the first half of the season, as Dallas ended up getting a nice win with the dynamic duo of Edison and Sparkle.
Next up, we had Soul Inferno, one of our top teams, going up against contenders challengers in Poker Face.
We also once again saw the continuation of Soul Infernal's dominance, Mag going absolutely primal in the backline of Poker Face.
Next up, contenders, Dreamers and Panthera had ourselves a derby. We had a LAN here in Seoul, Korea. It was fantastic. Dreamers, though, one of our most powerful contenders teams and a fan favorite, have been able to dominate using Top Dragon's Echo, evocative of a Houston Outlaws.
That's going to wrap it up, though, for this first week of the summer qualifiers here in the APAC region. We've got 3 teams standing above the rest right now. A lot of 3 Overwatch happening in this region, but still a lot more to come. That's going to do it, though, for our recap here in the APAC region. Danny, back to you.
Thanks, guys. That was the Eastern recap. And Jake, I gotta ask you, or I gotta be honest. Looking ahead into the playoffs.
Yeah.
I still gotta wrap my head around this whole format, the playoffs format. I'm gonna be honest. I'm sort of a smooth brain. It's, It takes me a little bit while to get these formats, into my brain. So just can you make it easy for me? Simplify it for me.
I'm gonna break it down for you just incredibly quickly. All right. So first off, we're gonna take the seed 1 of bracket 1. They're gonna be picking the second seed for bracket 2. That of course leaves seed 1, bracket 2, selecting the second seed for bracket 1. It's kind of mirrored there. You can see the structure makes sense. Seed 2, bracket 1, selecting third seed for bracket 2, so that you see the draft progresses. Next, of course, seed 2, bracket 2 is selecting the third seed for bracket 1. Seed 3 of bracket 1, as you might expect, selecting the fourth seed for bracket 2. You got all that? The last remaining seed, of course, as you guys know.
You're not a good teacher, Jake.
Seeded at the fourth seed.
You need to work on your teacher skills.
That was a slot I hadn't mentioned yet.
So seed and bracket, seed 1, seed 2, bracket seed 2, seed 3, seed 4, bracket seed. I don't know. All right, no, but Johnny, please. Johnny, I need help.
Why are you making it so complicated?
No, come on, guys. Just put the
all I heard from you was bracket and seed.
Let me just show you. All right, let me just show you. It's not that hard, okay? Danny, I got a question for you. Danny.
Yes, sir.
How many teams are making it to the playoffs?
4.
No, that's the wrong. Can you be serious for a moment, Danny? How many teams make it to the playoffs?
8 teams.
8 teams. Okay, we got 8 teams. 8 teams. Okay, so we're going to have 8 teams compete for a grand final spot. Okay. We're going to have 4 teams in these gray matches. Okay, 4 teams in these gray matches. Okay.
Okay.
2 out of these 4 teams will make it into a semifinal each, okay? So 2 out of the 4 great teams go to the semifinals, okay?
Okay.
On the bottom side, 4 red teams will competing.
Oh, 4 plus 4 is 8.
Yes, 4 red teams will be competing for 2 spots in the semifinals, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
And then, on the final day of the 2023 Overwatch League season, we'll have 2 semifinals and a final in the very last day. It's going to be 1 day with 2 semifinals and 1 grand final. It's going to be one of the most epic matches in Overwatch Esports history. It's going to be an absolute banger, Danny.
Nice.
There you have
All
it.
right. So
anything lost on you?
And 1 grand final.
All right.
Yes.
So 4
I
teams
like that.
on that final
Okay.
day. You're not knowing who's going to win yet. I mean, that's going to be exciting.
All right. You know what, guys? I finally got it. I got it. It's clear now. Final 4 teams go. 1 champion is crowned at the end of 1 giant epic day of Overwatch League, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to be one of the best days in Overwatch Esports ever. You got 4 teams battling it out 1 day, and any of the 4 teams could become the Grand Finals champion.
Awesome. All right. Now I can finally feel good about buying my Grand Finals tickets. And you guys should too. Everybody, buy your tickets. Make sure to pick them up when they go on sale starting July 21st. Sign up for the Overwatch League newsletter to stay in the know and visit overwatchleague.com/2023/playoffs for more info.
Toronto!
And in Toronto, yes. This year's Grand Finals is going to be nutty, guys. So make sure to get your tickets before they sell out.
Dude,
They're going to be sold out very quick.
Toronto is such a fun city. Like, go to the grand finals, but spend some time in the city. It's an incredible place to visit if you've never been before. On the bucket list for sure.
Yeah.
And
And
you
I
have to teach me,
mean,
Jake. You haven't been.
Yeah, I'll show you around.
And also
guys,
it's-
we're gonna do karaoke.
and it's going to be also epic. We're going to do karaoke, but it's also going to be epic because of the pricing, because a lot of money is on the line, right? $1 million goes to first place, and second, third, fourth, even fifth and sixth, they get some share as well. So it's going to be good.
Cash.
Big
Everything
cash money.
is on the line for Grand Finals 2023 in Toronto.
I mean, it's gonna be crazy because you're gonna be going into that final day as one of those 4 teams with so much to fight for still. I mean, everyone wants that $1 million.
It's also going to be nerve-wracking. Sorry to interrupt, Jake.
Yeah.
It's going to be nerve-wracking if you're a fan of any of those 4 teams, because there will be 4 fan bases just like rooting for their team for 1 single day with the potential to win it all, right? We've never had that before.
True. Guys, so please buy your tickets fast. It's gonna sell out very, very fast. All right, let's shift gears and talk about like heroes and metas and stuff. We've had a huge meta shift since the spring season, and we're seeing some heroes that have been missing from the competitive scene for a while. So let's take a look at what players have been cooking in the first week of summer qualifiers.
Hello.
Tracer Sombra, I think we have to talk about Echo, right, Jake?
Yeah, Echo is really the hero that pops out here. Pick rate going up, I think it was like 1.8% in the last stage, so going up by like 10x in terms of how much we've seen this hero played. Not exactly what I was expecting. Part of it is the map pool, part of it is some subtle tweaks in the recent patch. But I think it's really exciting to see this hero play a bigger part in the dive comps. I think it adds versatility, adds a little bit more personality to some of the teams. Like, how much do they want to play Echo? Boston Uprising didn't play it almost at all in their match against Houston, thinking, you know, we just feel better about the Tracer Sombra. So I think we will see teams diversify a bit. We will see a little bit more comfort, less comfort on maps like Numbani, Gibraltar. But I think Echo is just such a fun hero to watch, and I think, especially with the new changes, just really exciting to see all those different heroes getting copied.
I think this is a great debate topic. So why don't we play a little devil's advocate, and see what you guys think about Echo. I think the big question has to be, is Meko? What? Echo in meta or not?
Meko's washed, bro. Meko's out of here. He's washed.
Echo in meta, Echo, Meko?
Meko, he's gone.
Anyways, yes.
He was on the Outlaws.
Echo in meta or not? Yeah, I have this coin. I'm gonna flip a coin. Who wants to go head?
I'll get head.
You get heads.
Head. Okay, and you get tails?
Well,
all right. So if it's heads, Johnny...
Be careful with the table. That's a big coin.
This is a very big coin. This is from Steve. Steve, thank you for the silver coin.
Thank you, Steve.
I might take it afterwards. Here we go.
What are we looking at?
Heads, tails.
I got heads.
And we got tails.
I'm going to take 4. Guys, Echo is here to stay. This hero is exciting to watch. But not only that, it owns, right? Some of these maps like Nambani, you're not playing Sombra on this map. It's choked out, man. You got to cross these impossible sides. You're going to get spy checked every time. Only Echo can resolve that. We see it on Ike as well. There's just some maps in the pool where Echo is going to be super dominant, explosive. I mean, we've seen the plays, right? These copying Ana's getting so much impact in the dive. I think, sure, Sombra's going to have her place. She's still going to be a strong hero. She can be played in the rush comp. There's some maps that are just great for Sombra hacking packs, but you can't get Echo out of the meta. This hero is crucial. It's going to have a huge impact, and it's going to let some teams pop off and skills.
1. All right, Johnny, go.
Echo is a psyop operation implanted by the Atlanta Rain to make bad teams believe that they should pursue this Echo. But it's a false endeavor. They shouldn't play this hero. Sombra Tracer is the absolute best. Sombra can go completely invisible forever. Just like permanently invisible. That's like the best trait ever. If you could be a superhero, wouldn't you want to be invisible, Danny?
No, of course.
Yes, you would, of course. So Sombra, therefore, is just like an amazing superpower ability. Like, oh, I can duplicate into Danny. I don't want to do that. Why would I want to be Danny? Like, the Echo is just like a travesty of a hero. Sombra Tracer is here to stay. You got EMP, you can peel with EMP, you can go aggressive with EMP, you can do so many things. Echo, you're always targeted, you're vulnerable. It's terrible. Don't do it.
All right. I can't choose. I think they both had good points. Chat, let us know what you guys think. If Jake won the debate or Johnny won the debate, I don't know. I can't decide. So I'm gonna make you guys decide. Yeah. Vote now. And also, I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna see more Echo. Maybe not. I mean, we're gonna take a quick look at our schedule for today. We got 3 great matches coming up.
Yeah, I want to see. Well, let me take a look. Which of these teams? I'll be able to call it out.
Echo teams here?
Which of these teams are gonna play Echo?
I think.
Ooh, we got a few.
I think Mayhem. I think Checkmate looked great on the Echo. Went toe-to-toe with Pelican. Really impressed me on the Echo. I actually do think probably for that second match, maybe we won't see much Echo. I think that they're more of a. I think Eternal are pretty much Hitscan and Sombra. I don't think Dove's really an Echo player.
Get out of here, Echo.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
They want to play Tracer Sombra. But I think Defiant Spectra, I mean, that's an exciting debut. Insane Echo performance. It's going to be tough for the Valiant to deal with, especially as a team that wants to play Ramatra and typically Sojourn. One of the things about Sojourn, she's a great hitscan hero against a lot of Winston and a lot of these low ground heroes for that instant burst. But one of the challenges of Sojourn is shooting up at an Echo. Only the rail is really effective for that. And so if you're not one-hitting the Echo and like getting that perfect clean kill, Sojourn actually feels kind of bad as a hitscan shooting at flyers. So I think, if you're gonna play dive into that Ramatra rush, I think Echo's a great choice.
Yeah. That's too much analysis. I think Valiant can win with the power of friendship.
You really think so?
Honestly,
I think there is a chance. Listen, I mean, they did look good and they had their first win, this week, right? But Toronto honestly looked really good as well with their new members coming in and opener and everyone. I don't know. I think it's going to be a tough battle for Los Angeles Valiant.
I mean, it's going to be tough, yeah. I think Toronto Defiant is really exciting, Jake. You mentioned it already, but Spectra into this team can play May, can play Tracer.
The power of friendship real fast.
that was like a 2-second turnaround, bro.
Well, they might lose to Valiant, but they'll be good overall. I mean, just gotta make the play-ins, and I mean that's not too hard, right? When you got teams like never mind. Toronto Defiant, they're still very exciting though. Opener has some great sound barriers to touch it out there, so
I do think the rebuild has looked really good for them. I think having Hydron and Spectra as this locked-in DPS duo that you can rely on, it feels really good. It feels like they can kind of fill out that hero pool really effectively, in line with a lot of the other top DPS duos in the Overwatch League, where it does feel like those teams that don't swap their DPS, it feels like they have a bit of an edge. It feels like that they're just a little bit cleaner, more flexible to play different comps on Control Master. You really need to switch it up between stages.
Also, Danny, we need Toronto to make it to Toronto.
That is true.
We need Toronto to make it to Toronto. Please.
Hey, we can't stop talking about Toronto. So we actually have a special interview ready for all of you guys. We got Kasoris, the head coach of Toronto Defiant, joining us for a special interview. Kasoris, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We are great. Thank you so much for asking. All right, I'm just going to start this interview off. I got to ask you about your newest addition, the Opener and Spectra. What sort of drew you guys to those two players?
So we had our eye on Spectra for a little bit, and of course he's worked with No Hill before on Team CC. So he's had experience with mixed teams. His English is excellent. So really happy to have him. I think mostly what drew us to him is just his wide hero pool and how good he is on Echo, Mei, even Genji, and Tracer. Right? So wherever we need him, we can slot in. And as you can see, our rebuild is a much smaller roster. So we need people that can flex around, play every character. Between Hydron and Spectra, I think they have the DPS line on lockdown very well.
All right.
And then, of course, we also brought in...
No, go ahead.
We also brought in opener, who is just, I think he's really good at holding space on the brig. His Lucio is excellent mechanically, so I think just for main support, he was the best one we could have done.
Nice. So I just quickly want to ask you, do you think Spectra would be down to do an English interview with me?
I think he would. Maybe he needs some more experience, but I think next time you get him on, just ask him. Yeah, his English is excellent.
All right.
It's awesome. It's always cool to see the Korean players who have really have impressive English. And as you mentioned, Kasoris, it makes you like a more valuable player that you can play for mixed teams and be more free with what you join and what language the team uses. What I want to ask you, Kasoris, is like, did you go through a vetting process with these pickups? Was there much of like a tryout, or is it just like these guys, like you kind of believe in them, you've seen what they can do, or did you have them like scrim with the team, like a true trial process? It's always interesting to see how the rebuilds go on behind the scenes.
So of course it's always like fickle and hard to make mid-season changes because you've got existing players and you are looking at new players. So of course the tryout process was quite short because the mid-season was so small and we had to get the visa process going. You can't have as long as a vetting process as you can in an off-season. But I watched through VODs, looked at stats, looked at how they both did because they both played Overwatch League matches. And in that sense, we got to the conclusion that, they would be great additions to this team and we can get them in here quick. And they're already in Toronto now playing for us. And, as you could see yesterday, doing a great job.
Yeah, for sure. That was a really exciting match, and obviously great debuts as well from the rookies. Like had a lot of impact in that regard. Now, reflecting on the spring stage a little bit, I think you'd agree that it was a bit underwhelming and not quite up to the expectations that you perhaps had. But going into the summer stage, you got new pickups on the team. What are some of the lessons you learned in the spring stage that you can use here in the summer stage and get better with?
I think just honestly, the biggest thing is that confidence is key. I think some of those early losses really tallied up and we lost confidence. As you could see, like when it got really clutch, more often than not, we would lose fights or get too nervous and feel too much pressure. So personally, I'm trying to put more pressure on during scrims and make the scrims matter more with more review and some rewards if they win scrims or point out scrims that are super important. But during matches, I actually try to keep it more lighthearted now, going through a routine, making sure the players have fun beforehand. And I think that really helps people feel more comfortable. And, I think just the momentum we can take from yesterday's match, hopefully can drag us into today's match too.
All right, Kasoris, that's all the questions we have. Thank you so much for joining us and good luck in today's match against the Valiant.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys. Match number 1, Florida Mayhem versus Vancouver Titans is coming up right now. No, I just lied. After the break.
Soon.
Bye.
Soon.
What a heartbreaker!
They just cleaned that up perfectly.
To have this man pop off like he just did. Absolute menace on this Tracer, taking over.
Undefeated from this team.
That was such an insane final fight.
They're just getting torn apart. And that'll be it. And they run over the shot.
One more chance, one more push. Maybe they turn it around. It's so close. It's incredibly competitive.
Another one. Disrespect. Give it to him, bro. 1, 2, 3. A huge shatter from Kalu. I mean, what a series that they played.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to jump right into the first match, Florida Mayhem versus Vancouver Titans. Let's talk about Florida first. Jake, what are you looking out for Florida?
They look incredibly strong. I think in their match against Houston, they had tons of unique strats on each map, like really prepared for the Houston Outlaws. So I'm looking for that same level of preparedness, even against a team like the Titans, who maybe they're not as like dangerous and threatening as opponent as the Outlaws, but they are resurgent, they are strong, they do look great with Heesang in the lineup. And so I think for the Mayhem, they've got to keep playing to that strength of like hitting people with unconventional things and executing incredibly well, which has been very consistent for them. So I'm looking for great things out of this roster. They look great. I don't even think they need to make any player subs. It's exciting.
And on the other side, of course, the Vancouver Titans. I would say that they are the underdogs coming into this match. Johnny, what can the Vancouver Titans do to beat the Florida Mayhem?
I still think they'll be pretty comfortable in this meta. Crimso has some stand-up performances on the Ana, for example, and he sang as well. Great first match for the Vancouver Titans yesterday against the Toronto Defiant. So they have the firepower. They just have to execute.
All right, let's jump right into our predictions then. For this one, I'm pretty sure I had the Florida Mayhem. Yes, I do agree that Vancouver Titans did look good, but I mean, Florida Mayhem, they beat the Houston Outlaws, and right now I do think they have the upper hand.
Yeah, you've got to call Florida as the overdog here.
All right.
Just look strong.
All right. Chad, how about you guys? What are you guys thinking?
A 3-0. You know, I think it's pretty dominant. Yeah. Florida is just so good. Oh,
94%.
These are so like one-sided.
Yeah, these past couple matches have been very one-sided, but I mean, I think it's for a good reason. I think it is the Vancouver Titans are definitely the underdogs.
Chad's out of control.
The Mayhem has looking as dominant as they ever have all season. It feels like they've only sort of like been on the come up through the season. They kept grinding apparently through the break because they look really clean. It's a fair prediction, honestly.
All right, let's jump right into the match. And for this one, we got Jaws and Costa bringing you all the action.
They're friends again?
They're friends again.
Yeah, we've made up.
Yeah, you guys made up.
Abolished.
The lionfish is dead. I've had enough of it.
Oh my god. Well, technically they are an invasive species. You can actually hunt them in Australia because they destroy coral reefs. So
Cool.
fish back to the day. Costa didn't care about. Maybe for the beef continues later.
All right, we'll save the fish facts later. Honestly, I was surprised with how one-sided that poll was. 94% for the Florida Mayhem. Yes, they did just have a dominant performance against the Houston Outlaws. They look to be the second best team right now in the West, but come on, man. The Vancouver Titans, they played well against the Toronto Defiant. It feels like the addition of Hee-Sang, he's coming out guns a-blazing. He's looking good, Jack.
Yeah, oh man, he looked so clean yesterday. And 82 by Faith and Crimso in the backline. That team just does not die. They didn't end up going down. It was a tough fought battle, but Hee-Sang, it feels like he's very much stepped out of the shadow of Proper on the San Francisco Shock, and you can kind of see why they picked him up. He is an exceptional Tracer player, and you kind of have to be to take that role off of someone like Sugar Free, but you're always going to be playing in the dark when you're playing with someone like Proper, so it's good to see him kind of flex his guns and show us what he's made of yesterday.
Feels like in his rookie year, he comes to the San Francisco Shock, and he's kind of second fiddle to Proper, and it feels like he's having to consistently adjust the way he's playing and his style and the heroes that he's playing, and that worked against him. While now, hopefully he's on the Vancouver Titans, he's been given some freedom to play his own game, and he can start to really prove what he can bring to this league. And over to Lijiang Tower, Gardens first.
Cheeky Punk, no way we're seeing a return, not for at least a little while, I'd imagine. And Florida Mayhem, I'm actually not too, we'll see what happens. Okay.
True.
Spags, we're at the start of the series. Thanks, Crimson. Nice comp, though, from the Florida Mayhem. I really like the Ryan on this point. I really do. It's kind of hard to take over, especially with the, or like retake, especially with the May, because you can wall up half of the point and you can just rotate around. It's tough for the Ram, too. He almost instantly has to pop Nemesis form. Yes, he's pretty good at like destroying the Ryan, but man, it can be tough when the Ryan fully caps, especially with Sim, too, slowing the Ram down who tries to contest.
I just prefer the annihilation of the Ramatra. I feel like the ultimate is just a lot more valuable than the Earth Shatter. Got some jostling on the position. The Mayhem getting low, and the lamp is force jacked.
Yep, nice lamp. Oh, not quite quick enough on the heels there. Onto someone. That lamp didn't quite reach either. But with the window out and Faith dead, hard for Punk to really squeeze the backline, but he shouldn't really need to. There's just too many squishies. No one's capped the point just yet, but with that wall, that should be Titans capping. There we go. Someone's going to get back soon, but Florida Mayhem coming in with a sound barrier. Super early, did hit everybody, but they're going to have to wait for someone. The large majority of that AoE damage has finally arrived. Lamp went down for Crimso, is quickly destroyed, but here's the annihilation from Punk. You said you like it, and this is definitely why. Although, saying that, a Blizzard and a Fire Strike will... well, they'll cook it.
Don't like that.
Is being thrown out too. Can they get anybody? No one really following up after that EMP, after RuPaul put down that lamp. A lot of, feels like mistakes from Titans there. Those ultimates just being flung out. That EMP way overeager.
And that's something that I wanted to speak to about the Vancouver Titans in their match against the Defiant. That was an entertaining match. It was back and forth. But there were some ugly moments of just ultimates being thrown, not when they have the advantage. And that's what we saw from the Titans right there. they had control, but they weren't synergizing with their ultimates. Punk pops the Annihilation, no follow-up. He gets isolated. Sugar-Free EMP, no follow-up once again. And now Florida Mayhem, they didn't have to use that many ultimates to hold that point, and they're in control.
Shatter, someone looks around the corner. There's the window from the Titans on the left-hand side, so someone could maybe set up for a nice shatter through it. Nope, decides to back up for the time being. There it is, does land, only connects with one. And that window just does quite a bit of extra damage for the Fire Strike. And with Checkmate just icicling Punk. Pretty decent shatter. Nobody just speed through the window and just hit the backline, but Florida Mayhem a little bit more patient. That's 50% and counting. Florida, wow, they're just kind of running over Titans right now. Like you said, a lot of scrappiness was had yesterday. It's kind of showing now.
Yeah, Heesang's Blizzard just wasn't able to find someone. He pins out of it. And from there, all that offensive capability the Titans had is no longer there. And Mayhem retaining positioning. They have the overclock from Merit. He's been so good. Chorong with the sound barrier. Checkmate coming up to a Blizzard. This is a hard fight for the Titans.
Yeah, super rough. There's the sound barrier. Does hit 5. And now the overclock. Doesn't even need it, I don't think. With Crimzo dead, this is final fight for the Florida Mayhem. I mean, you've got all cooldowns left. You had the shift from the BAP. You had the lamp, which was used pretty aggressively, mind you. I mean, the Vancouver Titans can come back with an EMP, Scott. Annihilation coming up too, but I don't think Florida Mayhem wanted them to do that. They can wall them off, they can boot them away. It's going to be up to Sugar-Free to touch.
Yeah, they're going to have to slowly stagger onto the point. You can see Sugar-Free is lurking here. He has the EMP.
I mean, everybody's not on his screen right now. He hits a 5-man EMP, but an early lamp is going to be able to save the backline for the time being, but it's just too much damage. Good follow-up for the Vancouver Titans, only utilizing one ult this time around. But if you're Florida Mayhem, I don't think you're too sorry about that.
I think they would have preferred to at least get some more ultimates out of the Titans. If they could have gotten the Annihilation as well, they would have been able to snowball their ultimate advantage. But just a great EMP from Sugar-Free, nothing the Mayhem could do. And Merit uses overclock there. We didn't see any value from it, but instantly going down. 50%. Checkmate was able to hold on to this Blizzard. Punk has to be careful. When he pops this Annihilation, Checkmate will probably try and drop it on.
There's the window. Now they're in a little bit of trouble. There's the Annihilation. Scott called it perfectly. Blizzard's coming out as well. Everybody's frozen. There's no way RuPaul survives that. Good fight from the Vancouver Titans. They did use 3 ults. But they got a sound barrier. At least it's sustained through that Shatter or Blizzard next.
Fortunately for Checkmate, he didn't even get an opportunity to drop his Blizzard. Someone holds on to that Shatter as well. Merit actually, final fight territory, goes over to the Symmetra. This will enable them to teleport wherever they want to go. They could teleport to that window right there if they want to. They could close some distance. They could go over the bridge, and that's what they're going to do.
Little speed back, TP over the bridge into the building. Yes, sir. That's what they're doing. That health pack is hacked behind them. Kind of annoying, but someone's just going to step forward with a Shatter. Only hits 1, but it hits Punk. Lamp goes down, but Punk is getting charged out of it. An easy kill, a late beat from Faith. Only hits 3, and now he's isolated on his own. Every single one of the Titans fighting for their own life on the point. It's 99% for Titans. I'm going to kill onto RuPaul. It's a good equalizer, but is it enough? Chorong still has the sound barrier, and he unleashes it. Hits 3 again, and that was a strange interaction. Chorong just got flung to the other side of the point, but the Crimzo dead, and Punk on the Doomfist. Very little that the Vancouver Titans can do now, even after that EMP. Chorong is still on the point, healing someone who's gone pretty low, but always sub 50 HP. They're struggling to kill him, and a lamp from the spawn, it looks like, as RuPaul throws it on someone, heals him back up to full HP, and Heesang switching over to the emergency fire to try and get back in time. A wall, a Shatter's coming up soon. RuPaul just needs to survive, and the Mayhem should be good. And I think Directo from Heesang does kill RuPaul, and in fact, Sugar-Free comes up the kill as well. Florida Mayhem with no support. Somehow the Titans have made their way back up to the point with Sugar-Free finding kills, but the Mayhem still end up taking the round.
Heesang found so many picks on the May, just kept keeping the Titans in that fight, but the Florida Mayhem just able to stay alive long enough. Someone got down to what felt like sub 50 health at some point. If someone went down, that could have changed everything, but great play by RuPaul with a long-range lamp. And Florida Mayhem draw first blood, but a lot closer than at least the chat was expecting.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's what I want. That's what I want, a super close game. I mean, I'm excited when teams like the Vancouver Titans, they do kind of punch up. And that's what we do love to see. And with Titans is their play against the Toronto Defiant yesterday. It was a very scrappy game, but those sometimes make for the most entertaining. Some crazy big swings left and right. See what happens in this round, of course. Sugar-Free actually on the Sojourn now for the Vancouver Titans. Same composition, though, for the Florida Mayhem. Stick with the tried and true, May and Sim.
Surprised we didn't see Sugar Free come out on this Symmetra, sorry. The Sojin is something that he is very confident in, but it's actually going to be Sugar Free picking it up. What this Symmetra will be able to do is drop the turrets, make it harder for the Titans to engage, but Merit's going to be the one to fall.
All right, interesting. I guess he was just too far forward. Got donked by a couple of Cheerios from Faith.
Look at Heesang's ult charge out of that one fight that happened so quickly. 80% already. His May has been looking very good.
A lot of damage, a lot of damage. That is a little bit ridiculous, honestly. It's just behind Sugar Free in terms of damage right now. And, well, are Florida Mayhem really going to expect that? Are they going to expect Heesang did a lot of damage in that fight? Because he can just throw a Blizzard super early.
I wouldn't be surprised if someone is not anticipating this. They're going to come in, they might teleport to give themselves some positioning. If Heesang drops the Blizzard, there could be a few people caught off guard, but they're actually going to teleport their backline to the high ground.
Yeah, not bad. Forces Crimzo away from the high ground. And someone's dead. Maybe you expect it now as Heesang picks up 2 kills. He really was the superstar yesterday. A brand new addition to the Vancouver Titans. And he's already making a name for himself on the team. I mean, like I mentioned before, at the very top of the game, Scott, it's pretty insane when you have to play under proper, and he was really living in his shadow. Vancouver Titans looking to kind of stem the bleeding now. They did lose Crimzo off the back of that engagement.
Such a big pick as well. Crimzo is most of the healing. Heesang does drop the Blizzard, but hasn't caught anyone.
And he drops the block as well. Has he got wall available? Yes, he does, but still gets taken out by someone. So that early Blizzard not really finding all of anything, to be honest. Just a very sloppy team fight. The last one with Crimzo going down after overextending towards the spawn doors. Vancouver Titans still have 68% though, and they use Blizzard in that fight, but Mayhem, they got 4 ults for this next one. They got Wall, Blizzard, Beat, and Shatter.
Yeah, Heesang hasn't really been able to find too much value with his Blizzard so far. Another one goes by the wayside. Crimzo drops his own amplification matrix, but the wall goes down from Merit.
Yeah, it does bisect it, so I guess you can use both sides of the window, but it's still pretty awkward. Looks like the wall's going to break there almost. It was taking a fair bit of damage. You don't see that
else to do. You know, may as well shoot the wall.
That's true. There's a Blizzard. Oh, fuck. Not the best place to be in. And even a shield too. A boot, a shatter. It does hit absolutely nobody. Okay. How that hit nobody, I don't know. But what I do know, this Annihilation is kind of ripping through Merit in the front. And that isolation, and with no wall there for Checkmate to use, it's very hard to stop Punk just kind of running through your team. How that shatter from someone hit nobody, I do not know. Faith ended up following up with a beat anyway, so they were okay.
Yeah.
But man, Florida Mayhem, they threw everything into that fight.
Yeah, if someone was able to hit that onto Punk, especially with the close range damage you can do with the Earth Shatter, it potentially could have taken Punk down before Faith was able to drop the sound barrier. But with Punk staying alive, has that Annihilation running, too much for the Mayhem to deal with. And now neither team has any ultimates to work with. 89% and counting, Jack. 90%. This could be the final fight for Vancouver Titans to equalize.
Okay, same thing as they did to open the round up. TP, high ground, push people off, get a good angle for Merit to start lobbing those right clicks in and throw turrets into. There's the window from RuPaul, and he almost solo takes down Punk. Few assists in the kill feed, but looks like he did the majority of the damage with the window and just his rifle. There's 99%. Boom, ticks over. 50 up for Mayhem. Only 1 ult used. Very clean fight.
Yeah, it felt like Punk got caught in the open. He has his block up, but when you have an amplification matrix, it's just so much damage. Crimzo was able to hold on to his, so they can engage that, give themselves the same advantage. But the Florida Mayhem, the way they're positioning, you can tell they're anticipating this.
Yeah, they're playing all the way at the back. You see where Chorong's playing right now. You can use that speed to escort Checkmate or someone away.
Walls go down.
Walls down. Indeed, just a slow jostle of the point. Okay, window fades away. Someone's free to step up. There's the Blizzard. Yeeted into the back line. That is an unbelievable Blizzard. The wall is good, but it didn't come out quick enough. Merit was frozen up before the wall even kind of appeared out of thin air. The Vancouver Titans now in OT. Checkmate down. Chorong touching. Maybe RuPaul gets there, but unlikely. The Vancouver Titans, they're going to tie up control.
That was a great throw by Heesang. I don't think the Mayhem thought he was going to throw it that far.
Yeah.
Usually when Mays throw their Blizzard, they throw it close to themselves because it means the deploy time takes less. So because he threw it far, the Mayhem were trying to retreat, but they ran into the Blizzard themselves. As you said, the wall from Merit was good, but it was not enough. And the Vancouver Titans, even it up.
It's tough too, because when you put in that wall down, you have to block off Snowball, like the little projectile off, and it just so happened that at the panic of the moment, you're trying to line it up, and this sometimes a tough ability to use in a split second to place it exactly where you want.
Yeah.
He split off himself and the rest of the team with Snowball on their side, so he ended up getting frozen. RuPaul put a lamp down, but I mean, after that, Titans just running over them anyway. TP's out for the Florida Mayhem, not TPing to point.
Interesting.
Just kind of happy to TP then speed. Maybe they kind of know Vancouver Titans are going to TP window, so...
Also, if you don't think they're going to Symmetra TP to the point as well, you're going to get there first, and there is dangers of teleporting to the window because there's a lot of preemptive damage people can throw in that direction if they're anticipating it.
I mean, Heesang's just going to be right clicking
exactly,
that window.
right?
Yeah.
But turrets are set up. Vancouver Titans have to walk through this choke.
God, the most annoying point in the game to play against Symmetra, I'll tell you right now. Those turrets. Having to walk through an archway and look up before you look at the enemy and kill them is pretty rough. And yeah, he felt the brunt of that just a second ago. Well, just escape, or at least, yeah, okay. 1 swing, 2 kills. Thank you very much. Florida Mayhem capped that point first, and now this is probably the best point for this comp.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where Reinhardt Symmetra shines. This composition has been played since the beginning of time in Overwatch just because it's so strong, because of the Symmetra turrets, because it's so difficult to close the distance. You saw what happened to the Titans last time. Punk's getting slowed down, Heesang's getting slowed down, and eventually they're the ones who get isolated. And the same thing once again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Ain't broke, don't fix it. All right, kill the turrets. Yeah, sometimes they're hard to shoot. Punk all good though. Window for Crimzo. Just a moment. Punk already happened to pop that Nemesis form. It was pretty rough though. You don't really want to pop that in the start of the fight.
Disengage. That's a really smart play by the Titans. Merritt dropping the Symmetra wall a little early. The Titans recognize that. They're just going to back away, wait for it to go down, and then Crimzo re-engages.
Yeah, EMP, Blizzard, Annihilation. Checkmate soon with the Blizzard 2. Boom, hits the backline, hits 3. However, another preemptive lamp, and the Shatter right on top of Sugar Free's little head. My God, that's a lot of damage. That EMP was pretty decent, but RuPaul, again, preemptive lamp, throws it out, or it was mid-air when the EMP was coming out, and it deploys, and bam, you have immortality for that brief moment, and it really does help save you from these fights. If you throw it out too early and the EMP hits it, it destroys. So really nice stuff from RuPaul there. And Checkmate playing rather far forward. Are they going to expect it? Well, they do now, because he's actually checking the turrets.
He sees him in the corner like a jump scare, sees himself in the mirror. Florida Mayhem did have to use all their ultimates in that last fight, so Titans have the advantage. Heesang throws the Blizzard. Can he find the same value?
I mean, Merritt, there's no shot he gets out of that one. Yeah, goodbye. Very aggressive Blizzard from Heesang again. I like the proactiveness of Vancouver Titans. I mean, it's 99% for the Florida Mayhem, but at least they managed to cap the point.
They didn't have to use too much as well. Just Heesang's Blizzard is going to win them another team fight. So the Titans, they have the ultimate advantage, but the Florida Mayhem, they have so much time because they have the 99% advantage. They can take a couple of fights, they can play the game slowly and then get all of their ultimates back up. And if the Titans make a single misstep, they will lose this round and this map.
Yeah, and that starts with Punk not going down. He does receive a lamp, but he's way too late on the beat from Faith. He was just surrounded by the entirety of the Florida Mayhem. He had to fold his arms, and even that damage resistance wasn't enough. Crimzo falls, and now it's just a slow bleed out for the Vancouver Titans. I mean, maybe Punk can get back on the Doomfist, but in this comp, the Mayhem are running is very much a death ball. Very unlikely someone's going to go down solo. And there it is, Florida Mayhem. After what was quite a scrappy round number 2, a very short round number 3. 2-1 on Lijiang Tower as we start off the series.
That was the second time on that map that Punk has popped the Annihilation and been overconfident in his ability to go aggressive. Faith just too late with the beat, unable to keep him alive, and once Punk's fallen, they don't have the damage, they don't have the front line in the Florida Mayhem. Really punishing Titans' mistakes. It feels like they can go toe-to-toe, but Florida is just playing a much more seamless game.
Yeah, like I said, scrappy Overwatch is very fun. This is looking a little bit scrappy, and I like it. The Vancouver Titans, I mean, they are underdogs in this game. Mayhem ended up beating Outlaws the other day, very much punching up to that second. Maybe Atlanta Reign, they're punching towards them too. But they are very much a second, third place team right now, and that's like non-disputed. And the Vancouver Titans, it does feel like sometimes they're dragging them down a little bit, play our little scrappy game. We know we can get picks off the back of some of these fights, but control, inherently is a very scrappy game mode anyway. We are going to Midtown as our hybrid map up next. I doubt we'll see Mayhem stick with this comp. I mean, maybe for first, you can kind of TP up to the high ground and then push yourselves onto the point, but the Vancouver Titans, they've shown a breadth of strategy too yesterday.
Yeah, and talking about scrappy, the Florida Mayhem, they love to get down and dirty. They love doing something different, throwing a curveball at teams. So the Vancouver Titans, they want to get scrappy. Florida Mayhem might follow them there.
Oh, yeah. Gibraltar, New Queen Street, and then hopefully Oasis, that map number 5 might be coming up. Well, Mayhem are 1-0 right now in the series. We're going to jump to a break. Midtown up next.
Your team needs you. Let's go! Now more than ever, to secure victory.
Beautiful stuff!
Simply post your epic gameplay highlights on TikTok, Twitter, or Instagram with your hero wearing your team's skin. To score big for your squad, use these two hashtags. Hashtag skins in the game and your team's unique hashtag. Every post earns your team a point, so rally together to dominate the leaderboard. The team with the most points will win their own in-game spray.
Unbelievable!
Turn up for hashtag skins in the game, where fans become legends.
Oh my god!
Unbelievable!
Hey, welcome back. Florida Mayhem taking that first round, but it's looking pretty close so far. Vancouver Titans and Florida Mayhem, I suppose, are going to Midtown as our next map. Hybrid. Best game mode in the game.
Debatable.
How is that debatable?
Because there's some...
How is that debatable?
Okay.
It's a mixture of two modes.
But you can draw hybrid. No one likes a draw, okay? I feel like you're being blinded by the fact that King's Row is just a banger of a map.
Dude, name me one bad hybrid map.
Numbani.
Okay, name me one good bad hybrid map apart from Numbani.
Okay, it doesn't come to mind. So
they are statistically, I don't know where I'm getting the stats from. They're statistically just average, like just better. Hybrid's just a better mode.
I do like hybrid. I feel like I'm being unfair to hybrid. It is a fun game. I really do love Midtown.
A little bit of that.
Yeah.
You get a little bit of control and a little bit of push the payload.
Maybe it's just my burning hatred for 2CP is a little bit of hybrid. Sort of gets a little bit of that ire. But Florida Mayhem and the Vancouver Titans going over to Midtown. Titans going to play a pretty traditional comp of the Winston Tracer Sombra. This is something that I feel like they've felt a lot more comfortable in so far in this stage, while the Florida Mayhem looking like they don't want to take that mirror matchup, even though they have the ability to. Merit on the Tracer would be an interesting look.
POV, you are at Mario's Pizza Place and you were a cashier. I like those POV shots. I wonder how good it is over there.
It looked great. I would love to live here. Rent's probably really expensive.
Yeah. Metropolis city moment.
Yeah.
My city skylines map. All the rent is crazy and the tax is insane. But you have a cool place to live.
I love cool things.
I like good. Yeah, so do I.
All right, so Florida Mayhem, they're playing the Kiriko and the Ana.
I was going to say, with the Maze, fairly interesting in the Tracer. I want to see how Merit is really going to weave here. I'd imagine him and Chorong are just going to TP to the back, yeah. Someone's going to be on a little bit of an island, however. Got to be rather careful. They did get anti too. It's up to Merit and Chorong to really distract the rest of the Vancouver Titans here.
It feels like a very strange strategy from the Mayhem. They're all kind of splitting the Vancouver Titans thin, but because the Titans aren't able to find and isolate one player, the Mayhem are getting a lot of positioning.
Oh, Checkmate forced a block. Maybe he has to punish that. He's pretty low still. Someone does end up getting slept, but point presence is in the favor of the Mayhem right now. Just no picks. There's been no kills, and it's been a minute.
Sugarfree's getting a very quick EMP though, Jack. He did just get forced to recall, so that will slow it down, but that could be the thing the Titans need.
Good anti, even better. Nemesis form there by someone. Oh, he's so low. Someone's got to heal him, but like you said, Sugarfree, EMP hits the Z key. He's ready to rock and roll. There's the first blood. It's on Heesang. Are they going to go? Maybe not, in fact. Sugarfree hits the recall, and with the nano boost on Punk, they're trying to at least find somebody, but I mean, Mayhem right now is just kind of running rings around them like it's a child's game. Like, you kill Faith, Sugarfree's getting picked off. I mean, Crimzo's the heavy
winning
lifter
apparently
right now for the Vancouver Titans. They have 50% and counting. Punk gets put to sleep. Now he sinks back. Okay. And with this EMP, the Vancouver Titans only using the Primal Rage and the Nano Boost on this small put of defense.
Oh, wow. Annihilation.
Annihilation. Pulse Bomb. There's the rush too. Just throw everything in. Why not? Sugarfree's got the EMP. You're going to need to come up with something. There it is. Does hit the front line of the Florida Mayhem, but no one's gone down. Everybody's just cowering in this small room. There's no follow-up. Crimzo and Punk dead. Here comes the points. Oh, that's rough. Goodbye.
Feels like for the Titans playing the dive style, yeah, that was a weird fight because they never really executed a dive onto any player. It just sort of felt like a lot of small skirmishes around the point. Crimzo didn't get that 2K that we didn't see off screen. Then I feel like the Titans would have lost that a lot quicker, but they did end up committing a lot of their ultimates to try and hold it. Now, Vancouver Titans, Heesang switches over to Echo, and there's an instant response here from the Mayhem. Merit goes over to the Ash.
Yeah, I kind of like that, especially if you're going against Heesang on the Echo, but still, getting an angle here for Merit might be fairly tough, especially with Punk just kind of dropping on him 24/7. And Sticky Bombs being thrown at him too.
Yeah, you can see the momentum bar at the top. It's going to be damage. Obviously, there's not a team fight happening, so it's about teams poking who's going to be able to get positioning because neither team really wants to engage. The Vancouver Titans just probing and prodding, looking for a target, while the Florida Mayhem, they don't want to engage. They want to just utilize the damage of Merit on this Ash. Checkmate on the May.
Oh my god. That payload is in the car wash. Yeah, it is schmoving. There's the nano on to Heesang. RuPaul's in trouble. Vortex to bring him back down to earth though. And maybe straight into a grave. Not quite. 30 HP.
Oh, nice
somehow
healing.
Gets away. Crimzo and Faith keeping him up. Keeping him healthy. And there's the rally onto high ground. Nano boost onto the copy, onto Heesang. He's swinging, but very quickly dealt with. Another annihilation. I mean, someone is really creating so much space for the team, and now another space creation tool to force out the Vancouver Titans from the high ground in that rally. The payload's been moving almost this entire time, Scott. An EMP from Sugar Free does hit 5. Means Merit doesn't stay alive, and nor can they use the bomb. They do trade him for Heesang and the Florida Mayhem. They got a lot of point presence, Scott, and, well, Titans need picks, and they need them now.
Yeah, they're playing the dive, but it doesn't feel like they can bring enough members from the Florida Mayhem down. Merit did die, so that they lost a lot of their damage, but they still can't even dislodge the Mayhem. They can't bring someone down on the Ramatra.
All right, Merit's back, and he's got the Bob. The 6th man's going to be deployed. There you go. Maybe not really where he wanted it to be placed, not on the low ground like that. Still going to do a little bit, but I'd imagine he wanted it on the backboard. Oh, and now Punk's just absorbing the damage. Bob departs, sadly. Punk is in a little bit of a problem.
Much damage.
Yeah, that nano boost anti on top. Yeah, you got that damage mitigation, but you're not surviving long. I mean, the focus fire from the Florida Mayhem was just so good there. 3 minutes on the clock, second point unlocked.
Yeah, the Vancouver Titans, we talked about this, of they can play this dive style, but right now they're just unable to find enough picks to justify playing. They only have 5 final blows right now on this map, Jack, and the Florida Mayhem, they don't have that many final blows themselves, but they're continuing to move their objective, get the progress going for the cart.
EMP for the Titans, and I will say, Sugar Free's been building up these EMPs pretty quickly.
Yeah, he is.
EMP, there it is. There's the dive. Troang isolated. Bubble in front of him so he can't get healed by RuPaul. Punk just trade his life for it, though.
That's not a good trade if you're the Vancouver Titans. As much as you get the pick with the EMPs, you said Sugar Free's charging these up quickly, but it doesn't feel like they're getting the effectiveness of it. The EMPs are hitting targets, but the follow-up just isn't there. Florida Mayhem win another team fight, slowly pushing this card forward.
We expect almost not a complete wipe with the EMP, but you're expecting a little bit of pushback, but it was actually the complete opposite.
Yeah.
Losing Punk is not great. He sang pretty low too. Is the soft engage for Punk, but look at that. Blizzard and Rally used. He pops the Primal, but look at all this overhealth, and they still have Nano coming up. They still have Primal, they still have Bob. It's just so many ults, and Punk is so low. He can't do anything with the Primal, let alone just his normal body, his normal form. Crimzo's dead. I mean, someone's now just bashing them around in the spawn. His focus right now just turned to Faith, back to the payload. Not afraid to jump in with sub 300 HP, knows his supports have his back. And the Florida Mayhem finished with time and then some. I mean, 1 minute 26 seconds on Midtown, that's pretty damn good.
And we saw the Florida Mayhem, you know, we know how great of a dive team these guys are from the spring stage. So we were kind of hoping, can the Vancouver Titans hold a candle to what the Florida Mayhem are bringing? And it doesn't feel like right now someone is just almost existing permanently while Punk is just struggling to stay alive. He's going in to try and help the dives with Sugar Free, but he's the one who's getting punished for it.
All right, let's see what they want to do on defense. Yeah, I mean, it's this big, well, speak about the momentum bar. The momentum of the ultimates from the Vancouver Titans. If you are hitting those big EMPs, you pick up the brick kill, that's great. But what we saw there was Titans going in, hitting the big ult, and then they just have to back. Like, you can't lose people in those dives. And their dives can be pretty coordinated at times, but we're just not really seeing it right now, at least on Midtown. And you look back even to that first fight, like, how long did that last? That was a stupid amount of time.
Yeah.
Just so many small picks here, there, and everywhere.
And I want to highlight Merit's Ashe, because this is something that the Houston Outlaws really struggled to deal with in their series. You know, we saw yesterday the London Spitfire, Sparker wasn't able to get it done at all, but the way that the Mayhem play the game, someone makes himself such a heavy threat that it feels like Merit is just able to free shoot, and I think that's one of the primary reasons that Punk is just struggling to stay alive. He's just got so much consistent damage going down on him, and Crimzo can't keep him alive.
The focus is good. All right, what are we looking? What's up, Chief? How are we going?
Pretty similar to what we saw on the last round, honestly. You know, someone's playing the Ramatra. He's going to be in that front line, while the Vancouver Titans trying to set up a dive.
Oh, little hack onto Merit. Ooh, no. I like how he can just kind of post up on that, the fire truck, and then someone could just put a shield in front of them. Oh, yeah. Speaking of damage onto Punk, Merit has 40% ult charge already. Yeah, quite a lot. Final.
He just unloads his entire clip, even from the hip fire, just pumping it into Punk. The problem with that, if you are the Florida Mayhem though, look at Crimzo's ult charge. He's already at 70% to the nano boost. They can get that quick. They might be able to run him down, but nah, not gonna happen if someone runs Crimzo down first.
Got killed by the bees there. I've always thought Romantra's left click is like bees, or like
buzzing bees.
Insects.
They should do a bee skin. Is there a bee skin? Why do I feel like there is a bee skin?
No, it's Sigma's beekeeper skin, maybe? Yeah.
They should do a bee skin. That'd be a cool skin.
He's just a giant bee. He just transforms, grows wings, and he is bee. That'd be kind of wicked, actually.
Yeah, I'd be down. That's a cool idea.
Yeah, you get Sigma's beekeeper skin, then Ramantra's just a buzzy bee.
Yeah.
Who else would make a good bee?
May has a bee skin.
May has a bee skin.
Yeah.
Why don't we just give everybody a bee skin?
Yeah, that's true. We should have a bee line.
A bee line. Marketing, hit us up.
Yeah, we
know
want
how to sell
royalties.
things. Punk goes in, and he's already sub 200 HP.
He's so low.
When he landed, he's 10, and now he's dead. Like, that nano heals now, and it didn't look like it healed one bit.
He's just getting pumped full of just so much lead from Merit and everyone in particular. So it feels like because Punk is struggling to get in and move around the map, Heesang and Sugar Free are also struggling, and the woes we saw from them on the defense absolutely transferring to this offense again. And Faith's gonna stagger himself as well.
Got hugged there by someone. Goodbye. Goodbye, team. We go again, I think. Like, he's saying switch over to the Genji to try and find a bit of extra damage on the backline, I suppose. I mean, switching over from Tracer. It's just...
Oh, wow.
Okay.
That's an important pick as well. So Sugar Free has the EMP. I want to see the Titans up the tempo, utilize this advantage.
You gotta catch RuPaul ideally. Oh, Chong switch over to... Nope, Moira back to Brig. There's the EMP, hits 2.
Nice.
Oh, wow. Sugar Free just owning the backline himself. Oh, he's one. Kill him. Oh, he got the pack just in time. Chong back from spawn. He was able to heal RuPaul. One more bullet would have resulted in a double kill. And Crimzo dies off the back of that too. All right, Punk in the backline with the Primal Rage. There's checkmate going down to Faith's Brig. Florida Mayhem still holding on. They have the Annihilation. Someone's more than happy to rip it. Sees his armor disappearing, hits the Annihilation, gets a refresh. He's super healthy. It supports as well, Scott. They dealt with Punk. He has no primal. He has very little HP. So they're free to just heal up someone to max HP again. And with 45 seconds to go, we're looking at final fight. And Heesang's barely got a blade. Like, maybe he gets it off here. Nanoblade's going to have to be a shutdown.
Someone realizes he doesn't need to find picks. He just needs to stay alive, wait for reinforcements so his team can come back and do exactly this. Sugar Free falling. How does Heesang get any value with this blade? Crimzo has the nano.
Nanoblade. Okay. Team, we have Nanoblade. We've got high ground. We're going to go in. There it is. Nano, Blade, Heesang pulls it, gets one, hits the reset, but struggling to find anybody else, and Crimzo dies. A complete wraparound from Mayhem. They all just execute on the Titans backline. They just wrap around, and Merit was bait for them that entire time. Sugar Free at least has the EMP in 10% with Chong dying. The Florida Mayhem lacking support now. Heesang just dealing with RuPaul, misses the sleep, and some nice right clicks coming out from Heesang. It's just the solo play.
Annihilation from someone?
Will it matter? An EMP is pretty decent, but someone is just gonna stand there. He just stands there. And the Annihilation build percentage from someone is just crazy. Are they expecting this many Annihilations from someone like this? I mean, you saw him. He was, what, sub 200 HP? And he doesn't really have a fear. His backline go down, but they stagger go down. So Choron can come back in just a moment. I mean, RuPaul did fall, but Titans expended so much to try and get that done. A Nanoblade and an EMP. That should shut down point A.
Yeah, someone didn't die that entire map. That's how much of a frontline presence he was. And you could see the Titans were trying to ignore someone to enable them to get the backline. And once you take down the backline, then you can take down someone. But unfortunately, the backline was just holding Stalwart so heavily. Chorong and RuPaul stepping up in a big way. And then someone's able to just exist, get so many picks and charge up these Annihilations at such a rapid rate. Titans just really look outmatched on this map on Midtown.
No death for someone in that game. Guys, just, I mean, he's looking like MVP caliber stuff right now. I'll tell you that. Like, he has just been performing. I mean, think of his rookie year too. There's not been a moment where I've ever felt like someone is not doing so hot right now.
Yeah.
He's not improving. Like, he's just kind of mid currently. Like, he's always just been stepping up the gears, like, week after week, month after month, tournament after tournament, year after year at this point. Guy's looking like an MVP caliber main tank right now, or tank right now. We're going to go over to Watchpoint Gibraltar as our next map. This could just be a 3-0 shutout for the Florida Mayhem. We'll have to wait and see after this. Welcome back. Picture yourself. What do? You're a backliner in a game of Overwatch, and this guy is squaring up to you. He runs you down and has 0 deaths at the end of that last map.
Even
Insane.
his picture looks like he's squaring up. Look, someone's squaring up.
I square up to everybody. I thought that camera was coming to us. We were like literally squaring up to the screen.
We're both squaring up right now, standing in front of a monitor. But yeah, someone has just been absolutely dominant in this series so far. I wonder if the Vancouver Titans were anticipating more Winston dive mirrors, because it doesn't feel like they have been prepared for what the Mayhem have shown so far. But we head over to Gibraltar. This, you have to almost always expect Winston to be played, but the problem is you're going to take that Winston mirror, but I'm almost certain that Merit is going to play a hit scan on this map.
Oh, for sure. I mean, just go back on the Ashe, right?
Yeah.
Makes the most sense here.
We've seen some Widowmaker. Like, Widowmakers can be difficult against a Sombra. I like it on the first point, but sometimes you want different picks for different points.
Yeah, I don't think you play it on second. It was a bit weird, especially the Widow. Oh, again, the Widow can work if you have that snowball, but if you're on Widow and then you lose the fight after you cap, like, it's like, eh.
Yeah.
You have to get through the doors. Like, yeah, the high ground's easier to get to, but it's so much dive. It's kind of annoying. But we are seeing Heesang actually on the Tracer, which is really what he popped off of yesterday. Like, his pulse bombs were ridiculous. And now Sugar Free on the Echo. And it's something I talked to you about before the game started, but it's funny because Sugar Free is just a beast. Yeah. Just a beast on the Tracer. And now we have Heesang, and their hero pool in that sense does overlap, but it feels like they got quite a lot of depth there. If they want to play Sugar Free on something else and then put Heesang on the Tracer, you can always rely on that now.
That was one of the concerns we had for when Heesang made the transition to the Vancouver Titans. It's like he went from a team which had only 2 sort of flex DPS players to another team which now only has 2 flex DPS players. But it seems like Sugar Free is the one who's going to be picking up the hit scan if necessary, so Heesang should feel comfortable. And Sugar Free's just so talented. If you've seen him play the game, he can play anything at such a high level. So it should be a better look here for the Vancouver Titans with this DPS lineup. And now Florida Mayhem, they're actually going to take the Winston duel, but with some different looks. Chorong on the Kiriko of all things.
Kiriko. Okay. Again, you can kind of just tag team with Checkmate. Just go on to the left or the right-hand side, go to server, even go to the high ground. You don't really have to play with the rest of your team. Just be a little duo. Little high ground control too is always quite nice on this map. Oh, he tried to heal the enemy team there.
Oh, did he just teleport? Yeah, he's in the backline with the Sombra. Okay. So we've got the hit squad of Chorong and Merit just trying to lurk and force some of the attention away from the Vancouver Titans. You can see this is forcing Punk to turn around.
Oh, nice hack. Is there pocket? No, there's not enough pocket at all. Crimson already used the nade, probably received a pack too, but Sugar Free comes in with that laser. So much damage. Now the Vancouver Titans got a duplicate, they have a pulse bomb. The defense thus far.
It's such an interesting strategy of you're playing like a Sombra, and as soon as the Sombra hacks someone, the Kiriko teleports to the Sombra and then follows up the dive.
It's really nice.
The only problem is that Kiriko can get isolated if the dive doesn't go well. Like, the Sombra can teleport away, the Kiriko can't teleport away instantly. Sugar Free and Punk getting aggressive onto the back of RuPaul and actually going to get the pick.
Oh, when he copied the Ana too. The shield dance he got rolled there by someone on the shield dance, but it didn't matter. Someone had no support after RuPaul died. Jeez.
And that's Titans recognizing what the Mayhem are doing as well. I said that helps execute the dive, but what that does is it leaves RuPaul completely on his own as a support. So if they can get on top of him, he will not have anyone to help him. But the Vancouver Titans, they don't want to let these guys live.
They are so dead. I mean, maybe Merritt gets out because he can go cloak, but they're just paying. Oh, well, yeah. I think Charon's accepted the fate.
Whoa.
He's rushing? You are rushing? I mean, yeah. I mean, look at the face there. He's like, okay, bro. Like, Punk pops the Primal, I guess. You get that small trade, but that was ambitious.
Oh, they're still going.
They're still going.
Someone pops the Primal, instantly slapped, stuck, shot, goes down. This has been... We talked about getting messy. This is the Florida Mayhem getting down in the trenches.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. They don't get trench foot, mate. Like, that is... We're in a whole different game of Overwatch right now. There's only a minute left, Scott.
Exactly. You have Florida Mayhem, and they've blown a lot of their ultimates. Chorong's made the switch over to the Brig. They do have the EMP and the Nano Boost, but the Vancouver Titans have answers. They have both of their defensive ultimates.
They do indeed. Merritt with the EMP. Pretty hard to actually get a good EMP off here because everybody's on the high ground. You can see Nano Boost on Sugar Free. They want to go first, but no, the focus fire is just too good. All right, Vancouver Titans do end up losing one. Can they stabilize? They do have Rally, but this duplicate is going to be so important. There's the Nano Boost onto the high ground, but Faith kills Chorong. The Vancouver Titans do get hit with an EMP, but someone is on point, just kind of backcapping right now. Someone has to touch it. Had to be Crimzo. Titans are isolating themselves at this point, and now who's alone? It's Faith. There's no way he gets out there alive. 25 seconds, the car is pushing in Mayhem's favor.
Sugar Free is back, and he has the dupe.
is going to be able to go dupe if he gets Primal too. These spawn positions are pretty decent for the Vancouver Titans right now, but the payload's only a meter away from being capped, Scott.
Yeah, that was so clutch that Sugar Free was the one that went down first, so he was able to hold the point, the one person who could.
The backups here, though, they have got Pulse Bomb, they got Primal coming up as well. The Florida Mayhem need the Pulse Bomb with the Sentry right now. Checkmate does land it on Punk, it gets the kill, but is it going to be enough? I mean, they're on the point, they're stacking up, but Sugar Free's still finding damage and kills. He's killed 2! Merit and someone are dead. He's sang with the Pulse, does enough missing, but now it's Chorong's duty to touch the point. But he is so low, his shield just barely existing, barely hanging on to life, and Sugar Free is just completely in the zone right now. They built up enough time to get a rally. Someone's going to rejoin the fight, and eventually Heesang is dealt with. Sugar Free struggling to get damage done too. That IMAX just proving too difficult for him to actually chew through.
Big ultimates coming from both sides. Vancouver Titans have come up to them. Faith's rally now. They have the sustainability.
Nice sleep. Can Sugar Free get another ult? He might be able to. 2 duplicates in 1 fight are very possible, and even more possible now. OT is here, and the Vancouver Titans are going to be able to stop the Mayhem 1.28 meters before that first point.
Oh my. That was chaotic, to say the least, and you can give the credit to the Vancouver Titans. They managed to recognize what the Mayhem were doing and deal with it, but I don't know what they were cooking with that composition of like doing the Sombra Kiriko, because it wasted so much time and it didn't result in anything.
You didn't even get an ult out of it,
No.
because you ended up rushing.
Well, he did
on point B. Well, okay. It didn't work, though. Like, I got out, guys. I may have wasted it on point B.
I'm going to switch.
Yeah, I'm going to switch Moira. I think he switched. I think he switched to Moira, then something else, probably the Brig.
Yeah,
well, the Brig, sorry. Yeah, but wow, that was scrappy to say the least. And like I said, maybe the Titans need to do that, bring him down to that level. However, a little caveat: classic watch point Gibraltar first. I mean, this happens all too often.
Yeah. And I want to speak to this as well. The Florida Mayhem playing the Sombra, this is something that they've shown a willingness to do if the meta requires them to, but usually they prefer to play Merit on the hit scan because they play better around those tools, and the weaknesses of that Sombra composition showing maybe a weakness that other teams could exploit to the Florida Mayhem as this season goes on.
This is how you make Jake mad. Right?
Okay, yeah.
Right, listen to me.
My favorite thing to do.
Yeah. Play hog like Punk's playing now to try and go for the hook.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't like it at all.
Here's what we should do.
Okay.
Then you play Lifeweaver to pull the Roadhog as well, so you double down on your resources.
Oh, Punk. All good. I mean, look, it sometimes works, but yeah. I mean, you can't really one-shot anymore, so it kind of sucks. Merit on the Widowmaker, though. That's what I love to see.
It's going to make it difficult for Sugar Free to play this Echo. I wonder if Sugar Free's going to see this one and switch to a Sombra himself, or is he going to have confidence in his own ability to shut it down?
Good SMG accuracy too. All good. Saving away from the Tracer.
I don't know if gambling that Merit's not going to hit a shot is a solid strategy. We'll see how it plays out for them. Punk does get slept on the high ground. His head's in the bubble though.
I mean, that sucks. Little hairs in the bubble. Oh, does die anyway. Good follow-up from Checkmate. Remember where that box of victory is? It's very, very close, like a meter away from that first point. So a capping first will do. And this is what I feel like this is just Widowmaker's life now after this nerf. You can no longer sit blue box as effectively. Gonna have to sit on the ground, but you're also a good check for the Tracer too. She's very unlikely to get a lot of push when the Widow's just kind of sitting there.
Yeah, just stop the card moving forward. Great nade from across the map. Hits all 3. That actually is going to push the backline away a little bit from the blue box. They are managing to hold on, but there you saw RuPaul dropping off. That's a huge part of positioning that the Vancouver Titans have taken.
Good little headshot. Yeah, blue box in control of the blue team, funnily enough. All right, Sugar Free's got duplication though. That is going to be a problem. Nano boost onto someone. Kind of struggling to find targets. A couple of right clicks are hitting, but I mean his team are doing the heavy lifting with Punk dead. Yeah, okay, backing all the way up. I mean, I don't think Merit's got a headshot kill yet.
Nah.
And that's fine. I mean, sometimes just the presence of Widowmaker, especially on these maps, can be enough to force positioning.
And I don't know exactly how Punk went down, but if he's trying to get on top of the Widowmaker, if he takes a headshot or even a body shot, that's a huge chunk of health that he just doesn't have to work with. And that's one of the issues. You can see the Titans, they've gotten control of the blue box, but look at these headshots that he's doing as soon as Punk tries to go. Great whip shot.
Great whip shot. Oh, the in-thumb frames. Oh, come on. In-thumb frames on Sugar Free. Didn't quite manage to delete the duplication. Crimzo's dead. Another good whip shot onto someone, but he's straight back up onto blue box. That is the push over with. That duplication used and nano boost in that fight, Scott. Not great. But, I mean, Florida Mayhem only have one defensive ultimate. It is rally, mind you, but Titans can match it.
That fight really summed up the woes of Punk, or just main tanks in general. He's trying to get onto the back line. He gets headshot, so then he gets the nano to overdo that, and then he gets whipped, and then he gets slept, and then he dies before he's able to pop the Primal Rage. Fortunately, he was able to hold on to that one, so he should have a massive health pool to be able to enable this dive. Yeah, headshot again, though.
I mean, Wiz has got a pretty damn big hitbox. He's going to deal with... Oh, not when he's angry. Oh, no, he's trapped. Get him out of here.
Great healing.
Really good healing. Is Punk going to be able to find a kill? I mean, Sugar Free's already found one. There it is. There's two. There's three. Sugar Free takes care of the Florida Mayhem. And it's only checkmate to touch. But there it is. The Vancouver Titans taking a map. Watch point Gibraltar. That escort is theirs.
Punk didn't find any value, didn't get the pick on Demerit, but he drew so much attention. I think both Chorong and Rupal went back,
trying to heal him,
back to help him, back to heal him, which is important, but someone's the person who pays the price. And that's something that the Vancouver Titans have been struggling to do, is sort of disable the backline from being able to enable someone. So they finally get it to go on the Watchpoint Gibraltar, and now potentially you can start to see some recognition here from the Vancouver Titans. Maybe they can understand what their win condition is.
Oh yes, New Queen Street is going to be the map after the break. There you go, yeah, Punk having a little bit of a rough time, but it's all on Sugar Free. It's going to have been Heesang and Sugar Free's last couple of days, to be fair. This was the rather interesting Kiriko rush. Honestly, kind of like it.
No.
Kind of like
no.
it. If it gets kills, it's...
Wait, how was he going to do anything? I guess maybe he wasn't... If Punk didn't primal...
Maybe he gets the
pick and maybe they live. So I see the idea, but it cost them a lot.
I forced primal, guys. I got it. 2-1 in the series of the Florida Mayhem right now as we head into push. Hoping that map number 5 is coming in. I mean, the Vancouver Titans looked good yesterday, even though they went down. This new addition of Heesang to the roster is looking great so far, but it's Sugar Free today, just taking up that mantle of damage. All right, let's go to a break. Don't go anywhere. Map number 4 up next. Welcome back. First point hold for the Vancouver Titans. They end up taking Watch Point Gibraltar. Still one. We're going to New Queen Street as our push map. Still pretty good.
New Queen Street's an interesting map. We've seen a lot of different things, but talking about a lot of different things, Sugar-Free,
my boy,
showing off his Echo.
Damn.
13 final blows, only 2 deaths. That's a lot of damage. He's been expected to pick up so many different things. Because remember, when Aspire was on the team, he was the person who was playing the Tracer.
Yeah, out of 22 final blows total too. Like,
wow.
That's deadlift.
That's a deadlift right there, yeah.
Deadlift right there. 13 out of 22. A little deadlift on the Echo. I mean, he was earning those dupes so quickly, but his damage output was just insane. It was Heesang's turn yesterday, hitting some wicked pulses, and now it is Sugar-Free's time to shine.
Yeah, and I really like what we've been seeing from this Titans team and the way they're playing it. Even if they do go down in this series, they start 0-2 in this stage. I feel like the tools are there and the pieces are there. If they can start to get some wins against weaker teams, they can make the play-ins, and then anything is possible from there. Because they have the flexibility in their roster. Even though they have a small roster, they have the flexibility to play almost any meta, and this meta does feel quite diverse.
Oh yeah, for sure. Which is great. I did see a thread on the Reddit the other day saying about how the meta is actually pretty decent right now just because of the diversity in the meta. We didn't want to see like a perma Tracer Sombra meta.
Yeah.
And we're seeing a lot more of like Echo, and they did a bit about on the desk earlier about hero pick rates. A lot of Tracer still, which is always really fun, but Echo's really showing a lot of prominence now, which is great to see. And with Echo, you get to see a lot of other heroes too, in double the fashion. You get 2 Winstons, you get 2 Arnots, you get 2 Briggs.
It's one of my favorite things watching DPS players like play the other heroes. Like we get to see their Primal Rage mechanics or their Ana sleep mechanics. Like you and I have been subject to the Kevster Ana Qs, and he's just so good at Ana as well in ranked. But I think he's actually been playing that to enable his Echo mechanics so that he's learned how to play Ana. I would not be surprised if that's why he's been playing so much support in ranked lately. But that's what makes great players great as we do head in to New Queen Street.
New Queen Street. Oh yes. I'm curious if we see a little bit of Ryan again from someone.
He seems to really like that pick.
Yeah.
I'm not in love with that. What do you think, Jack? Because I feel like Ramatra is just better overall.
I think Ryan is fun.
Well, okay, that's a terrible answer.
Ryan is cool. I know, but at the end of the day, especially on Control, I think Ryan's pretty good. On these more open maps, it's a little bit tough. Like, Ryan just, he is rectangle.
Yeah.
He do be standing. And like, that's, a lot of that is the kind of issue, the weakness of Ryan. You do need the Lucio. You need a comp to kind of enable the Ryan. When you're playing these Ram comps, you can have like a Kiriko and an Ana. The Kiriko can flank with a Tracer, and the Ana can like hang back and heal the rest of the team. Or even like with Winston, you can have Lucio Brig, or you can have more commonly now the Ana and Brig. Like, you have to really build the comp around the Ryan to make it successful. And the Winston as well, very good in neutral. And same with the Ramatra, to be fair, as well.
And that's the problem when you play if you're going to play Lucio Reinhardt and then at some point you want to switch to the Winston Brig, those are 2 major ultimates.
Two big swaps.
And you're losing that ultimate charge that you might have had, but someone throwing another curveball. We've seen some mixed results with the Doomfist, but someone picking it up.
Okay, I like that a lot. All right. See the Doomfist mechanics? I did see yesterday when you were casting it, someone hit a sweet diag off the roof there.
Yeah, but they didn't hit anyone. They just diagged really to the moon.
It was really cool. It was pretty wicked. You can still diag, thankfully, in Overwatch 2. Not as effectively as you could before, but with Merit playing this Sombra, they are just looking for a hack, insta-dive with someone.
Yeah. And if you're the Titans, you're playing with Punk and Heesang. Who do you dive on the Florida Mayhem? Everyone has the ability to escape, so it feels like they're the ones being cornered. A lot of the onus has to be on Sugar-Free.
Oh my god, how is Crimzo alive? He eventually dies. It was a decent sleep, and there it is. There's the dive executed to perfection by the Florida Mayhem. I mean, that's it too, especially with someone. So it's worth kind of thinking about how like Doomfist interacts with Ana and Brig too. Brig's obviously holding the shield a lot of the time when she's getting dove, trying to protect the Ana. Just a 0.1 second like tap punch from the Doomfist is sometimes enough to stop the Ana, because you can interrupt abilities with that. You can interrupt sleep, you can interrupt nade, you can interrupt obviously the shield being held. Like, that's even a fraction of a second of that interruption being existing is sometimes more than enough for a kill to come through.
And also, just getting punched in general is just so discombobulating. You're just like, what year is it? Like, it's very difficult to keep your focus when something like that is happening. Checkmate Jumping out of the window, instantly punished by Sugarfree. I do like this switch over to the Sombra. I feel like if you're the Titans, you recognize we need a more effective dive. We need to be able to hack and isolate one target, but now he's saying gets caught by Rupal. Rupal is just such a mechanically talented player, can play anything.
He really is. Nice little Suzu. Gonna wake up someone. Yeah, that was a punch and a headshot for the kunai. That's an insta-kill on the Tracer. Pulse bomb and yeah, this with the rush too. I mean, you're not looking at someone doing a ton there. There's a Meteor Strike. Back line, punch into the wall. Sound barrier though, coming out from the Lucio. Hits 3. It's good though. I mean, they're still moving the point right now. It's just pressure. That's all it is. If you get the checkpoint in New Queen Street, maybe sometimes it's quite hard to come back, considering how close the spawns are and how the map is kind of laid out. It's not like a long walk back. There's so many cuts you've got to walk through to get back to the bot.
Yeah, but being able to get that forward spawn is such a big piece. The person who gets the first checkpoint is usually in such a huge advantage. Someone gets hacked.
EMP afterwards. Oh no, Sugarfree's the one that actually got EMP'd. Wasn't expecting it, looking like he was going to set up for his own. 6 HP, gets the recall. Faith hitting the rally. The Vancouver Titans not expecting Merit to come out with an earlier EMP there. They do at least save it, and Checkmate dying is great and all, but Florida Mayhem got checkpoint.
And that's what's important. And instantly, the forward spawns are going to come into value. You can see Checkmate's already respawned, coming back to the fight. It's going to be a 5v5. Can Sugarfree find the same level of effectiveness with his EMP?
Decent, no trying to get a spot. EMP, hits the tunnel.
Clean.
And sure off. Just going down in a blink of an eye there. No Suzu to save him, was a little bit too late, although projectile, so it's hard to kind of get those ones off all the time.
Couldn't hack him because he already had him hacked.
That's tank life.
Yeah.
Moment.
Someone's just, please let me leave. Unfortunately, he goes down, and now the Vancouver Titans are the ones who are getting the meterage back up.
So far, though. Like I said, those spawns and how quick your composition is. Oh, speaking of quick compositions, Queen coming out from Florida Mayhem.
We've seen this from a few teams recently and in the past. The Queen's quite effective against the Winston because you just do so much close range damage and put out a lot of pressure. Sugarfree gets caught. So that's going to force the Vancouver Titans to retreat, but Crimso's in a kind of an awkward place right now. If the Florida Mayhem get a whiff of where he is, he might be getting run down.
Punk might need that nano. Pulse bomb in the hands of Heesang, who's already spotted Merit. Hits the recall, but there is the nano Winston jumping towards the stairs. Has to deal with the supports in the front line, even that rush now coming through. Has to back all the way out, so a little bit of chip damage done by Punk, but that's really about it.
It's just back and forth, everyone looking to find an opportunity. Punk goes in.
Oh, Punk, yeah, he's got the Primal Rage, but I mean, again, locking down a single target here is super tough. EMP available for the Florida Mayhem. There it is, his 4. Heesang should be able to get away in time. Punk not quite so lucky. Same with Faith. That hack just being so devastating to everybody with movement abilities, the ability to focus fire from the Florida Mayhem. Their composition just aids so much to that. They're going to regain control of that bot, Scott. 27 meters ahead.
Someone continuing to play Mystery Heroes. After he dies, he must switch. Those are the rules of engagement as he goes over to the Ramatra. That fight did cost the Mayhem both the rally and the EMP. So the Vancouver Titans do have the ultimate advantage. These are such big teamfight ultimates, and you can see the Mayhem respecting it. They don't want to get too close. They don't want to overstep, knowing the EMP could drop at any moment.
Sugarfree lining up for a EMP, puts his Translocator back, spots Rupal.
He's got to be careful if he gets hacked.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe just manual hack, hit him with the EMP, spots Chorong, needs to wait for the dive, needs to wait for at least someone else to be in position, maybe Heesang, as Punk's obviously switched over to the Ramatra. Still waiting, buying his time. Florida Mayhem are so split.
Yeah, they're doing such a great job of not really giving any great targets for Sugarfree to EMP. They are losing card progress though, and nothing's really happening for the Mayhem other than them charging some ultimates.
Not the worst thing in the world. Okay, Checkmate expected Crimso to walk forward, but Crimso with the 9-dimensional chess mind games there, standing and looking at the wall. Rally for the Titans. They've still got a nano as Heesang escorts the bot, but with Sugarfree dead and Punk kind of fighting the fight in the front line, there's not much damage there at all.
And Sugarfree dropped an EMP at some point that we completely missed. I have no idea what happened with that one. Punk is trying to turn it around. He gets nanoed, he drops the Annihilation, but he can't find anything.
Yeah, pooped out the window. He's going to survive for another couple of seconds, but that's about it. Now just in the 1v1 with someone again. Oh, we lost him. Oh, there's the bot. We're on the floor, and now we're in Merits. Yep, with the EMP, this is the Vancouver Titans just getting run over even after expending that giant ultimate. I mean, Merritt's got a EMP of his own. This bot is going to retouch the checkpoint now. Going to get some extra space and time for the Mayhem. We're 3 minutes away from the game ending, Scott, and even the series too, if the Mayhem keep this lead.
And Vancouver just expended all of their ults almost on a lost fight. So now he's saying has to be that hero. We've sung his praises so much since his addition to the Titans. They need him to come up clutch.
Over the EMP, everybody's lined up. Punk, Sugar Free in trouble. Punk manages to get that Nemesis form off, but not enough healing in the world to save him, sadly. I mean, he's just slow bleed out now. This is just the nature of pushing away. Oh, I was gonna hope he was like, oh, alley-oop, like a dunk on their head with the pulse bomb. It doesn't need it. Just use it to throw Faith's way. And Crimzo dying super late. I mean, Scott, this is looking real bad for the Titans now.
Yeah. Only 2.5. Oh, great. Suzu keeps him alive, does pay for his life.
But look at the meterage, Scott, they're getting. They're almost at 100 meters.
Yeah, but crazier things have happened. If you can start the snowball, anything's possible, especially in these mirror compositions. But right now, it doesn't feel like Vancouver Titans. Ever since the Florida Mayhem have gotten a checkpoint, every time they respawn, they take this top tube here. And then the Titans just have no way to dislodge them from it. Every time they've tried to go in to contest it, they're the ones who come out on the worst end. Maybe Sugar Free on this Sojin could be the catalyst, get some picks, but Crimzo's down.
So diff there from RuPaul across the map. I mean, there's no ultimates online whatsoever. Minute and 45. I mean, this is despair right now for the Vancouver Titans. Just heartbreaking. Just seeing these fights just go the Mayhem's way, and the bot barely gets over the middle checkpoint every single time they win a fight.
Yeah.
So you can't lose your Ana that early. Like, that's just rough. I mean, Crimzo, one of the best Western Ana players, no doubt.
You can see Florida Mayhem, they literally pushed the bot all the way up until they got the forward spawn, and then they're happy to concede it because they know they don't need more meterage.
Playing time right now.
Yeah. Put the pressure onto the Vancouver Titans. Great sleep on the checkmate.
What a sleep! He was a mid-blink too. On LAN client? That's pretty crazy. RuPaul checkmate dead.
Nice.
Good stuff. All right, here we go.
The bot's actually pretty far forward as well already, so that should potentially be the Vancouver Titans maybe getting the checkpoint or at least forcing the Florida Mayhem in to stop it. Vancouver Titans have a lot of ultimates as well, Jack. I said crazier things have happened.
40 seconds to go. They're not going to be able to get checkpoint without Florida Mayhem peeking their head through the door, though. A lot of ults for Vancouver. 5 for Mayhem. I mean, they know they can just stack.
Yeah.
If you've got a minute left to go in the game in push, just stack ults.
Getting really low.
There's the railgun. EMP in the hands of Merit. There's the Rally Annihilation. Rally is nowhere near enough. Face Sugar Free dead. Nano onto someone. The Annihilation for Punk and Crimzo's ultimate just could not be used, and they don't even need to touch the bot. The Florida Mayhem can just leave it here because Vancouver need to touch, and look at where they are. Maybe Sugar Free gets it, maybe Faith does, but there's hacks, there's boops, there's a whole bunch of health bars you have to chew through first. Sugar Free did use the transfer to touch the point, doesn't quite get the checkpoint, and now is Faith's chance. Just Boostio, that's the last hope you got, but it's not there. The Vancouver Titans end up going down, a 3-1 victory for the Florida Mayhem, as they are setting a blistering pace, Scott, through this second half of this season.
Yeah, Florida Mayhem looking extremely comfortable and confident in their own game plan. They're willing to do so many different things. Someone, as I said, playing mystery heroes, he knows what to give him an advantage in the short term while also playing for the long term. That's something that a lot of people make mistakes of, you know, people playing Reinhardt, and then it falls away from them. While the Vancouver Titans, the pieces are there and the idea is there. It feels like the execution just lacks a little bit. Ultimates going by the waysides, players getting picked. It just... slight mistakes, a great team like Florida Mayhem, they're going to pick you apart for it.
Oh yeah, they really will. I mean, maybe that watch point Gibraltar, a little bit of a fluke potentially there, but I think in reality, I think it shows how much more competitive Vancouver Titans are right now with Heesang and with Sugar Free stepping up to the game as well. I mean, with the Florida Mayhem taking this one, they've beaten the Outlaws now, they've beaten the Vancouver Titans. They are very much looking like the second place team currently. I mean, maybe they punch up to even the Atlanta Reign, but the player of the match for this one, well, who's really surprised? We talked about him before, but a 0-death game on Midtown is going to be someone.
Puts another one of these on his wall. He is, you know, historically the most important player for this Florida Mayhem. He seems to be that lead caller, the sort of that player coach that's always in the lobby, helping them adjust and just sort of leading the charge. And I do want to give credit to the backline of the Florida Mayhem. They're always the ones enabling him to play this aggressive style, allowing him to be so valuable.
Oh, yeah. Ramantra, and he can play everything, right? Ramantra, Winston, if he needs to play the Rhine, he can, like...
Doomfist.
Doomfist. I mean, he almost played the entire tank roster apart from, like, Hog and Ball. So there you go. Look at that. This match alone, in 14.5 minutes...
That's 2 deaths, right?
2 deaths, I think, right? Yeah, 1 point.
Okay, don't let two casters do math on broadcast. We'll
0.7 deaths on the Ram this match. There you go. It's pretty low. Pummel kills high, final blows limbs, yada yada yada. Hero damage good. Like the guy just doesn't die. Puts out a ton of damage, and yeah, no real surprise. And like you said, another player of the match hanging off the wall.
Yeah, the hero damage is the thing that stands out. He's just always in it. He's always putting out so much pressure, and the Vancouver Titans just weren't able to stand up to it this time. And you know, Jack, you said, are the Florida Mayhem going to be able to punch all the way up to the Atlanta Reign? They might be able to sort of push them off guard, but the other team that I have sort of up there in the top 3, Boston Uprising, also looked pretty good yesterday. We're going to see more today. You know, Florida Mayhem really fighting for that title. They don't want to be 3rd. They don't want to be 4th. They want to be number 1.
Oh, yes, they do. Well, we're going to see a little bit more Boston Uprising, a couple more games after this break. Don't go anywhere. The desk is going to break it down and set us up for another one.
Welcome back, everybody. First match, Florida takes the win against the Vancouver Titans. 3-1 victory. They're looking nice. They beat the Houston Outlaws. Now the Vancouver Titans. They're on a winning streak.
On a roll.
Looking clean.
Yeah.
It's like a great team. I mean, I still think you've got to be worried.
Right.
Trying to punch up any higher against the Atlanta Reign, but a lot of excitement behind the Florida Mayhem. They've been playing so many different comps, keeping it very interesting, but still executing at a high level.
I mean, and talking about Vancouver Titans, although they did get the get the L today, but they did get a map win, and also it wasn't all doom and gloom for them as well, right, Chick?
Yeah, Sugar Free looked great on the Echo. Still, looking like an incredibly strong player despite taking some time away from Overwatch, one of our biggest talents. But Heesang is what I want to focus on right now. I want to dive in a little bit deeper to Heesang and discuss what he's playing at. This is a Mei. We didn't see much of this from him on the Shock, but he looks so comfortable. I love this Mail, right? Reads that the Ryan is a little bit overextended and is gonna come back to the team and sort of puts the Mail where he's going rather than where he is. And this is just the type of heads-up play that you need to be playing Mei on this elite level. I mean, this 1-0 absolutely dominated the Mayhem in this fight. So still, I think there's a lot of bright spots for the Titans. I think if they can lean on these DPS players as key strengths, they can beat most teams in the league.
I think definitely having Heesang was improvement for Vancouver Titans. I'm gonna be honest, when Heesang was on San Francisco Shock, he didn't really impress me that much.
It was underwhelming,
right? Yeah. But I think after he joined the Vancouver Titans, I think he's performing a lot better.
Which I'm really happy about because going into the year, we didn't really have that many rookies come into this year that we're super excited about. I mean, we had Bliss joining the Dallas Fuel, and we're yeah, it could be a pretty good pickup. We had Junbin joining the San Francisco Shock. Heesang was sort of supposed to be this big rookie star this year. I mean, obviously last year we had Proper and so many rookies coming last year. So Heesang being a bit of a disappointment on the Shock earlier in the spring stage. I think we're both a bit bewildered by that and, questioned what's going on here. So seeing him coming to the Vancouver Titans and shining, I think that's a really nice thing, and I'm hoping for good things in his career and moving forward. It is very disappointing though that they're off to an 0-2 start. I mean, these losses are going to rack up, and they're competing for the play-ins. On the other side of things, I mean, Florida Mayhem, though, they might even directly qualify for the playoffs at this point. So, two teams moving in the complete opposite direction here.
Yeah. I mean, we gotta talk about Florida Mayhem, though. I mean, they did get the win against Vancouver Titans, guys. How did they get it done?
I mean, it was just overwhelming strength on the meta comps that we kind of know they're going to play, but also continuously, Florida are just proving that they're the most versatile team right now. I think that's very fair to say. They're the best of the highly versatile teams. Atlanta is going to just beat you with something basic. They played 10 times before, and they're just so insanely good at it. Florida is going to beat you just as bad, but they're doing it with some very inventive strats here. I actually even thought this was an interesting strat, the Kiriko on Gibraltar. Didn't end up working, but the idea of sending your Kiriko into the back line, I'm telling you guys, in ranked, you will tear people apart putting your Kiriko into the spawn and having her poke away with those kunai. So, I think Florida, they're showing this constant willingness to innovate. And so I think especially if metas get shaken up, things change, these are going to be moments where the Florida Mayhem are poised to really capitalize.
And I think it's so impressive that they're able to play so many different compositions because historically speaking, when we think of some of the best Overwatch League teams ever, they usually specialize in a composition, even dating back to Jonak, they play the Zenyatta style one way, GOAT compositions, etc. But Florida Mayhem, it's very hard to adapt always to what your teammates are swapping to. So, if you have Chorong swap into a Kiriko, how does your Ana adjust? How does your damage players adjust accordingly? If you have someone moving over to Junker Queen, Doomfist, all of these different swaps, all the teammates have to be on the same page and always adapt their play style, move accordingly, and think on the spot, right? And I think that's a really unique skill. And so it's really fascinating to see Florida Mayhem pull it off so well because it's extremely difficult. I mean, if I'm playing ranked, I can't swap to Junker Queen because I'm I don't know how my teammates will adapt. I don't know how my teammates knows how to play Sigma comp. I don't know if they know how to play Diva comp. But the Florida Mayhem, they can play so many different compositions, so many different tank picks, and it makes them a really strong team because they can always optimize their composition to something that they feel is stronger.
Right. I mean, they're definitely a strong team, and they got some great players as well. And for today, for the post-match interview, I'm going to be talking to one of their DPS players, Checkmate. Is on the line waiting for me to walk over there. He is here right now. Hey, Checkmate, how are you doing? Checkmate 선수 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
All right, so 3-1 victory against the Vancouver Titans. You guys beat Houston Outlaws, now beating the Vancouver Titans. You guys are looking good. How'd you guys get it done today against the Vancouver Titans? 자, 휴스턴을 이기고 또 오늘도 밴쿠버까지 이기면서 되게 좋은 성적을 내고 있습니다. 오늘 승리 좀 어떻게 이루셨나요?
오늘 승리는 뭐 딱히 특별한 게 없고요. 그냥 하던 대로 해서 이긴 것 같아요.
Today is really nothing special, especially because I mean it was just we just played how we always play and how we always practiced, and I think that's how we got the win against Vancouver Titans. I also want to ask you about Echo as well, because we're seeing a lot of Echo play, and you also played Echo during your match against Houston Outlaws. Do you think Echo is sort of going to be meta in this stage? 자, 다음 질문 좀 에코에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶은데 이제 체크메이 선수가 이제 휴스턴전에서도 에코를 플레이를 하셨고 좀 많은 팀들이 에코를 좀 많이 사용하는 것 같아요. 이번 스테이지에 들어오면서 어떻게 체크메이 선수가 보셨을 때 에코가 좀 메타가 될 것 같으신가요?
에코가 아무래도 탱커를 녹이기 쉬우니까 원래 오버워치가 탱커 녹이면서 시작하면은 하기 쉽거든요. 그래서 대부분 그냥 하기 쉬워서 많이 쓰는 것 같아요.
I think
그래서
네, 죄송합니다. 네, 계속하세요. 그래서
아마 뭐 복잡한 거 안 좋아하는 팀들은 많이 쓸 것 같긴 해요.
Okay. So Echo is definitely a hero that's really good at targeting the tank and really melting down the tank and getting the tank out of the way. And of course, I feel like Overwatch is a game where it's always good to start off a fight when you could melt down a tank and have that tank eliminated first, so that you could get the team fight win. So I think Echo is an effective hero to use if you're a team that sort of want to simplify the game and simplify the fight as well. All right, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time. Checkmate. Again, big congratulations on getting the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
That's interesting, targeting the tank like that. I feel like we've seen a few Sombras as well target the tank more than usual. I mean, you highlighted earlier today the Atlanta Reign when they manually hacked Mirror, for example, on the Winston, but it feels like the teams, they prioritize the Winston in a lot of these dive comps to get them done early.
Yeah, there's just so much pressure on tank players these days because, with only one tank in Overwatch 2, it's really a crucial element to the team, right? It creates so much space, it blocks vision, it can break sight lines in a very unique way that almost no other heroes can. And so getting that hero out of the way, whether you kill him or actually just send him running, send him out of the key area of the fight that he wants to control, that buys you time. It buys you openings to make plays. And so as a tank player, I mean, there's so much pressure on you to hold that space, but also not overextend, not get pushed out. It's a hard line to shoot, and with Echo, especially difficult.
With Echo, you could get the tank, get him out of the way. I want to hear that. I want to hear the Bostonian accent from you guys.
Get out of here.
Get out of here. Tanks, get out of here.
This has to stop.
But
It's so bad.
You guys
It's
can
so
also
bad.
make your old jerseys get out of the way as well. Get your new ones. Rep your favorite team and save a cool 20% while you're at it when you order a jersey at overwatchleague.com during our summer sale. The sale won't last long, so secure yours today. Support your favorite teams.
Jake, we need to get your Boston jersey.
Get out of here.
I want a Range jersey. Dude, that Range jersey looks sick.
What, with the Phoenix?
Yeah,
the flames and stuff?
Dope. I'm gonna just iron it up. It looks nice.
I got other jerseys in mind.
It's a good time to have a Range.
If I buy you a Boston one, will you wear it on podcast?
You gotta give me a Rain one. Give me
no,
one
not a Rain one. How about Vegas one?
Oh, okay. I got a hot take for you. Okay. The Vegas Eternal, like their nameplates, where you see all the players and all the heroes are playing.
Yeah.
That orange is arguably like the best color of like any team. That orange is like the perfect orange. It's like they deciphered the color orange and have like perfected the color. Like I don't like the gradients. Yeah,
Cool.
It's the perfect gradient of orange.
Johnny,
so every time I see Vegas played, I'm just perpetually impressed by how good the orange is.
Wow,
with
that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you.
That's something I'm impressed by.
Talking about, you're loving their orange. You're gonna see it right now because our second match is Boston Uprising versus Las Vegas Eternals.
Please don't be away. Please don't be gray.
I don't think I do. I don't know. But that is our second match. Boston yesterday looked fantastic as well. They were, they didn't really use any of the echo thing. They were like, hey, even when I talked to Decay, it was like, hey, we're gonna stick with what we're good at, and they proved to us that it was good. Right?
These guys are monsters in the Sombra Tracer. You've got Decay and Birdwing. This is a ridiculous DPS lineup. two of like our historic greatest of all time DPS. Been around forever, but they've been dominating for just as long. This team is terrifying to play against.
So, Jake, we discussed a lot about the map pool and how the map pool actually favors Echo in some of these. Here's the Vegas roster, by the way. It's Dove, Rack Attack, and 3 new guys in Knife, Tuyo, and Irony. The revitalized Vegas Eternal. But sorry, I just wanted to get to this Echo question real quick. So, Boston Uprising. Now you're playing the Vegas Eternal. Vegas haven't been good this year, so this is an opportunity to maybe play some other compositions. I'm wondering, thinking long term, I had for playoffs and play-ins and stuff like that. Does Boston Uprising need a different composition for some of those maps where maybe Sombra isn't the best option?
I think really Numbani is the map you're looking at as wow, you really want to play Echo on this map. I think it's possible you can switch it up. You could play use Hanzo as the hero to contest the high ground. Might be more comfortable for Birdring. I'd be pretty confident though with Decay taking on the Echo role and then let Birdring play Tracer if you wanted to play that strategy. I think they'd still look really solid. I think Decay definitely has a great Genji. I think he can handle the projectile heroes very comfortably. I don't think you're forced to play Echo though. I think if you don't want to, right? I think Birdring, Hanzo, Decay, Tracer, simplify, keep things normal. You don't even if you need to get off the Sombra, it's too hard. There's other choices. You play Rush comps. There's other things they can do. I'm interested. I think it is very. There's some maps the Numbani especially is one where it's I feel like you should play Echo. So if they don't play it there, then I'll be surprised.
Okay, done.
Hey, I was very interested. Hey, Danny, come on, I was very interested.
We gotta
I appreciate that analysis.
We'll find
bookmark it.
Is this Echo or not right
Clip
now? It's Boston versus Vegas. Let's take a look at our predictions. All Boston? Nice. All right.
Unexpected.
How about maybe chat things differently? Let's take a look at our chat predictions.
Oh, this could be brutal. This could be insane.
Okay. I mean, yeah.
Chat is voting for Vegas now, just for the funnies.
Yeah. Well, honestly, all right, the 3 new players.
Hey, get in line.
Yeah, no, I think
the 3 new players in Vegas are looking like their best players.
Right. I mean, they do look better than they were in the spring season. So let's throw it to our casters. We got the Australian brothers back again, Mitch and Costa. Where's Jack? Oh, I thought it's a Vegas game.
I hate him.
Why are you? Wait, why are you?
Because literally Jack was going to quit if he got another Vegas game.
He said,
He sat there white knuckling the seat every time it comes up. So he's got a Richter grin and twitching every time he talks about the Eternal. So we've had to give him a mental health break for a bit. Yeah,
helping him out. We gotta.
Don't look so surprised, bro. You had to look at Jack's dead eyes every time he said I'm going to do this. I'm stepping up for the boys.
Because I was going to be the resident Vegas fans are back. And I was going to see Jack and Costa.
It's only me left.
Jack.
Let's go Vegas.
Woo, Costa.
Jack, don't say I don't do anything for you, mate.
That's true.
All right?
Really?
You, though, you got a triple header today and another Vegas game, but we did need an expert, I think. So that's why you're here, Scott.
Yeah, you need an expert on the Vegas, really sort of go down the nitty-gritty of what Rack Attack and Dove offer to this team, and then the 3 new additions, which, the devs talked about it. The 3 new players, Irony, Knife, they are great players, and they add a lot of mechanics to the team. The question that we have is, can they turn that around with synergy and also playing on high ping while also being up at 3 a.m. That's difficult to do. That's a lot of barricades and walls that you have to break through. And now you're playing against the Boston Uprising with some of the most storied players in the league.
Yeah, look, jokes aside, there has been a retooling for this Vegas team, right? They're still looking to try and find a way to eke out some success here. This is the kind of matchup where I think, a lot of your weaknesses are at risk of being exposed. Look at this map pool. This is why I say this. We're dealing with a team that looks imperious in the dive. All right, we have Numbani, Route 66, Esperanza, all in the series. If we even get to that 4th map here, even Ilios is the kind of map that really will allow you to play Winston on some of these stages. So I don't think it's a terrible, test to pick yourself against. But speaking to the Vegas players and the fans, this is a great time to get a feel for this roster. Just really want to work on the synergy, work on also bouncing back. If things go wrong, if some of these sort of game plans that you develop start to splinter, it's really about how you recover, how you bounce back, and what you can take away from this match. As Boston, again, they're a juggernaut right now.
Absolutely. This match is all about takeaways. As you said, Vegas Eternal, if they can even hold a candle to the Uprising, that'll at least be some promising signs for the fans. And for the Boston Uprising, I think Jake and Johnny asked an interesting question of, are they going to be able to play a dive that isn't just the Tracer Sombra as well? Because we are playing Numbani. That's a map that's just not very good for that Sombra style. They're going to play it here on Ilios, but is the story going to progress as we go further in this series?
And this is what we want to see from Vegas, right? We want to see them mix in some of this Echo and see if Knife can just leverage some of the skill expression that is afforded you on this kind of pick. That's going to be the big question here. Vegas start off by sending 2U forward fairly early. It's a counter dive for Smurf, something Boston are very good at doing. They don't often engage off the Winston unless they're defending, but they're ready always to come second fiddle and have a big impact later in the fight. Knife takes a bit of poke here, but again, the focus is unclear. It's a little bit of exchange of damage at length as we head towards the point.
I like seeing Eternal be proactive, though. That's the most important thing. They need to be the ones to sort of step up. They can't just allow Boston Uprising to play their game, let them get hacked, and then find a target. And Vegas Eternal going to be the team that wins the first team fight.
Yeah, I like this from Knife. Again, they were setting him up, putting him in a position where he eventually could descend and put that pressure down on Smurf. So now you have to respect this team. This Vegas Eternal squad can play within this Winston Echo shell. Now Boston need to really think about, right, where are we heading first here? And how do we start to punish this team who seems like they've got this kind of strat under their belt?
Yeah, and Knife, you know, I talked about it. Mechanics is definitely not a weakness of this roster anymore. That has been it for in the past for the Eternal. Now it's can they string it together. Right now, that's a great first team fight. They were playing aggressive, they executed, they created staggers. They're doing everything they need to, and now they have ultimates.
Knife here, waiting, relatively neutral positioning. It's going to be 2U going in with that nano boost, but targets, not a lot of them here. Boston have essentially folded away from the tip of the spear here in the Winston, but we may have spotted Lee J gone playing around the shield. The sticky bombs came in. It's going to be an Ana-duplicate. Knife able to find a way to break through. Lee J gone down. With Boston playing as split as they are here, there's an opportunity for Vegas to start to pressure one half of the team comp. But Boston got back onto the point. They flip midway through this engagement.
Yeah, Eternal do take it back, but that's essentially 14% that they did lose out on, but they win the team fight. It did cost them a lot. That's a nano boost. That's the copy. So those are a lot of their insurance policies and their enabling pieces to do the dive while the Boston Uprising, they're coming in with 5. Who is Birdring going to look to hack and isolate before the fight begins?
Spotted already though. Dove's able to spy check him out. Recalls as Birdring extends their hand to look for a hack. That EMP being available could be crucial. 2U sleeping. This is the opportunity to strike if you're Boston. The rally could be an issue, but Rack Attack is going to get shut down as Birdring lets go with that EMP. But again, it's Knife finding a kill midway through the fight on Twilight, no less. Boston still got a bit of work to do here, but 2U being grounded with that hack is going to make it a bit easier to get this point back in their favor.
Yeah, the Eternal, they actually play that fight quite well as Knife just continuing to find players, but just not enough right now. Boston Uprising, they were smart enough. Smurf held onto that Primal Rage. So the Eternal, as much as they're in the advantage in the percentage category, they don't have the ultimates. They're going to need to slowly get those up. If Irony can get a nano, enable Knife to do another great dive, take down the backline, that has to be the window.
They get to play that much more aggressively, right? And guarantee that focusing beam can finish off a target. Linger a little bit closer to enemy lines.
Twilight's dropped already.
He's really respecting Knife, I think, here, who's been a problem at the start of many of these fights. There's also the prospect of Knife just duping another Ana and throwing that biotic grenade in from the sky. Interesting, 2U really just walks up there, and it's an easy sleep for Twilight. Bionade as well, 2U sent packing quite low, is going to have to get topped up, and this is how Boston make their way back into the round capture-wise.
Yeah, and that was smart. Smurf recognized his backlines being pressured by 2U. He pops the Primal Rage. Now he's coming back with the nano boost.
Yeah, tougher Rack Attack here. Going to try and stave him off as much as possible. Smurf taking a ton of damage in fairness, but it's Decay's Pulse Bomb. That's going to be a huge issue for Vegas. Only with the Brig in play, Rack Attack exposing himself to danger in order to get Inspire healing is not where you want to be in a 4 versus 5.
80% ticking up here for the Boston Uprising. Birdring goes very early with the EMP, takes out Rack Attack before Eternal can even utilize the ultimates they do have.
I think Boston have a bit of a feel for the tempo in this game now. Playing from this position out of spawn, Vegas have been unable to get Knife into a position undetected. It's very telegraphed where they're trying to make use of the Echo so far. And it's going to be a duplicate of the Sombra. What an interesting choice.
Not in love with that one. If you can get up to an EMP, it's great, but maybe it just enables him to get the touch. But Dove's already paid the price.
Now, Dove down. Looks like a Sleep Dart might have started that up there. So Twilight, a key contributor in finding that first pick. Knife knocked out of Dupe. No chance to go for an EMP. Popping out of Dupe very low as well. And Decay's just going to be able to finish the job. 2U again, sleeping on the job. Rack Attack's going to come in with the rally, but there's no one close by to benefit from it. It's a solo play here with that IMAX shield, and it's not going to be enough. Boston able to fight back after a slow start. But we get to see a little bit of what Vegas might be capable of.
Yeah, you can see when they were able to execute their own dives, play their own style, It actually looks good. I like what I see from the Knife Echo, and if Echo is starting to become meta, that's such an important tool that the Eternal can utilize, because Dove is a player who can play the hit scan and play the trace, a very flexible player, so they can maneuver their roster around to play multiple different styles.
Here's the sleep.
Oh, wow, that's nice.
This is the kind of round where, interestingly, Birdering, pretty quiet.
Yep.
Don't get to see much from him there at all. It's a final blow. It's no deaths for the Sombra, which is fine, but Decay, as usual, doing a lot of the heavy lifting. 7 final blows to the 1 death. And hey, like we talked about Knife, 4 and 4. Big impact player early in the round, then just couldn't get in position later on.
Eternal now trying to catch the Boston Uprising. You know what they're going to play in this situation. To use starting on the Junker Queen, a common pick to sort of counter the Winston style. Are they going to be able to sort of break the Uprising? Because so far in this stage, Boston looked to be the best Winston Tracer Sombra team.
Oh, there was no hack there.
Just shooting him.
Birdwing didn't need the damage amp on Dove to pick him off. He got so close to him, it wasn't anything he could do. So now, you have no incentive, Vegas, to have a long neutral fight with the Uprising, right? There's no Widow to actually punish anyone out of position.
It's the weakness of playing the Widowmaker when you have a Lucio Kiriko. Neither of those healers can instantly top you back up, keep you alive, so that's why Dove switches over to the Sombra, realizing they're going to need to be the ones to up the tempo.
Tuyu getting clobbered in the front line. Finding it very hard to find the opportunity to take a breather here. See Decay constantly harrying him from the back, keeping him down at half HP. Not a fun position to be in, and no burst healing like you mentioned for the Vegas Eternal. So getting this Junker Queen back to Hale and Hardy is going to be quite the job. Again, Tuyu constantly suffering this level of pressure here, and Decay doesn't even need to use a Pulse Bomb to get rid of that tank. Now it's a matter of chasing the Eternal off their lawn.
Eternal just need to play faster. Right now, they have the Lucio, they have the Kiriko. They're the ones that need to put the pedal to the metal, because if they stand around, they linger around, their health pools aren't going to go back up, as you were talking about, Mitch.
Where does Tuyu need to be, though? Because a lot of the time, Vegas are caught in the middle of the play. It's like, you know, stuck in a circle of friends who are throwing... What was that? Piggy in the middle. That's what
Piggy
it's
in
called.
the middle, yeah.
Right. You know, I always lost that game. Tuyu, though... Like, how do you get your Junker Queen in position to, like, find that impact? Are you looking for, like, a knife on the Winston? Who are you going for?
You're trying to find any target. If you can get on Twilight or Lee J gone, but look at how aggressively the Boston Uprising are playing. Anytime they're trying to move forward, they're being corralled by the Uprising.
Here it is again now, Vegas with a turn of speed. Tuyu trying to find connection with that Carnage. No dice, though. Still going to be a nano over to Lee J gone, just in case, with the Vegas Eternal are in trouble either way. Rack attack down, so your mobility's been compromised and your other support is struggling. Iony has to throw the Kitsune Rush down here, and again, Tuyu gets knocked away before he can hit that Carnage swing. If you're not connecting with that, you don't have any burst damage to speak of. And Smurf doesn't even have to chase this down.
They're going the wrong way. The Eternal teams are running to the wrong spawn. As you said, they do manage to get onto the backline of the Boston Uprising eventually, but they have the tools to mitigate it. They pop the rally, they pop the nano boost. Whoever is in trouble is getting saved. And now we're at 84% here, Mitch, and the Eternal, they need to find a way to get from their spawn.
No.
Oh, how does he live that?
Oh, okay. All right. Good on you, Dove. Following up there, finding that elimination, but it might be too late here for the Eternal to make anything happen with it. Sound barrier for Rack Attack. 3 players from the Eternal benefiting from it. Lee J gone. Gets caught in a dark room. He gets a sawn-off shotgun. Not a great spot to be in here, and so the Vegas Eternal will be able to flip this point back by the looks of things, but Decay might have something else to say. Iony's down to a Pulse Bomb. Tuyu has this Rampage available, but where's the good target? Gonna let it go now. Connecting with 2 players, and there was nothing Twilight could have done to prolong their lifespan. And Decay, inexplicably, on the wrong side of the kill feed.
If you're the Uprising, you're completely okay with that. You managed to force out the Tuyu Rampage so late in the fight. The Eternal, if they were going to turn this round around, they needed that massive ultimate. Because now, look at the ultimates for the Uprising. They got the EMP, they got the Nano, the rally's coming as well. Eternal don't have the tools to deal with this. Knife with a Pulse Bomb.
Stick, wall or shield, either way. It's not breaking through. That was the last ultimate that the Vegas Eternal had at their disposal. Twilight has a nano here, doesn't quite connect the sleep dart though. Oh, getting pressured off the map. That's not where you want to be. Rack Attack sends him over the edge here. Now a lot of pressure again, as usual, on Tuyu as Lee J gone. Benefited from that nano boost posthumously as Twilight went over the edge. An EMP now. This is going to make things even worse. Rack Attack falls, but it's traded. Dove's on the point, and Tuyu again finally gets the face-to-face with Smurf he was looking for. The Eternal now at 72.
That is a fight that the Eternal have never had throughout this season. They have never won a fight against the odds, and being able to have individual brilliance get them over the line. The boop onto Twilight then enables everyone else. They live through the EMP, they live through the rally, and now they're in the driver's seat. They have the ultimates coming up, and we're at last fight, Mitch.
Boston really need to keep their backline, or at least Twilight, in a position where he can't get bundled out of town by that Junker Queen. Smurf's low, has to go for the Primal here. What a time to use it anyway. So you pushing onto the point now. The Vegas Eternal say, if you want to win this round, you are going to have to fight us in this neutral scenario. Smurf doesn't want a bar of it. There's nowhere really safe for him to land right now. Decay's Pulse Bomb could be a difference maker, but eventually Smurf gets picked off. The Vegas Eternal focusing their tanks down brilliantly, and now they have the player advantage. Decay will skirt around the edge of the map. He sees Dove, he's caught in the EMP, and 2's able to find the kill. Still in overtime here, but the control is all for the Eternal. It has to be Birdring translocating out at risk of getting hacked, and they will even it up here on Ilios.
We talked about this series being about the silver linings that you can take away from a match like this. Regardless of what happens in the rest of this series, that's a huge round for the Vegas Eternal in my eyes. They understood what their win conditions were. They turned a round around that they had no right in winning. And now they have a team of the caliber of the Boston Uprising on the ropes as we head over to Well.
To you, 7 final blows, 4 deaths. Big time player in this round. The Carnage hit is pretty scary. It's a beautiful rampage. That was the second one that we saw. The first one being forced out and still the Eternal able to take the round away. That was pretty electrifying.
You talked about him after the first round. He's putting up numbers. Decay on the Tracer is currently deadlifting 14 of the Boston Uprising's 24 final blows right now. He has just been on an absolute tear on the Tracer, but it wasn't enough. Knife going on the Tracer. He's going to take that Tracer duel, but complete mirror compositions.
Smurf is finding that his aggression is actually getting punished more often than not now. 2U's able to find Birdring early, obviously on the Winston here. Not a great start. Birdring historically can take some time to warm up in these series and sometimes can just disappear. The Uprising absolutely need their Sombra to be operating at full efficiency here. That is a fantastic bio grenade from Irony. 2U not quite able though to capitalize.
Yeah, you don't need to capitalize. It was enough to force the Boston Uprising away, and now they're the ones getting the percentage ticking up. How are they going to hold this neutral fight? There's going to be no ultimates on the board. See the Uprising trying to take this cage away from them.
Decay stave back with a whip shot there. A lot of eyes in Dove's direction. He escapes under cover of stealth. Another recall here for Decay. That Pulse Bomb already built up, but Vegas had the point first off with that pick on Birdring.
EMP's charging incredibly slowly. The nano boosts are going to be the things that come up first. Nice Pulse Bomb did go wide. Can Decay do something better?
Vegas are playing pretty well, splitting their team. Oh, that could have been even worse. Rack Attack shield bashes towards a teammate, but they avoid being collateral damage to the Pulse Bomb. Still it's Decay once more. You know, it's so funny. The narrative about Decay used to be that he was streaky, right? Would have these incredible game performances and then sometimes to suffer. He is the heart and soul of the Uprising, especially on this map.
He is the regular season Randy. In any match that is in the regular season, he just hits a different level. He still does potentially have some of that playoffs win. He has never gone far, but right now in these types of matches, this is where he is just on a different level.
Birdring with that EMP there. Smurf got nanoed as Dove also had one of his own. Oh, that's a decent position there for Smurf, but again, respects the Eternal enough to back out. The Boston Uprising got what they wanted that last fight. Pretty cheaply won as well if you think about it. Nano to answer the EMP. EMP of their own. Birdring getting on the kill feet now. This is what Uprising fans want to see.
Oh, I like the rally here from Rack Attack. You just need to stem the bleeding. The Uprising are just pushing you into the spawn. This should at least give them a little bit of breathing room. Lee Jae-gon is going to respond with his own, so they have the sustainability. I've never seen a fight in this hallway in my life.
Yeah, this is odd, for sure. Decay gets hacked here. He might be sort of telegraphing he has a Pulse Bomb based on the way he's approached this fight. He's only just built it now, though. It isn't in a great spot to use it. Knife's able to chase him down. Brilliant stuff from these new additions to the Eternal roster. Smurf, every time he lands, he's getting bio. This time he gets hacked, and he won't be able to take flight once more. The Eternal win that fight out, although it looked like, Scott, they were in a pretty compromising spot in that small corridor.
Exactly, and that's the confidence of being able to commit your ultimates in a small corridor, even though it feels like you're at a disadvantage. And Knife honestly getting 3 or 4 plays in there as well, continuing to be that player for the Vegas Eternal. EMP's just too much though.
That's all you need, yeah. The focus there was on 2U. Again, a lot of focus around the Winstons and how these teams are responding to them as Iony is making sure that Smurf doesn't get enough freedom to play the same aggressive way he has in the past. They understand that Smurf usually comes in second, so the Vegas send 2U forward, wait for Smurf to turn up as he always does and hit him with a bio.
Yeah, Rack Attack has the rally, so they will have the sustain trying to enter back into this point. Birdring getting caught first again, Mitch.
Not what we're looking for. Birdring reveals himself and just maybe doesn't expect the sheer volume of damage that comes his way. Regardless, Uprising down to 4 here. 2U probably looking for Twilight here. Bubble already thrown down. He might get 2 for 1. Twilight, yep, nicely done by 2U. He anticipates the sleep dart and Knife gets 2 for 1. The Vegas Eternal now going to make this one real competitive. 70% and counting.
I don't know if Dove needed that EMP at the very end there. He might want that one back, but they have the ultimates to do. I would love to see Eternal go very quickly here. Do the same thing to the Boston Uprising that they did to you. You have the nano, you have the rally, you have the tools to be able to sort of force the objective.
This is where you can't afford to make any mistakes.
Oh, no.
Dove gets picked off by Birdring. There was more involved than that, to be fair. Finally, Birdring on the right side of a first pick in these fights.
Huge nade.
Huge nade. Twilight under a lot of pressure here. Looks like 2U was slept briefly. They're trying to keep him down. He still found Twilight in the end. It ends up being a trade, though. No Knife. Lee Jae Gong going to push forward now with the rally raid boss that he is. Decay hacked for a brief moment, but is able to get away. And 2U now is just going to go for the primal. Whatever it takes. The Vegas Eternal trying to end the round here, but Boston sneak back in off that first pick, and they've flipped it in their favor. Uprising, no strangers to close games. This one, absolutely one of them.
Can anyone else touch?
EMP immediately. Dove gets flattened. Nothing you can do there. Vaporize the second he touched the point. And it's a close affair. Make no mistake. The Boston Uprising squeak out a first map win.
Great play from the Vegas Eternal, though. They had the Uprising on the ropes. They had their opportunities to close out that map. Just some mistakes here and there, but not only were they making mistakes, they were forcing mistakes out of the Boston Uprising as well. Birdring struggling to stay alive, struggling to get that EMP charge, but Decay was the guy for this map. 18 of 41 final blows for the Boston Uprising. Forever coming up clutch for them.
Yeah, Birdring having a much better round there as well, ending up 12-3 on that Sombra there. So a couple of bloopers, but generally much better over the course of the map. Here's some moments for Ilios, ladies and gentlemen. The Vegas Eternal already starting pretty strong in that first map, although they definitely seem to be a little out of sync. The Junker Queen composition on Ruins, though, this one got us sitting up in our seats.
Yeah, and this is something that we've seen a couple of different teams try for. If you're not confident in that Winston mirror, it's a bit of a curveball that you can throw that gives you the advantage, because it can be difficult to neutralize the Queen. It can be hard to isolate and find targets as the Winston team. So the onus isn't on you to be the better team, and they end up picking up that round. Maybe that's something they can look forward to in the future of this series.
Genuinely, we're getting some pretty quality Overwatch from both of our teams right now. Even more surprising, that's coming from the Vegas Eternal. So plenty of reason to be keeping a close eye on this series and this retooled Eternal roster. It'll be Numbani up next for your map 2. team is going to be the world beaters that they hope to be. And hey, turned around on well and had a great performance. Birdering coming alive in that series. But hey, sustaining the trend of rosters, Scott, getting retooled and finding some form here early in the second half of the season. The Vegas Eternal, I'm just going to say, they impressed me in that first map.
We saw the Vegas Eternal do the exact same thing last year with no avail. The roster didn't find any synergy, they weren't clicking, and they continued to not find a win in that season. While now, with Knife to You and Irony, you're already seeing their impact in the server. You're already seeing the difference that they're making for this team. Now you question, maybe if it's not against the Boston Uprising, how high can they punch? But I want to talk about the next map we're going over to, Numbani, because this is a map where I think the Eternal should feel comfortable. We saw Knife on Ilios playing that Echo, but on the other end, we haven't seen Birdering play Echo. I don't even know if Birdering's ever played Echo in the league. Was he around when it came out?
I mean, in and out, as you were. Yeah, maybe chilling on the bench or something like that. I think that we're more likely to see him play something like Hanzo.
You're right.
You know, like the London Spitfire yesterday, we saw they're a team that have a pretty specific take on the metagame right now, or at least the way they prefer to play. And Sparker played a lot of Hanzo on this map. But, you know, something we brought up at the start of the game, I saw the map pool and I'm like, okay, all these maps are pretty dive-centric, that makes sense. But playing Sombra on this map can be very difficult, Scott.
Yeah, Sombra and Tracer for that matter, because neither one of them has the ability to get onto the high grounds. There's incredibly long flanks that take a really long time to get around, and there's not a lot of health packs that you can play around. Like, think if you're a Tracer running around in this back section here, there's only minis to work with. The Megas are just so far away. So a lot of people opt to not play that, and from the Vegas Eternal side, it looks like they are going to play what we expect. I expect Rack Attack to switch, but Birdering is actually going to stay on the Sombra and Decay, moving off of the Tracer onto the Echo. We've seen some teams do this, but for the most part, people have favored playing that Tracer because it's just such a consistent pick.
Yeah. Again, she has some issues on attack, getting into position. She has to take a generally sort of circuitous route to try and be in a spot to flank, challenge the staircase at the back left from the attacker's perspective here. So eyes on Decay here, defending with this Echo. See what he can get done, and again, we'll see how Birdering goes when we go on the attacking side and see how he makes his way in to start pressuring the point alongside the rest of his team. But Boston, as a defensive dive team with Twilight and Smurf, one of the scariest in the league. They always take you by surprise, and they're very good at playing that more risky style. Oh. Knife, man! That is ridiculous. Straight away, beelines for Decay, and wins it out in the man-to-man.
Knife starting to make a couple of fans right now, showing how good he is at so many different heroes. Takes down Twilight as well. Smurf's next on the list. Wow, that's a clean first fight there from the Vegas Eternal on a point that is difficult to assail.
My goodness, what a turnaround here. Boston absolutely shell-shocked. It was Knife into the air first. We commonly see these Echo 1v1s play out, especially, of course, with the burst damage available to her. You can really defeat your opponent before they realize what's happening. What a great way to start this map for Vegas. They are well and truly on the way. No time for Birdering to have an impact in that fight either.
That's the problem with Sombra in general, is the impact is long form. It's usually harder to see the impact in such a short amount of time, and it's actually something that Echo specializes at. She can find picks that not many other heroes can. As you can see, Knife go in with the Nano this time.
Focusing beam there, not quite low enough target there to make it work, but Knife switches over to Lee J Gon. And again, with this Nano boost, able to play just a bit more aggressively. Sticky bombs to at least find the kill, so a 2-for-1 trade. They take that every day of the week, especially when Dove can just work his way in through the chaos and find a pick on Decay.
And they are moving through this map right now. Something we haven't spoken about is Decay had that one death on Echo, and he's like, that's me done. I'm going back to my tried and trusted Tracer. And I like this choice by them. Yeah, Echo isn't as effective on the second and the third point, so they can make it work. But Eternal closing in on the second point already, Mitch.
Decent place here for an EMP. Birdering going to settle for...
Didn't hit the brig!
No, Rack Attack gets the running straight away. Shield Bash, Irony got caught, but I don't think that was a target for Birdering. Maybe not quite judging the radius of that EMP effectively enough, so that's an ultimate down the Gurgler. What else is there to work with? Smurf, sleeping phony for a moment. That was Knife, looked to try and make short work of him. Fighting grenade thrown at long range there by Knife, but he's going to be knocked out of that duplicate. Twilight able to stay alive and give the Nano to Lee J Gon. This could be scary now. That bubble in the way for Knife is pretty darn annoying. TuYu might have gone for a trip over the edge. It's a little unclear at this stage. Dove, decent contribution here, but he's got a lot of heads turned in his direction, and Rack Attack and Irony were being held at bay by Birdering alone there.
Eternal are trading somewhat effectively, but they don't have any damage or no tanks around. Just Rack Attack and Irony remaining, and it's going to be Uprising holding by the skin of their teeth. Smurf asking for a pause. Knife switching over to the Cassie. I wonder if this is something that will remain after this pause, but I want to see what happened to you in that situation, because I wonder if he was almost slept by Twilight when he was primaling him off the edge. Damn, Eternal, they were in the driver's seat right there, but just unable to close it out.
Yeah, since they've lost their momentum, and I think Knife probably feels a little less comfortable now about playing Echo when there's quite a wide expanse you have to cross. Again, you're not necessarily playing up against any opposition hit scans. Still, though, a little bit of a scary situation to find yourself in. So the Cassidy, we know how much threat it can generate against flankers who do not want to get stuck by that mag grenade, but there's usually enough time to either translocate or recall out if you feel like that's coming, even if you have to pull the plug a little earlier sometimes.
The magnetic grenade is great for the hindered effect, and it definitely has its uses against the dive. The issue is not with that. The major issue is that Cassie just doesn't live. He doesn't have the mobility to keep up with the pace that the game is played with right now. The biggest example we have of that is Sparker yesterday for the London Spitfire. When you have an effective dive, when you can isolate and choose targets, the Cassidy is just the prime one. And he just gets absolutely shut down. And unless you can hit that first or second shot, you're not really finding value on Cassidy. So I would be surprised if Knife did commit to this one. Maybe he's having issue with the high ping playing the Echo. That is a hero that can be quite difficult.
He's got an Eternal screen behind it. He is on ping, right?
I remember an interview that Yiska did with the team, and the assumption was, and they said that all the players would be playing from Korea. So unless something has changed in the short term, maybe they just shipped one out to Korea for him.
Yeah. Shout out to Yiska at GG Recon, some of the best Overwatch supplemental content for the league you can find at the moment. Yeah. So a personal friend. Shout out to the man. All right, so this is how it went down early. This is 2U during that primal rage here.
Oh, he got whipped.
Oh, man. DJ gone. Always a threat.
Yeah, I think he got the whip on the jump, and it's just way more momentum than he was expecting. That's such a huge play as well. If he gets Twilight off the edge, lives to tell the tale, that's probably a fight that the Vegas Eternal are going to close out. So big plays there from Lee Jae-gun.
Yeah, Mag Grenade, back on the Cassidy idea, decent tool when dealing in a duel scenario. But how does it help you when 3 people are diving you?
Yeah, which one do you choose? How about this? How about we buff him by when he throws the mag grenade, he throws 3 mag grenades at everybody around him, you can let me on the dev team, trust me. It's good ideas.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, Scotty. All right. So, yeah, Tracer for Knife here.
Makes more sense. Absolutely.
Smurf wants to play fairly far forward here, gives Twilight a lot of space. Smurf has the option and time to dive back towards either backline, high or low ground, if they're going to get pressured down here. How do you work around this corner, Decay? Birdring has another EMP. He's really built that quickly. The only player on the Uprising up until just then with final blows. So pretty nasty stuff. That EMP really making an impact. And Decay, well, he's feasted.
Yeah, he's just running circles around the Eternal right now. They're just trying to stay alive, but it's all for naught. They're never getting out of here alive. Not willing to commit any of the ultimates that they have in their bank. Fortunately for them, Dove does charge up a little bit of EMP, slowly starting to build up their own ultimates, but honestly, Birdring's EMPs throughout this series have been great. He's not going for these big wholesale ultimates and EMPs. He finds a target, he knows the target, and they're executing it perfectly.
There's that inevitable Bionade on Smurf as he dives. Irony able to stave him off for the time being. Boston really just trying to set the line of scrimmage pretty deep in Eternal territory at the moment. Dove, yeah, close to the EMP like you said. Here's the nano being deployed, it's for 2U. Where's he go? Bomb on Lee Jae-gun, hoping to follow up a little bit, but the whip shot was good. Twilight, drops down into a compromising situation. But Decay chimes in once more. The pulse on Rack Attack means it's 1 support per team for the time being. Hack on 2U, he's out in the open, taking a ton of damage. Irony desperately trying to keep him topped up, and there's a bubble thrown down. Now might be Dove taking center stage with this EMP, but he gets spotted early.
Yeah. And unfortunately for Rack Attack, that pulse bomb that hit him was while he was in the rally. They needed that one. That was such an important tool for them to close out that second point. So Decay being clutch once again, but now Dove's the one with the EMP, but Birdring has charged up another one very quickly, Mitch.
Yeah, these are happening every other fight at least here.
You can see he wants to hit 2U with it. He wants to just isolate him like he did the last time.
There it is, EMP. Birdring able to fold away. It's going to be a nano for the Sombra just to keep her alive. 2U does not fare nearly as well. 5 players, or 4 rather, involved in that elimination. and there's not a darn thing he can do about it. So both Sombras deploy those EMPs, and again, Boston Uprising get the better end of the deal.
Yeah. Birdring's EMPs are just so well placed to use, just not able to play the game. Every time he tries to go forward, he's just getting EMP'd, he's getting taken down. He can't offer anything. He had the Primal Rage, but he dies before he even has the ability to press it.
How interesting is this, by the way? Seeing that sort of team damage head-to-head, Vegas actually sort of getting a lot of damage done, but not able to find those key targets. Maybe a little bit sporadic in their focus. 40 seconds left in the round, though. That's the important number right now. Another pulse from Decay, this time, no joy.
And Knife, now it's his time with the Pulse Bomb. Is he going to be able to find it? He's putting some good pressure onto Decay. Nano onto Rack Attack. Wonder what happened there, maybe forced by Smurf.
Yeah, no one to hit though. Smurf just gets the heck out of there. Dove gets a repair pack, but Smurf dies perfectly, chases the Sombra down. He knew where Dove was going to turn off there, apparently. Now TU can really only use his Primal Rage to get a bird's eye view of the situation, but it's not a great sign.
They're just trying to hold on. They need to stay alive so they can get an effective recontest. 5 seconds remaining. TU's on the point.
To the high ground now, Birdring forced down. Happy with that result, I'm sure, because Decay is busy getting into the back line, and he's harvesting. Birdring doesn't go for the EMP there. Maybe just wants to hold it just that little bit longer. Decay got the Nano Boost instead, and now he comes back with an EMP that catches 3 players. That's got to be enough. And all of a sudden, the Boston Uprising again, showing us that they might have figured out this pace from Vegas. They put them to a stop here, right in the middle of the map.
Decay gives a little bit of a shake of the head of, you're going to need to do more than that, Vegas Eternal. As much as they had a sprint of a start through the first 2 points, as soon as the game stabilized and the Uprising were able to start their ultimate economy cycling through, Eternal just, that's where they're struggling. That's where their inferiority lies. Just the synergy. You can tell just a little bit off. Some of the ultimates, a little early, a little late, not on time, not coordinated.
So the stats here for the Sombras are interesting and might tell a bit of a story. Birdring, over the course of his EMPs, has been able to catch 7 people in them. And we've talked about how Birdring doesn't go for like the big ones necessarily. Dove rather, 2 enemies EMP'd for that entire round.
He did start on Tracer, so we'll give him a little bit of leeway.
Absolutely.
But I think in the same way that we talked about Birdring hitting 1 player, when Dove was EMPing an individual player or 2, they weren't having the follow-up. Yes, the response was there from Twilight. He nanoed the Sombra. Let's see, this is where the rally came out.
You have to do it.
The nano, yeah.
Great pressure from Birdring. And then that ult is utterly wasted, but with 27 seconds in the round, Vegas can't afford the player loss.
And those are the things that make the great teams great, is the ability to find and take resources away from the enemy without costing you anything. That cost the Uprising absolutely nothing to force those ultimates out, but then it heavily hurts the cycling of those ultimates, and that's why Eternal got stuck.
Yeah, that's a nano that probably would have been for TU instead in that fight.
And he maybe doesn't die to the EMP.
Oh dear. You can see how those errors really start to cascade out of control in a high-stakes environment like this. Okay, so we do have the Birdring Sombra on attack here. Knife on that Echo with no direct, I guess, one-to-one opposite number. Again, obviously a hack on that Echo. That's pretty scary. Knife's able to get away, use that flight cooldown before the hack came through. But Birdring's created a large amount of space here, and the rest of his team are about to fill it.
They're on the point, and they've already forced the Eternal off the high ground. You can see Smurf taking their place right now. Eternal need to do something, otherwise they're going to slowly bleed out in this fight.
Birdring's more than happy to be garnering attention right now. In the meantime, Smurf is just the cat amongst the pigeons, so to speak. Yeah, the Eternal in utter disarray here. Again, playing up against what looks like a pretty standard composition from Boston. They just allow Birdring to walk on in, and it all comes tumbling down.
We had our concerns about the Uprising when we came into this season, the idea of boomage and all that meme that went along with it. And I've been a person who has been critical against the Uprising, not sure how this team would gel together, but they've leveled up in a big way during this offseason. Maybe the coaching change, maybe something else, but they really feel comfortable in understanding how they're supposed to play around each other in this composition. The question that I want to pose again, Mitch, as we continue forward in the second point is, do they have the flexibility? Johnny actually brought that up just before this match of, if they want to win the whole thing, if they want to go to the playoffs, are they going to be able to get away with just this Tracer Sombra composition?
Just Decay doing Decay things?
Yeah.
I mean, that's been the issue for them during the mid-season madness, right? When they go up against those true top caliber teams, on a fundamental level, you might be evenly matched or even ahead, but your ability to play to the map sometimes, not that impressive. And look, I want to say, despite this, Birdring has a pretty darn good time of it on defense here.
Oh, yeah.
And on the offense, we don't really see the Sombra's weaknesses exposed so much because Birdring gets to do what he wants and isn't really checked at all. Like, this EMP makes it impossible for Vegas to contest this. This is going to be over in a matter of seconds, everybody. The Boston Uprising get it done. And me and Scott have a bit of a podcast towards the end of the round because it was basically deterministic after that first point. Vegas dropped the spaghetti.
Yeah, you could see Smurf, he's just so smart. He's one of the best Winstons in the world. When they drop that EMP, Smurf goes for the backline, but he's not even trying to punish them. He just drops his bubble between the backline and the front line. And if you're an Ana player, you know how frustrating that is. You can't help your team. There's nothing you can do. And from there, it just crumbles for the Vegas Eternal. Boston Uprising, masterclass on dive.
Tell you what, man. Birdring 8-0, Decay 9-3. Yeah, these DPS, look, they're delivering as was expected. This was on the packaging. When you open up this sort of team after this retool, the Boston Uprising, you expect them to deliver. But Birdring's had a long career with metas and even sometimes seasons where he isn't able to find his footing. Let's think like his time maybe on the Gladiators, for example. And now the Boston Uprising, like you put it, Scott, they have defied everyone's expectations in a big way. No boomage here. The Vegas Eternal floundering as we head into our third map after the break. Well, these first 3 series can be pretty grueling. They can definitely put not only your focus as a unit, but also your cohesion as a new team to the test. And it looks like the Eternal are facing that prospect right about now. It was a house of cards on Numbani, and let's say the Uprising were too quick to blow it all down.
Yeah, now you move to Route 66 and got to start building a new house, but it's going to be hard. This is honestly where Sombra's playground is. There's so many great mega packs to play around. It's easy to sort of do anything. Echo, there's not a lot of great high grounds that you can play around or walls that you can play around. You're just sort of a sitting duck in the air. So they're having to move uphill. At what point, if you're the Eternal, do you maybe try something different? Like, I know we like to harp on about teams like, oh, you shouldn't just play the meta against these guys, but sometimes you need to on certain situations, but there are moments where you're like, okay, we should have this niche strategy that we can try at certain situations, that just like the Junker Queen we saw on Ruins.
Yeah, I think just as we discussed some potential flexibility problems for the Uprising, we want to see a foe that can expose them by playing some of those different compositions. We got that on Ilios, and that, I feel, is what made that so competitive. Route 66, though, look, I mean, not a lot of flexibility, at least in sort of your tank style, as 2U switches to Roadhog. They'll be short-lived.
Couple of pick attempts right here.
Yeah, back home. Back home. Bionade, not good for a heal tank. Knife also had a crack at that one. Thanks, Rack Attack. Give him a little help getting over the line. So we found out that Birdring had, we talked about Birdring Echo, right?
Yeah.
2 seconds of Echo.
Yeah, 1 second in 2020 and 1 second in 2021.
Right.
And I've deduced that he's the best in the world at it from those 2 seconds.
Undefeated.
Yeah.
Undefeated.
Just like everything else. So maybe we'll see it at some point, but unfortunately we haven't seen it from Birdring. And right now there's no need for him to have that flexibility, right? What they're doing right now is working just fine.
All right, Smurf, obviously the center of attention here. A lot of aggro getting generated by the Uprising's tank. And again, this high ground treating Twilight very well. Bionic Grenade there. So's Discord.
This has been a long spawn hold. A lot of teams, they throw a bit of damage, they get a little bit of ult charge, and they eventually disengage. The Uprising are fighting for this one, and Twilight already has a nano boost.
Yeah. Your window to punish Smurf is closed. Like, normally you'd want him to dive in and be able to play around the bubble, hit him with a Bionade and kill him before he can jump back to the rest of his team, but that has decidedly not happened. Dove at least is able to get entrenched in the back line, and Dig Lee J gone out, but almost is punished for it. Here comes 2U though, gets a nano after the fact. Smurf can't do too much but look on and try and garner 2U's attention, and he's having none of it.
Yeah, great play by Eternal. They did lose one to the dive from Smurf, but able to sort of respond in kind. Now they have positioning of big L's, they have control. How are they going to utilize this one? Birdring's already charged up an EMP. He's so quick with them, while Dove is trailing behind, only at 75%.
Getting into a good enough position without being spotted, though, is the trick. Easy to be revealed, spy checked on those corridors. Knife did it just there, although he may not have actually seen Birdring. Oh, stick. Love that! Smurf punished again, just playing a little bit too close to Knife. Arguably the most lethal threat on the side of the Vegas Eternal. Delivers once more.
That's what you need to do. You need to apply that pressure to these main tanks. You got to make them fear that they can be punished at any moment. And this is once again a first point from the Vegas Eternal that looks clean. They're doing everything they need to do.
Just like Numbani. I think their win condition really solid. Yeah, they lost a little bit of time, I guess, not being able to stop Smurf, but they had a nano of their own eventually, and they really just sent 2U in to cause problems with, Knife following him up. These are good looks right now for Vegas. This is how they stay alive in the series. The EMP to continue to snowball momentum in your favor. Perfect for Vegas.
Yeah, great EMP. Playing it right. Continually pushing the pressure. Don't allow Uprising to settle. I love that play by Dove. Goes more aggressive. Smurf's committing the Primal Rage just to stay alive. I'm not sure if I'm in love with this one. Even if he does continue to live, stay alive. The Eternal spawn is right there. They don't lose anything for that Primal Rage other than, what, 5-10 seconds?
Birdring able to, again, get some decent ult charge, I suppose. Still about 25% ahead of Dove. Nano's online for both tanks here, so we might see Vegas just send 2U in here with that nano. Knife always seems to be there to follow up. Here we go. Exactly that. Oh, there it is. Twilight showing us a little bit of that magic. Not so much of it on that last map. Didn't have to do it, but this time it's just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, just great sleep there from Twilight. It's hard to play the bubble maneuver against someone of the caliber of Twilight, and they're just going to stabilize. And maybe this was the primary reason that Smurf decided to use the Primal Rage. It wasn't about getting anything done or wasting any time. It's getting a backline in the right positioning so that you can continue to do this spawn hold.
Yeah, it's a component of your ult cycling heuristic, right? You want to try and have one fight with Primal, maybe one with Nano, and cycle between the two of those. Rarely does it end up being so perfect, but you've got EMP that you can rely on in some cases as well. That's a pretty nice stick.
No.
Yeah, Rack Attack, not able to get away with that one, and it was in Rally again. The Rally Jacks, as they call it.
No one calls it that, Mitch.
I'm calling it now. We have Annihilate Jacks, Rally Jacks.
Poor Ajax is just living his life in fear. He didn't even play these heroes as they have gone all the way to spawn. It's just disrespectful at this point. It's crazy how both maps have played very similarly for the attack of the Eternal. They get off to a roaring start, but as soon as it gets halted, it feels like they don't have the same level of strategy and cohesion. And now the Uprising, they're in their element.
Yeah, I mean, you have to execute your game plan in like vastly differing parts of the map with like a very dynamic game state. Like your pieces aren't always necessarily going to be right where you need them to be. So it's not as simple as like, okay, well, this fight we Nano Winston dive in. Dive where? Oh, in. Where's in? Over there. Okay, great.
Yeah. Like, how do you, like, they want to obviously get on the backline. Look where Twilight's playing. How do you maneuver your team around there while also having to deal with the threat of Birdering just living in your backline? So Rack Attack's always trying to spy check. They're always trying to find space. Eternal do have ultimates. Knife throws Pulse Bomb, hits Twilight. That's how you get him.
EMP follow-up, pretty nice as well. No Twilight in play. Lee Jae Gong going to fall next here, so Smurf probably not feeling great. Oh, EMP, pardon, Birdering. Ishik, somebody, why? Okay, lost both supports. It looks like the game plan was still in motion for Boston, so they just kind of follow through.
A lot of nice words about Birdering Sombra today. That one wasn't so great. Thinking that maybe he could turn the tide of the battle by getting the backline, taking them down, but wasn't able to get anything done. To you with an early Primal Rage, but nicely.
Oh, got him. Birdering having a bit of a mare these last couple of fights, but Irony, there's not much you can really do about that. Twilight hoping to do the same thing here. Constantly topped up defensive Bionade. Meanwhile, Irony has fallen. Lee Jae Gong doing a good job of keeping TU within flail range. Oh, man. He's getting the job done. You can see he is locked in, Scott.
Every time it feels like Eternal getting a little bit of momentum, the fight's turning in their favor. Decay just comes alive, rips apart the backline alone. The rest of his team wasn't even available. We knew Birdering was dead, but Decay able to find them anyway.
Yeah, dangerous now for Vegas. Just as they started to find a bit of momentum, able to punish some mistakes from Boston, Decay just erases it all and takes us back to status quo.
Twilight with the Nano Boost, the only tool in the Uprising arsenal.
Double on card, sees Decay, hoping to combine there. Looks like Decay got a little bit of Girl Scout cookie there from Lee Jae Gong and was healed up. Knife hacked, he's hacked! Oh. Decay cleans him up there. Rally comes in a little bit too late. Rack Attack's going to have to make the best of it here, but TU wasn't able to benefit. He was AWOL from his backline, and now they're going to have to huddle close for warmth. It's just Irony and Rack Attack against the full fury of the Boston Uprising. And who could stand against that? What a defense here in his second part of the map. Pretty polarizing gameplay. These fights seem to favor one team or another, in the extreme at times. But Boston, again, they're able to settle into the rhythm. That or Decay just basically makes their mistakes irrelevant.
It's always nice when you have a player that makes your mistakes irrelevant. And that's one of the scary things about the Uprising is they have so many different players that can do that. We saw Twilight come up clutch with that one sleep on TU. That holds the momentum. Birdering huge EMP. That slows the momentum. Decay finding that pulse bomb in the backline slows the momentum. Every single one of them can have those pop-off moments, and that's what happens when you have a roster full of superstars.
Any given moment, one of these Uprising players can stand up and take the game over. We've seen it time and time again over the course of this series. Such promising inclusions. These rookies in the Vegas Eternal squad and TU. Absolutely sublime from Decay once more.
Just making it look easy, and that's the scary thing. This is that 2K that we got. They had no right winning that fight. Obviously, Smurf is alleviating some of that pressure as well, but that is what you need in a Tracer player. And to give some positives to Eternal, it feels like Knife has been offering that from time to time for them. Maybe, yes, against the Uprising, they're coming up short and it does look a little shaky at times, but if they're able to look confident and have an early first point, and they can string that together, they could beat some of these other teams in the league.
Oh dear.
I don't think we've ever seen a hook come out.
Yeah, and these absolutely superfluous life rips, like just maybe save you a tenth of a second. Well, Knife's down already, not a great start at all. Really supposed to be your key weapon, and there are no wheels on this Eternal bus. Both your DPS are down. Smurf does not care about the Bionade at this point. Means very little to him.
They're trying to do the same thing that Eternal did to them, run them down. If they can get any extra staggers, it'd be huge, but just opting to take the positioning of Big Earls.
Right, got a lot of space. You basically bottled the Eternal up in this choke. It's going to have to be 2U to find a way to break his team out of this situation. Lijiang on sleeping has limited impact here. They can't really capitalize.
Oh, wow.
Knife, yep, just dies as he gets over the finish line. Birdring was isolated, I think, in that left-hand corner, but we're very close to a pulse bomb here for Decay, and everyone's grouped up. It's pretty easy stickings for the man.
The Irony going down, they've lost the primary source of healing and also their engagement tool of the Nano Boost. Eternal's going to wait as long as they can to potentially re-engage. They're going to be healthy enough to do it. You can see Knife in the lower tunnel. He'll be the one to touch.
Yeah, just contested a bit earlier. 2U can bully his way through here. Now Birdring's got to get out. Here comes the Nano 2U. Oh
Again.
My Lord, Decay. Special delivery.
And there's nothing you can do from there. You've lost your healing. The Nano Boost did go out, but 2U doesn't have any targets, no options, nothing to do. Rack Attack follows the ball, and Uprising making it look easy.
All right, not the start or the finish or the middle for that fight that the Eternal were looking for there. They start by sending 2U with the Nano Boost. Decent idea. But Decay is waiting for those less durable targets to emerge from the cave. And it's an easy pulse bomb stick for him. And have a look at this for Boston. Dove versus Birdwing dueling EMPs. Expect that to be a fixture of this next fight. Twilight has the Nano, though. That could be a huge difference maker.
So what the Uprising doing here, they want to hold forward, force the Eternal to use ultimates to close this distance. Look at how much distance is between the entirety of the Eternal roster. Dove drops the EMP, but 2U just gets hacked, he gets EMP'd, he can't do anything. So the ultimates and what they tried to do just falls completely flat. And now the Uprising making them pay.
Yeah, Dove couldn't hang around after the EMP, couldn't contribute to that fight towards the end there, just had to run back to the rest of his team. And now Smurf is really trying to make sure they know who is the sheriff of this town. Only able to find a quick double there, nice looks. Will that really get you out of trouble though?
Might give him a little bit of time. If they can manage to get these staggers onto Lee Jae Gon, it could potentially slow things down. They get Twilight, Lee Jae Gon follows, so Eternal will be able to do a little bit more time, get a little bit more opportunity to set up, start the cycling of their own. Maybe they can learn something, take something from the page of Uprising.
I mean, that was Birdring Smurf Twilight ult in that last fight, so Vegas had to feel good about the result there. Getting rid of that EMP, Primal not a factor. The Nano we thought would be a difference maker ended up really not doing much of that at all. There's a hacked health pack there, so Nice should feel decent about contesting Decay in that position, but he's scared about the proximity of the rest of the Uprising, I think.
Yeah, Uprising, they're getting a lot of positioning. This is something that Uprising doesn't give to Eternal on the other hand, but Eternal is just so low in health.
I think, yeah, Decay saw that Knife was low as well. He started to step forward, not another pick! Irony in pieces once more. Knife at least able to do it one better though. Gets both backliners. Talk about stepping up in a high pressure match. Now 3 versus 4. Knife forces the translocate out and Smurf has no healing again. Vegas, get it done.
That was Lee Jae Gon rally as well, so that's a huge pick and play by Knife. Keeping them in.
This guy is sick.
Yeah, he actually is. And when you think of the things he's overcoming with the high ping, this player is someone that you need to keep your eyes on for the future of this league, regardless of if it's on the Eternal or not. Dove drops the EMP first, able to take down Lee Jae Gon. The dives are looking crisper here, Mitch.
Boston, only 2 minutes to make this work here. I don't know if they're going to go for it. Okay, 4 players EMP there, but the follow-up consists of Smurf and Smurf alone. 2U there looking more like Gargamel. It's going to be dangerous now for the Boston Uprising tank inside this workshop.
How's he alive?
Gets a defensive Bionade, pocketed by Twilight that whole time. Allows him also to build Nano.
He's looking at the backline. He wants to get on them. He has the Primal Rage.
Oh!
He does get hacked, but he does get the Primal. Irony falls, but a Knife again. hitting a pulse bomb onto Twilight.
That is so huge. You spend so many resources trying to get Irony, and Knife just uses a pulse bomb to do the exact same thing on the other side of the map. And this means that Smurf can't really hang around. He can't play remotely as aggressively as he was. Tuyu's freed up to chase Birdring down, and now, under 90 seconds, we're into the red zone for the Uprising.
Eternal starting to hold on for their lives. Dove cannot go down here. He's trying to get this EMP up for this fight. He knows they need this tool.
Tuyu low. Pulse bomb could do him in. Decay has other plans, though. Concerned about getting hacked, I think, as he heads inside. It's Dove with that EMP.
He has it. Where's he looking? Smurf's already down. He might not even need to use it. Yeah, and he's not going to. Eternal realize that they have the advantage, and Uprising run away with their tails between their legs. They can get the stagger on Lee J gone as well. That's more time off the clock. With only 50 seconds remaining by the time we get another fight. Could be last fight.
Dove doesn't have to EMP there, which is so huge. The Vegas Eternal sitting on 5 ultimates into the next fight. The Uprising with none. I don't know. The odds do not favor Boston in terms of old economy. We're going to have to see something a little special here.
What happened to the Twilight Nano? I didn't even see where that one ended up.
Off into the sunset.
Birdring has an EMP. He's been clutched for them before. Needs to do it again. Nano onto Tuyu. He's going aggressive, but there's no one to be seen.
Yeah, Boston actually going to wait quite a long time before getting close enough to contest that. Nano gets shut down. That's the EMP. 4 players connected with Birdring makes it work. But again, Knife there with a pulse bomb. Every single time he's connecting. But is that going to be enough here? He's able to get some damage in down on top of the card. And Smurf falling. Dove able to find yet another one. And the Vegas Eternal prevail on Route 66. Finally, some signs of life.
Look at that man's face. He knows he's the different maker. He's excited about it. I'm excited about it. Everybody is. Eternal needed this. Knife just went nuclear.
7 final blows, 5 of those as a result of pulse bomb kills.
Hey,
what on earth?
Any way to get it done. But it wasn't just pulse bomb kills. Irony just getting able to stay alive, keep his team alive, and it's Twilight who's just getting caught time and time again. Twilight is such an integral piece. The Ana is such an integral piece, and Knife able to take that away from them.
Oh dear, this Vegas Eternal team. Always so late in the season, teams do this to us. Show us the fruits of their labor in that mid-season. Great to see Vegas looking like they're far more competitive, and they stay alive in this series. We're not even saying that as a consolation at this point, because there's more Overwatch to be played. The 4-player EMP for Birdring, I thought that was it. Boston had far less ultimates in that fight, and they weren't able to capitalize sufficiently there. Getting a highlight reel for Knife seems very appropriate. These sticks and the follow-up. Give him the nano, give him the keys to the city, give him a fully stacked 401k. The guy is a hot prospect, Scott.
He deserves it. Everything they're giving him, double it. I don't care.
All right, next map, Esperanza coming right up. This series, say spicy, as the Uprising look to end it, or the Eternal look for that map 5.
One sec. Rally. Monkey,
뿌려.
Nice.
Slowly.
Nice. I'm behind.
Summer.
Nice. Just Tracer.
Well, folks, maybe an opportune time to shift our conversation around this series away from can the Vegas Eternal, throw something different in the mix and, punish this lack of flexibility, and maybe more towards can they keep playing the dive mirror and just winning out?
Just win, Knife. If he keeps playing like this, anything is possible. We talked about doubling his salary. The Vegas Eternal just doubled their map win rate in this season.
There's got to be a bonus for that in your contract.
Yeah,
the one map win bonus.
If Vegas Eternal gave me a contract, I would absolutely have a map win bonus in my contract. But here's the numbers. Knife doing dramatically more damage on Tracer. That is ridiculous.
Huh? So 5 out of 6? I think my math's correct.
Yeah, maybe. That makes sense. But he's such a big pickup, and people have been hailing this guy as a great pickup for the Vegas Eternal. We weren't sure if we were going to see that impact or that value show in his Eternal matchup, but in his opening weekend in the league, absolutely turning heads.
Yeah, stunning stuff here. And you can really start to see what this Eternal squad saw in these players when they brought them in. 2U, obviously, no stranger to Overwatch League play. Definitely, probably overshadowed by Marvel, I think, on that the Seoul Dynasty team, and didn't always have opportunities to, show why he could be the best. Arnie's looking fantastic, looking really, really solid. There was that that huge double kill he gets while it looks like the Eternal are being forced back into the end of the map. And that's what really took the wind out of the Uprising sails in that fight. All of a sudden, they'd overextended, they didn't have the players to contest the card, let alone win the fight.
Yeah, but as you said, Mitch, we got to move further in the series, and there's a lot of questions that need answering here. We're going over to Esperanza. This is a map in which they could play the Junker Queen. We have seen a lot of teams experiment with this to sort of force teams off of the Winston composition. They could go that direction, or they could just, as you said, ride the wind in their sails and just continue to play the Tracer Sombra and sort of gamble that way.
What counters the Junker Queen comp on Esperanza?
Ramatra.
Ramatra, yeah.
So what happens is if you go Queen against the Winston player feels the need to match it or go the Ramatra. Once they go the Ramatra, you can play the Ramatra yourself. That's how we've seen some of these Overwatch League teams force others into the Ramatra mirror. We haven't seen much Ramatra from the Eternal. I don't know if they're good at it, but I don't know if the Uprising are a team that if they feel pressured by the Queen, they'll switch to the Ramatra. They've shown no willingness to do that so far.
Thinking about Smurf's hero pool, expansive as it is, we don't see a preference from Boston to play the Rush comp, although they have done so on some maps. Smurf also seems more interested in playing Doomfist in some of those scenarios as well.
Yeah. He's played a lot of different looks. He prefers to stay in a dive wheelhouse because that's really their bread and butter. You want to keep Decay on the Tracer, keep enabling him to do what he wants to do, Birdering feel comfortable on the Sombra. So I wouldn't be surprised if Eternal did come out with the Queen, that Uprising just tried to beat it just on raw power because they have the ability to do so. I think if you're the coach of the Uprising right now, I just got Moby Dick as a head coach, Kariv's joined that lineup as well. The number one thing I would be saying to them is don't panic. We're still the better team. They had a better final blow differential. They were the better team, but Eternal were more clutch, and that's what's important. So can the Uprising keep their composure, don't get rattled?
Yeah, that's a clutch factor. Not something you can count on all the time. Yes, it gives the Eternal the map win there on Route 66. Yes, it doubles their season map win total. They want the series. They want the whole shebang here today. And in order to make that happen, they have to force this match to Antarctic Peninsula, which means a W on Esperanza is essential.
Antarctic Peninsula is not a great Winston map as well. So it's one of those things of the series could snowball away. Obviously, we're being incredibly optimistic here for the Eternal, but I'm just excited for them, you know?
I like being optimistic. Yeah, I feel good about what we've seen from this team so far. They're showing us much more, I think, than we saw from them prior. I think earlier on this week, and signs are positive for this roster. In fact, that again, they're joining the trend of teams like the Shock, who've been able to come out of that mid-season break, make changes and look good. And there've been a few teams that come out of the mid-season break unchanged and look worse, like the Outlaws, right? So it's really interesting, how these rosters have been refreshed and able to have, a fresh take on this patch. Yeah, it's a different patch, but we still see much the same metagame, maybe slight tweaks in some of these heroes individually, but generally no reason for teams to fall off the way they have. And, you know, Vegas have found a way to improve, and that's why mixing this roster up, getting some fresh heads in there.
A lot of people were surprised when they made these changes. A lot of people thought they were going to go down with this ship in a lot of respects. So having them pick up 3 Korean players from across the ocean, it's a gamble. You have to respect the gamble that they rolled, but to their namesake, that's what they need to do.
Yep.
As we will see both teams come out with the Tracer Sombra, Vegas are confident that they can take it to them now.
Back on Birdwing, Dove very quickly garnering attention from all and sundry. Shield bash from Birdwing, rather Lee Jae going to close the gap there.
Big nade.
Yeah, love that from Irony. Sends that one downtown. Forces Decay out of position for a time while he waits to get topped up. Recall from Knife here. He'll start nudging the bot forward.
But even though they don't get a pick from that nade, the reason it's impactful is it forces the positioning of the Uprising. All of a sudden, they're on the back foot, and they're having to sort of play into the Eternals game.
Decay, you see him there just trying to poke damage, not really looking to dive in on anyone right now. Twilight exchanging pleasantries with Irony, who reciprocates. Another Bionade coming up here in a few seconds. Winston Bubble in the way, so wanting to clear that first. Straight away, lets it go off, cooldown, catches off the 2U.
Everyone's just looking for a big nade, a hack, or a pick. Just anything while they charge up these ultimates. Knife with the Pulse Bomb, uncharacteristic miss.
Yeah, statistically speaking anyway, 86%, which is an absurd number of times. Oh, the ironing nade!
Didn't expect it.
The prescience there just to send that one in, all right, in the middle of that fight. But we'll see a response here. Smurf comes in with the nano. Looks like a whip shot to knock him back, though. That was pretty key. Same here from Lee Jae-gon, trying to protect Twilight. 2U realize there's not much to do here, and that EMP is going to flatten the Eternal.
Yeah, Birdwing getting to the EMP first, able to drop it. And the Eternal just, they were trying to follow up kills. They were trying to close out this fight, so they weren't prepared to deal with that at all. Irony and Rag Attack fighting for the point, but just trying to not stagger themselves too badly.
They do stagger a bit, though. Like, what are your thoughts there? They do keep the bot in stasis, but they also die about 10 seconds after the rest of their team.
Yeah, I don't know if Irony should have kept running there. I think staying with Rack Attack, falling on the sword in a lot of ways on the bot. Eternal do have the EMP now. You want to get through this fast. You want to use your EMP fast because the longer it takes you to use, the more advantage that Birdwing gets.
Yeah, you don't want a situation where your opponent's Sombra threatens to lap you. Even getting an extra 50% here would be scary. So went to solo EMP Twilight? No, just harass and get out. Fair enough. The rest of his team wasn't in position at the time. Can understand that. Twilight's sightline isn't great here. Pretty average in factors now. Smurf can't be healed anyway, so he doesn't have to worry about that. EMP on his team. Bio defensively. It's enough to keep them alive for now, and Smurf has this primal, but he's stuck in place. Hacked, can't get through the door. He's in trouble, but he's able to get out just.
Smurf's never in trouble. He's exactly where he wants to be at all times. Pulse Bomb from Knife, there we go. Back to his old self. Takes down Twilight, but Smurf responds with Irony.
And both Arna's down again. Lee Jae-gon under a lot of pressure, can't heal too many people, and Rack Attack is on the front foot. 2U is down though, so it's tough really for Knife to get behind too much here. Hack on him, still has highs only for Decay. This is a hungry rookie looking to take on a veteran established name. He wants this 1v1.
And he's got it. Decay's got nothing left to do. He's just going to fall as Knife isn't afraid of anybody right now. Able to turn that fight around for the Eternal right before the checkpoint. So now Eternal, they're the ones coming through, but Birdwing, that advantage that I talked about because of how long the EMP took, Birdwing has another one.
Bot still moving in the Eternal's favor here. Maybe just catch 2U. 2U not fully committing, so even if he gets EMP, he can drop off the high ground and be somewhat safe. Pretty patient. Okay, EMP now catches 2U. We get him with the bio pretty much straight away and the sleep. So everything, including the kitchen sink, thrown at this Winston from both sides, apparently, as Irony keeps him standing with a Nano.
Yeah, Nano didn't give him much healing, but it gave him the damage reduction while he was asleep through the Pulse Bomb, able to keep him alive. But from there, the Eternal just don't have any offensive presence, and they're the ones running for the hills.
2U again sleeping for much of that fight here. Again, Boston able to turn the fight around off the back of an EMP. Dove has one there too. Doesn't get the result.
Wow, I didn't even see where Dove dropped that one. Maybe unlikely that they were going to get any value from that one, so Dove would want that one back, maybe not wanting to get even further behind in the EMP count. But now the first checkpoint goes to the Boston Uprising. They're the ones who still have the ultimates. Eternal really haven't found the value that they need.
See, Vegas dishing that damage out. However, These fights turn around very quickly. Boston have been able to heal up much of this aggression that Vegas has been throwing their way. So those damage numbers don't always tell the whole story. Twilight, okay, so he always has like a sixth sense about it. I need to be not on this ledge right now.
Yeah. That's what separates the greats. You know, Twilight, his positioning is just second to none. Not only that, but his understanding of the nade spots, how to hit the high impact fire grenades and the sleeps.
Tuyu really tried to, like, you know, game the timing of that bubble getting thrown down here. He is going to struggle to get value. Wow! Goes in with a primal, bioed instantly. And then Smurf drops back into line of sight for Twilight. Knife doing a great job following up, but he is taking Decay to task.
Yeah, we talked about Decay really taking over this series in the first 2 maps, and Knife took that personally. He's really stepped up to the challenge, and that's what, 3 or 4 for Knife right there. And Eternal swinging the bot back.
Still a decent lead though for Boston. We'll see the bot swing back to just north of neutral. The Uprising are going to have a chance to come back in here and contest. 77 plays 22. Nano Primal, both up for Boston. Scary combination. Vegas with that EMP though. Building them quick, my god.
Ooh, nice pulse bomb, but it's not going to result in anything because the heals do come through. I would love to see Dove go proactive with his EMPs. It feels like he's always doing it in the middle of the fight where the follow-up isn't right there. He's going to be forced to recall actually before he even drops the EMP.
Knife in trouble here, big trouble. Tuyu looking ahead for the heals. Smurf in Primal slept on that high ground. He's going to be in trouble when he wakes up here, but still has a few swings of Primal left. It's enough to get him back out the window, and the bot's moving the other way. Very quickly, the Eternal need to take control of this situation, and Birdring was lagging behind a little bit there.
Yeah, does get caught. So for the Uprising, it's not about them winning the fight right now. It's just slowing everything down. They do force out the EMP, but the Nano follows through on Lee J gone.
Yeah, and Smurf maybe the only one that's really hacked by that one. Lee J gone looking like a raid boss right now. Smurf eventually is going to be brought down, Nano or not. Lee J gone, do you opt to use the rally here? Keep your team in the fight. Yes, 4v5. The Uprising are going to dig deep.
Oh, I thought that they weren't trying to win this fight, but I was completely wrong, Mitch. With that raid boss, Lee J gone, as you said, Irony falls, and that's the healing for the Eternal. Maybe Rack Attack will commit his own rally. Maybe he's not so bold.
Yeah, maybe hanging on here.
There it is.
There's a rally. Decay says, right, you can have it. I'm backing up. I don't want to get stunned. We're not really in a full fight right now, so unfortunately that ends up making Rack Attack look a little silly.
Yeah, it's just a skirmish going back and forth. No one's really finding picks, just jostling for position. Birdring has another EMP though, and he's been so good with them. Usually dropping them on 2U and just executing him.
Boston, the way that they often play this map, they never push like into a disadvantageous position if they don't have to. They'll keep the bot here quite happily. They don't need to go further than 77 meters unless they're like absolutely washing the Eternal out. They're happy with fighting around this part of the map. They have the high ground advantages on virtue of the staircases here. Twilight's in trouble though. That bio just gets him out of trouble. Tuyu though, he's mad. He's mad and hungry.
Not done.
He's hungry.
Oh wow, I don't know where that nade came from, Irony, but also hits Twilight, helps 2U out a little bit.
Tuyu spent a long time chasing that kill. He does get it with Smurf going down. Won't be punished for it here, but this is more time. The bot's been held under that bridge in that choke. Boston can now just resume play as they did before.
But as you said, Mitch, Uprising in general, they usually like to hold these defensible positions that take a lot of time, take a lot of resources for Eternal to get. This is another one for them. They have the Nano Boost, they have the Primal, they have the Rally. They have all the tools that they need to force the Eternal away. And I'm going to say it once again, I want to see Dove go proactive with this EMP so that they can actually be follow-up.
Smurf looking to follow up. Irony was low. I think he had to buy a grenade himself there because he took 2 hits successively from Twilight. So sending Smurf in after the fact, pretty clever idea.
They're able to keep him alive though. Great play. Smurf is not one to usually get no value from a Nano Primal. Dove EMP did come. Maybe that's what slowed everything down. All the ultimates have gone out with no picks, Mitch.
If you don't make use of this space for Boston, you're in trouble. Smurf did a great job of just corralling the Eternal up on that high ground. They weren't able to push off it at all. He doesn't die as a result of that as well. Another great result. 77 plays 40, 53 in the round. Tuyu here with that bio.
No ultimates to play with. Decay does have the pulse bomb, but he's trying to push Dove out. Oh, Dove gets picked, actually not expecting the damage from Lee J gone.
That's putting Birdring further and further ahead. Can Duff build an EMP in a meaningful fashion at a meaningful time in this round to keep the Eternal alive in the series? The stick, it's pretty darn good. Has to be a Nano Boost on the Winston though to keep him standing. Decay gonna back up just a little bit there. trying to tear more strips off of 2U, but that nano just keeps him alive. They want more than that, but Knife may have it. He delivers, hurdles into the face of Lee Jae-gon, clips him, but Decay's going to be there with the response. Birdering hacked for a time, but he has that EMP available and 15 seconds left in the round. They're looking to chase after 2U. Twilight gets him at long range. 10 seconds left to play here, and the Eternal are in tatters.
They're running. They're trying to stay alive. Dove getting Twilight is such an important pick. I don't even know how that happens, and that should give the Eternal the ability to reset. Yet it's in overtime. Dove does have an EMP coming up.
They have the bot, they have to push it, but they don't want to. They've got people still coming back in off spawn here, so they've got to very quickly run after that. Knife going to send it forward for a moment. Hack on Smurf to the high ground.
It's a lot of damage.
That EMP we talked about for Dove will be available in this overtime fight. Could be quite the difference maker.
Overtime is a very scary time for Push because everything can slip away from Uprising. They haven't pushed the bot that far. If Eternal can win this fight, anything can happen.
EMP in that backline, Birdering, wings clipped, Smurf sleeping on the job. 2U finishes him off here. 5 versus 3 now, and 2U is still hungry. Looking ahead to the high ground as Lee Jae-gon quickly shepherds Twilight away from danger.
They should go. The Brig and the Ana are in a terrible position. If they can force anything, they could potentially win this fight without even being one. Lee Jae-gon does have the rally, he pops it, he gets nanoed as well.
He can't kill Lee Jae-gon though through that rally, there's not much he can do. The checkpoint comes up for the Vegas Eternal. What hurts them though is that the bot's going to stop and it's going to be an opportunity for Boston to come back. And they go for it. Pulse Bomb, Rack Attack able to dodge away from that one there. Bubble thrown down over on the point by Smurf. Stun comes out from Rack Attack in that rally, forces Decay to go elsewhere.
Way.
He's being chased down. 2U able to find that key kill here, and it's just Smurf on the bot. The Boston Uprising have to regroup and fast, but they're so far away. The bot's scared meters away from a Vegas Eternal win. Boston have one more chance to stop this.
Overtime spawns as well, so it's very difficult to get alive and just close the distance to the point. You can see Twilight switching over to the Kiriko. Birdering has an EMP, but Lee Jae-gon's already down.
No stick, but Knife got the splash damage and the kill. 4 versus 5, but that's an EMP, and their numbers are even straight away. Knife finds a second, though. Advantage for Vegas Eternal as they try and take their time here. Twilight's under pressure on the back line as Duff's trying to get to him, and he jumps inside the bubble, and Duff is down. Who's going to be on the bot? It's going to be 2U and Knife to step up, and the young rookie has to make his name here.
No.
He gets 2. Are you kidding me? Lee Jae-gon able to turn around, though, and now the 2 versus 1 from the high ground. Rack Attack will come, but will it be quickly enough? Yes, he touches down. 2U's low, though. How's he going to stay alive here? All heads turn towards Rack Attack, and like you said, the Eternal roll the dice, but they forgot. The house always wins.
That was such a desperate play from Eternal. Pulling every stop that they could. Rack Attack lived just long enough to stay alive, but it wasn't enough. The Birdering EMP inflicted too much damage. And you can see it on the face of the Uprising. They wanted it. They needed it. They're not even happy with the win. They're just happy that they managed to close it out, while the Eternal, as much as they're desperate, as much as they're unhappy with that result, they put up a fight.
Boston just looked like they dodged a bullet, Scott.
Absolutely.
All of them, I mean, Smurf's got the part in their hair to prove it. You know? Straight overhead. Very scary situation for this Boston team. One who's supposed to be one of the best, the most well-drilled dive comps, playing the dive mirror against a team with 2 MAC wins to their name, 1 before they came into this series. I feel it. That Vegas Eternal first win, it's coming up on us quick.
It's on the horizon. Everyone who now has Eternal on their calendar, they're looking at that one and like, that's not as easy as I thought it was going to be.
It's like the Shanghai Dragons, everyone trying to dodge. They didn't want to be that first opponent to take them down. But hey, losing to a team like this Vegas Eternal wouldn't be such a bad thing. They're looking like a quality unit. Decay, though. Oh, man. He had his hands full this game. Knife really took to him. But across the series, Decay again, I mean, we're giving this guy player of the match all the time, and he deserves it. See him leaning back in his chair. He had a tough game. I mean, you better believe he earned his money today.
Oh, absolutely. He was everywhere. He was hitting the pulse bombs just like Knife. The reason we didn't talk about him as much is because he does it every day.
Yep.
Every time he's on this Tracer, he comes up clutch for the Uprising. He was absolutely everywhere. Big sticks. Really is the reason the Eternal had their backs against the wall the entire series.
I mean, the reality of this Boston team is if that Decay doesn't produce at that elite level every game, they don't win those games.
Absolutely.
They just don't win them.
And I do want to give a special shout out to Birdering on that final map as we look at the stat card from Decay. We know how great he is, but Birdering's EMPs were really the defining factor of what held Uprising, even in the very last fight. That huge EMP hits 4, takes down Irony. And Decay, you know, look at that 50% pulse bomb attach rate. You know how good Traces are in the league that I look at 50% pulse bomb attach rate and I'm like, that's only okay.
That's it, like 49 minutes of play. So the entire series, Knife has like that ridiculous 86 number or whatever. That was sort of within the confines of that one particular map. But I feel like there's only positives really coming out of this game, even if you're an Eternal fan, because you've got to be feeling good about the direction this team's in. The trajectory that they're on is really impressive. To do this to the Boston Uprising, a team who came out and slapped the Houston Outlaws senseless, a very good sign. Very hype game. Glad we got to see that in action, and congratulations, of course, to the Boston Uprising for taking a narrow win. We're going to head over to the... Yeah, spicy, my goodness. We're going to head to a break. We'll be back after this. We're going to hear from the desk, and then we're jumping into our last game of the week.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Boston Uprising getting their win against the Las Vegas Eternal. I almost said it.
Valiant?
Sorry, no, Eternal. But I mean, that match, I honestly thought it was gonna be a blowout, but it wasn't. Like Vegas made Boston work for it. That was a crazy series.
He's a beast.
Knife.
This guy is
so good.
You are good. Knife, I'm a fan.
Knife is looking sharp.
He is.
Seriously.
But I mean, you know, but it is still Boston getting the win. So guys, how did they get it done?
I mean, it's
like the interview question. How did they get it done? Well, let me tell you, Danny.
All right, tell me.
I mean, them playing this Tracer Sombra composition, it's their bread and butter, right? So solid in that. So I think that Decay, I mean, the casters mentioned it, right? Decay is so good when it comes to the Tracer and really competitive with Knife throughout, hitting pulse bombs like this. But like, this is the Boston Uprising, what like they're supposed to be the best at. Like, you literally have every single star player of the Boston Uprising on their comfort hero. This should be the composition that they feel the best on. So no surprise really that Boston Uprising wins this series, of course, but like the Vegas Eternal kept it competitive on a lot of these different maps and, you know, kept it close with the timer. And then finally here on Route 66, doubled their map wins this year. And Knife was the standout player for them pretty much throughout the entire series.
Yeah, you know, it's just like, as much as we love Knife and he played really well, I think a lot of players, a lot of fans are going to be excited to see more from this guy. I mean, he's doing incredibly well to match Decay, right? To be on the same level as Decay. Like, that's really impressive. That's a great job from him. But the overall strength from the Uprising, right? Twilight, I think, played lights out this series. Smurf, really solid. Birdring had great EMPs. I mean, there was definitely a back and forth feel to this series, but you know, for the Vegas Eternal fans, I feel like you can see this as a place to build momentum from. Like you're gaining steam, you're starting to put the pieces together. You know, for a lot of like mid-table teams going up against Vegas, you can't see this as a free win anymore. Like Vegas is picking up steam, and they have the potential to like grow into being a bigger threat.
So in 2 weeks actually, Vegas are playing the Valiant and London Spitfire in 2 weeks. They're playing them the same weekend. So if you're a Vegas fan, God bless your soul. But also, they have an opportunity in the next couple of weeks to actually compete with some of those other bottom teams and get their first win of the season.
Mitch and Costa also mentioned, right? Like, I think their first win is pretty close, and I think it's coming. It might be that week where they play London and the other team as well.
Yeah, London and Valiant, I think both of those teams have to see Vegas as a serious threat because Vegas, unlike some other teams that have like been at the bottom of the table and are trying crazy stuff, Vegas with this rebuild, they're just right back to bread and butter. I mean, going toe-to-toe on Sombra Tracer without any fear. And the downside of that strategy is sometimes it can feel hopeless, feels like you're not going anywhere. But the upside is, if you start to gain momentum, like, you're already playing the meta. Like, you're not trying to force something weird and crazy. If you start winning games, it's because you're becoming a good team. Like, there's no trickery involved. And so, for teams like London and Valiant that rely on some off-meta picks, it could be threatening depending on the map pool.
Right, I mean, this was surprisingly such a great series. There's more Overwatch League action incoming, so use the hashtag Overwatch League 2023 to tweet at us for a chance to be featured on broadcast. With that being said, it's time for the post-match interview. We got one of the best on us in the league, Twilight, ready for an interview. Twilight, hello, 안녕하세요, Twilight 선수.
네, 안녕하세요.
All right, this series, of course, I mean, congratulations on getting the win. 3-1 victory against the Las Vegas Eternal. How did Boston win today? 자, 오늘 3대1로 승리를 거두셨습니다. 오늘 승리 좀 어떻게 이루셨나요?
일단 이긴 거에 대해서는 다행이라 생각하고, 근데 경기를 그렇게 많이 좋지 않았어가지고 저희가 더 많이 보완해서 다음 경기 준비를 잘 해야 될 것 같다고 생각합니다.
All right. I'm very thankful that, I mean, it's good that we did get the win, but I wasn't really too happy with our performance. So I think we have to go back to the drawing board, fix up our mistakes and be a better team, put up a better performance for our next matches coming up. I think you did fantastic. I'm a big Boston believer now. And one of the big reasons is because of you, Twilight. I think you are one of the best Anas that we have in the league. And there are a lot of Ana players that are watching. So do you have any tips on Ana? 자, 다음 질문은 오늘 또 경기 좀 마음에 안 드셨다고 말씀하셨지만은 너무나 잘하신 것 같고 또 제가 봤을 때는 또 트와일라이트 선수가 지금 우리 리그에 있는 좀 되게 정말 잘하는 아나 중에 한 선수이기 때문에 지금 저희 또 이제 팬분들에게 좀 아나 좀 팁 하나, 한두 가지를 줄 수 있다면 어떻게 하면 좀 아나를 잘할 수 있나 팁 좀 부탁드릴게요.
일단 제가 생각하는 하나는 상대의 조합에 따라서 포지션이 굉장히 중요한 것 같고 그거 어떻게 잘 잡느냐가 굉장히 중요한 것 중에 하나인 것 같고 그리고 약간 살기 감지를 좀 잘해야 된다고 생각해요.
사지 감지라고 하셨나요?
살기 감지.
살기 감지?
네, 약간 이제
살기를 느낀다.
저기 올 것 네네네, 그렇죠. 저기 올 것 같을 때 좀 그런 움직임을 좀 느껴야 될 줄 알아야 된다 생각해요.
Okay. All right, so tip number one, to be a good Ana player, you have to be really careful and mindful about positioning, especially regarding an enemy's composition. You got to know where you have to be according to the enemy compositions and enemy heroes. Second one, how do I translate this? So it's like you got to have the feel to sort of know when the danger is going to hit. It's just like a sensibility thing. Like you have to know, oh, this should be like the danger or something's gonna happen to you at this time. So you gotta be aware of your surroundings and of the circumstances that you are put in inside the game. All right, Twilight, thank you so much. And again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 오늘 팁도 너무 감사드리고 인터뷰 너무 감사드립니다. Twilight 선수, 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Great to hear from Twilight that focus on game sense, and I really think that's very true for a hero like Ana, since you have kind of no mobility at all, right? You're kind of stuck where you are when the fight starts. There's not so many options you have. You have to see things coming ahead of time. You have to anticipate threats. And I think, honestly, this comp is like probably the hardest in the game to do that, because one of the threats is fully invisible all the time. Love that for you support players. And the other one can cross the entire map in about half a second and one-shot you with her ultimate. So, you know, it's a little bit challenging, but you know, you gotta just stay calm under pressure and like read those dives coming. Try to juke the pulse bomb. Try to LOS the hack. It's hard to do, but
that sounds that sounds like a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot. But that's why positioning is so important
right?
as well, because like you can have the best Ana mechanics in the world, but like sometimes you need to utilize positioning to your advantage to like help hit the sleep dart or hit the biotic grenades. Like if you, for example, if you can hide in like a small corridor, I mean the Winston can only come from like one path, right? And it's going to be much easier to hit. Whereas if you're like in the middle of the open, and now you have 360 degrees around you to worry about. So like if you minimize the angles the enemy can come at you, then you have a higher success rate at hitting the sleep dart, or for example. So utilize positioning.
Nice.
Pro tip for people at home, you know, if you don't have an actual room, just kite one corner. Turn one corner.
Sounds easy. It's not easy to do. It's not easy.
We'll coach you, Danny. We'll coach you.
Easy.
Please do. You've been saying that for 3 years, and you've never coached me.
That is true.
On you.
I'm a bad mentor. What can I say, Danny?
I think
I'm sorry.
right now is a good time to promote something. What am I promoting this time? I'm drawing a blank. Or should I say, I'm drawing a tank. Check out our featured tank bundle and get yourself Diva, Jungle Queen Zarya, and a sweet team weapon charm today for just 350 League tokens.
Wow.
350. That's 350 in Korean.
We've come full circle from the awkward transition to the it's actually not an awkward transition.
It's still awkward, but I'm using that awkwardness. I think I'm getting better. Hopefully, I don't know.
You're a professional. Oh, amazing.
All right, so get your tank bundles, everybody. Let's move on to our final match of the day. It is fought off between Toronto Defiant versus Los Angeles Valiant. I think this is going to be a great match. Of course, Valiant, they got their first win this week. They were super stoked, and I think they're hungry. Like you can see them when they're playing. They're like, we want more, we want more. But on the other hand, you know, Toronto Defiant, they're looking scary as well.
I mean, they've just got that injection of new blood in Spectra and Opener, and that's something that can really revitalize a team's desire to win, right? We talked to Seeker in his post-match interview. He said he thinks they want it more than other teams. I think that the Toronto Defiant want these wins pretty dang badly. Like, I don't think you can take this team and think they're going to be taking any matches lightly. They know what the stakes are. They know they want to qualify and be at that grand finals.
Yeah, these are two teams that are really, you know, in desperate need of these wins for the play-ins, right? And Toronto Defiant, I mean, they're on the path where like they've been disappointing pretty much throughout the entire season, not where they want to be at all. So now it's crucial that they get these wins and they beat Vancouver. Valiant, similarly, 0-8 in the spring stage. Like they were so upset with that performance, they needed that win. And now they rule LA, they beat the Gladiators, and now they have an opportunity to really, you know, keep that streak going and really try to get their second win here. I'm not going to count out the LA Valiant, especially with how Toronto Defiant has been looking this season. I think it's easy for us to look at Toronto Defiant and say, well, they have lots of talent on their roster. Yes, you know, they should be a superior team. They should be the middle of the pack team. But like they have been struggling throughout this entire season. And so like, if you catch Toronto Defiant on their wrong day, then I can see the Valiant continuing here and getting an upset potentially. So I'm not going to count the Valiant out.
Especially because Valiant has such a great player named Seeker. I think he was definitely like one of those players that like got them the win last time that they played, right?
So good.
Seeker's great when he plays as Sojourn. I mean, he's one of the best in the league, which is pretty incredible for a team that's been struggling. Definitely a player to highlight. What I'm worried about, though, in this specific matchup is we've got Spectra's Echo to deal with on the other side. And Echo's a hero that kind of has this soft counter relationship to Sojourn where, yes, Sojourn is a hit scan when she's got that railgun charged up. It's pretty easy to hit the
Good
Echo.
Stats there, yeah.
But it's hard to keep charging your rail up when the Echo's in the air. Like, you got to charge it on somebody else, then look at the Echo. It's hard to clean up those kills and actually finish them off. So Seeker might feel the pressure to switch over to something like a Cassidy or an Ashe. And the challenge with those heroes is they're much easier to dive and pressure. They don't have Sojourn's mobility. So for Seeker, I think he might potentially face some tough counter matchups here. Could push him off his comfort zone.
I just remembered when we interviewed him after the match, and he said, I was like, how'd you get the win? He was like, I played Sojourn. So maybe if he gets to play Sojourn again, like his stats.
That's wrong.
Yeah.
I think that's definitely Valiant's way to win this is like keep the match in their comfort zone, and I just think it'll be interesting to see how the map pool goes and which team is able to kind of take control and force their narrative onto this match.
Right. All right. Let's take a look at our predictions then. Anyone go for Valiant? Not me.
No, I did not. No, 3-0, 3-0. Sorry. Look,
3-0.
I mean, again, like I hyped up the Valiant, and I truly believe that like there is upset potential here for the Valiant, but like it was only one match, and the Gladiators are struggling, and so like I'm not ready to fully commit to the Valiant yet, but I am very excited about the prospects of them potentially like making this a more successful stage for them. They certainly showed great things against the Gladiators. This will be like the true test. Like this will be, you know, when we truly see what they're made of, and if that was a one-off performance, or if they're going to continuously be good in these matches.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what chat thinks about this matchup. If it's going to be close or if it's very one-sided.
Okay, all right.
17.
All right.
Valiant fans are rising.
They're rising.
Like, I'm feeling good about this from the Valiant.
Wings out.
Yeah.
This is chat. Be like, yeah, wings out.
But I mean, I think anybody who's not like emotionally like excited for the Valiant, wanting to believe in this team, wanting to see them succeed, you've got a cold heart. Like I want these guys to win. I just think Toronto Defiant, they're revamped. They look like a very strong rebuild. I think if Valiant beats Defiant, I mean the sky is like the limit for them. But because I see Defiant as a team that is going to be pushing for the top now with this rebuild. They look a lot better. Yeah.
I think it's definitely going to be an interesting match. Toronto Defiant versus LA Valiant happening right now. And for this matchup, we got Costa and Mitch. One more time. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Danny. Yeah, okay. 17% behind the Valiant. I think Jay makes a great point. I think that we're at the point now in the Overwatch League where sometimes, you know, a good story is more important than hitting with the hard numbers. You know what I mean? I think that's why Johnny's approval rating sort of fell through the floor. So that happens, and we'll get you there, don't worry. I mean, your fashion sense has been kind of clean, so, you know, we've got something to work with here, mate. What? What's wrong? You can talk, mate. It's okay. No?
He's got nothing.
Bueller? Okay. So we talk about the Defiant here. Obviously, these roster changes, right? So let's be clear on it. Opener and Spectre join the team. Spectre looking incredible so far for the Defiant. Speedly, Sam and OG depart from this roster. Sam's doing just fine, though. Homie be out there with the Saints, you know. They treat him right over there, you know.
He's streaming. He's having a good time. OG went to New York Excelsior. He's doing pretty well for himself as well. But the additions of Opener and Spectra from the eye test that we saw from their first match looks pretty good. They're slotting in quite easily. It's sort of giving them a little bit more flexibility than they had in the past. They only just squeaked out over the Vancouver Titans, though. That's not a great win.
The Valiant, though, have White Chio.
Oh, God. How do you beat that? That's insurmountable at some point, and that's worth talking about. You know, the desk highlighted Seeker on that Sojourn just going absolutely insane, but in that final map, Laya on the Lucio was just absolutely ridiculous. He was running over the team. He's really the difference maker, and if they can keep that confidence and keep it moving, they're a dangerous team to face.
I mean, we watched like Funny Astro and Laya both sort of trying to have the same level of impact on that Lijiang Tower map, right? Obviously great for those environmental kills, and it was so very close. Just, you know, towards the end of the map, we started to see the Valiant really come alive. But there's something to be said for like how hard you're fighting for that first win.
Yeah.
Now you've gotten over that hump. You know, where do you sort of go from there? Our teams are really respecting you as well.
Yeah, and like no one's gonna walk into this match and be like, oh, they're a pushover. Kind of like the Vegas situation we just had of like all of a sudden everyone's starting to sit up in their chair of like anything is possible with this team. And I think that will really define what makes this Valiant team great. You know, we've talked about it time and time again. Jake loves to hit on it. This is a Valiant team that's hungry to be great in this league. Does that end once they win their first match? I don't believe so. The way that they talk, the way that they have their confidence, they want more. They want to take down more teams, especially a team like the Toronto Defiant. These are guys that most of the Valiant have played against for a lot of their careers. They're all coming from North American contenders.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of chip on their shoulder. They've played with and against each other for a long time. This could be a battle, Mitch.
I mean, this Valiant team looks great in the rush comps. Yep. That's the most exciting, I think, sort of style we see from this roster. Krawi was a player at the start of the season. We said, are we going to see like Winston comps? Are we going to see these guys try and dive? No, they really stuck to their guns there, and they found a lot of success. 15.7 final blows per 10.
Yeah.
That is That is absurd. We don't see that every day. And there's the question of whether we can see that level of output from Seeker again, and what happens if we don't.
Well, it's funny because I've casted so many Valiant games this year, and every single time we're like, he can't keep getting away with it, but he does. When he goes over to that Sojourn, his impact is just at another level that nobody else is able to find. And it is because the Valiant are putting those resources and trust in him to be able to get those results. But if you're the Toronto Defiant, you've watched the tape. You know exactly what the Valiant are going to come out with. They don't want to play the dive. They want to get Seeker on that hit scan. There must be a solution to counter it. They have a game plan.
Los Angeles Valiant looking even more the exciting prospect now. But this Toronto Defiant team, they are locked in. They are ready to do some work, and they are asking for a bit of respect finally. Stick around, everybody. We're going to be jumping headfirst into this game right after these messages. See you, Seeker. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to jump back, or rather begin this series. There was an issue on the Toronto Defiant side wherein the breadth of Kaluja's shoulders made it very hard for Spectre and Open to have enough room for their low sense gaming, so they basically had to add another table in between. But we're good to go now.
Look at how wide Kaluja's. You know, it's hard to find tables big enough for him.
Or doors.
Or doors, that's it.
Got to go through them sideways.
You would know.
I mean, not anymore. Those are the days, though. Here we go, ladies and gents. It's going to be Busan to start this one off. Again, if this is going to be anything like that previous series, strap yourselves in for a good time. Midtown, Route 66 for those maps 2 and 3. Again, we think about that, I guess, classic style that we see from the Valiant so far. Really favouring these rush setups. It doesn't mean that... I mean, we've seen Krawi definitely demonstrate some flexibility. It's just where this team looks good. Seeker's one to watch. Liar's one to watch. And, of course, this new addition, Spectre on the Defiant. That's a player who's going to get a lot of attention.
Yeah, and he's been a player that's been hyped, and people were surprised he wasn't in the league prior to the season beginning, but now he's here and he's making a name for himself. Opener obviously had his rookie season last year. We get a woo for a Hydron in chat. Mixed messages from the Valiant.
Yeah. Appreciate Hydron though, always there with a good vibe. Woo!
Woo!
Sorry. Always there for a big vibe check. Okay, do we get the echo here? Both sides? Yes.
We've seen bits and pieces of Seeker Echo. So it's quite solid. He's a very flexible player in general. Spectra on the Echo as well. Hydron onto the Tracer. We haven't seen much Hydron Tracer when they had, you know, Sam on the roster. He was usually the person only coming in to play the hit scan, but he also has a phenomenal Tracer.
Yeah, it's really impressive actually just how deep Hydron's hero pool is. If we ever get a Widow meta again, check me out watching Hydron gameplay, that's for sure. He's found Seeker early though. Good start here for the Defiant. The Valiant looking a little maladroit coming out of the gates. And Laya won't be getting back to his own spawn.
Yeah, that was almost too easy there for the Defiant. Seeker got hit by a biotic grenade, and then the follow-up was there. So it's really a question a lot of people have for the Valiant is, we're in a dive meta. There are a lot of great dive maps as we've been talking about. Yes, they got their first win, but they were fortunate with the map pool and how it favored their style.
Yeah, up against a team like the Gladiators as well. Definitely help to have that in your back pocket. Battlegrounds that favor you. Dive first for Kalush here. Crow will go upstairs as well, try and keep him at bay. Deny access, of course, to the soft underbelly of this Valiant composition.
Nano's coming up for both sides. Usually going on the Winston. Sometimes people have been putting on the Echo. There it is.
Big lob of that Bionade coming in. Speculative at best, but Spectra finds a kill before being put to sleep. Burn a lot of calories there, can't blame the guy. Seeker will punish though, focusing being very hard to avoid there. So the Defiant probably happy enough with that trade, but the Echo uncontested now might be a concern.
And Croy's coming back into this fight first because he fell earlier. So there's some window of opportunity. Hydron takes down CJ though. There goes the healing for the Valiant.
Oh, I mean, geez, all that time, the Valiant are pressuring the Defiant so effectively, but Hydron slips through the net and gets a kill. That is huge. The Valiant never had a chance to really start to move over towards the point, and this is getting out of hand already. Spectra with the Tracer dupe. Okay, not the most original, but I'll give it to you.
Double Tracer, a true classic from the early days of Overwatch.
Just need the double Zen, double Winston?
Double Zen, double Winston, double Tracer. My favorite meta of all time, Mitch.
Oh, I bet. I bet it was. You didn't even have the kick to get him off you back then.
Yeah, I know. It was hard, but that was fun.
I guess your orbs never fell off them. That's
true. So you just threw it on a Tracer, and Tracer players would just ask for it consistently. It was very frustrating, but 85% and counting for Toronto Defiant. Valiant have gone in a small room. Seeker duplicates an Ana.
Yeah, I think he goes to dive Ultraviolet. Doesn't quite completely kill, so opts to duplicate, maybe because he didn't have a flight cooldown to get him back out of there. Well, if there's going to be any time to start to take control, it's right about now. Cap underway for the Valiant here at 99% for Toronto. To get it done here with Seeker's Ana dupe.
Nos with a huge stick onto Ultraviolet. Really the way they got into that team fight. So now the Valiant, big task ahead of them. They got 99% to make up. Neither team playing the Sombra is an interesting look. It hasn't ever really been either of these teams' strengths, so opting to stick with the Echo.
Okay. Here comes Ultraviolet. It's a nano for Kalush here. Spectra trying to burn Seeker down, but he was just too healthy. CJ though, in deep trouble. Good sticky bomb connection on Spectra. Hello. Seeker's got nowhere to go. Make that 3, 4.
And that's going to be the round as well. 5 for Spectra. Just flexing a little bit, show him what he's got in the tank. Making it look easy. He doesn't even break a sweat.
No, he's absolutely chilling. Well, we asked ourselves what it would look like. We know Seeker has the hero pool, but Spectra ends the round at 8-1. Seeker 1-3.
Yeah. Maybe just pick Sojourn, you know? That's Seeker's own advice right there. This is a much easier map to play a hit scan, and you're going to see Valiant making some big swaps. I wouldn't be surprised to see them come out this way. The Winston just isn't their forte, but on a map like Busan, on that round specifically, you almost have to match it.
Does running a Junker Queen give your Cassidy enough protection or enough deterrent from the dive for it to make sense?
Junker Queen is one of those heroes that is a consistent threat. Her biggest weakness is that she can, if she's focused down, she can fall quite easily. So it actually helps having someone like Croy be in the front line, because then Seeker is no longer the important threat they need to deal with straight away. They're going to play this like strange death ball composition with a Cassidy and a Brig and a Kiriko. I have no idea how this is going to go, Mitch.
Ambitious from the Valiant. Krawi swinging the air right now, but Seeker connects with Hydron. Always scary on that hit scan. And very, very quickly, the Defiant realizing what they're going up against. So they're going to be heading for the heals here. Hydron to the Ash, so wants to outrange Seeker if possible and knows he can play it because they're not getting dove.
Yeah, there's not many targets that can really get onto Hydron. Nos, pretty much the only one, and that's a hard fight to take as a Trace because you can get one shot at any moment.
Oh.
Too much damage there from the Defiant. Valiant getting caught in a small room. And as quickly as they got it, they're going to lose it.
No, you had to answer this right. I mean, this Ash, virtually uncontested, seems like a really scary prospect to go up against, especially now when you have to come through these chokes.
Yeah. And how do you respond, though? Croy, he wants to be on that Junker Queen. He doesn't want to play the Winston. So this is what I'm talking about, Mitch. Defiant, they come in with a game plan. They know if there's ever a situation, Hydron, that you can play this long-range hit scan, do it. Because if there's anyone who's going to match Seeker, it's Hydron.
Seeker's still a threat in his own right. But again, you see how he struggles at Ash trying to play that angle. It just has too much damage fall off. Wants to close the gap a little bit, make it a mid-range Stoush.
Royce only has 30, 40% ult charge right now. He's just unable to close the distance, get anything done.
Nano for Kaluj. Maybe force them out into the open so Hydron gets easy shots, and so he does. Seeker the first casualty. Kaluj goes over. It's Krawi, and a Pulse Bomb will secure that elimination. Now to the fight, they have the better composition. The onus is absolutely on the Valiant to figure a way out of this outside of just trying to run their head into a wall.
Yeah, Valiant just, without a Lucio especially, it doesn't feel like they have the ability to just choose their battles. They're just having to live at the mercy of the Defiant. Defiant get to choose when they go in. And with Hydron sitting in the backline, they don't ever really have to go in. They have the advantage in a long-form fight.
Looks like Hydron actually got knifed there. Far too far away, though, for it to mean anything outside of a little bit of incidental poke from Krawi, who now is at 68% ult. Okay.
69.
Yeah,
nice.
Nice. Getting there.
So as you can see, it's taken them so long to just maneuver around in the Defiant. They're just mirroring the same thing. Wherever the Valiant go, Hydron goes the opposite way. Pulse Bomb from Nos is going to go wide.
I mean, he's the only one that can contest Hydron there. Right now with Bob, it's just, I mean, it's just pointless.
And there's a Kitsune rush there from the Valiant, but they can't even progress forward because there's a Bob standing on the point.
Deadeye, Seeker able to take down the inanimate object. That's something, I suppose. Sixth player down for the Defiant, but there's already now in play for Opener. Seeker really trying to find a decent target, but there's so much durability because of the rally on the Defiant. There's no easy kills. Still the Valiant bully their way forward with that, Kitsune rush, the rally combination. Krawi has finally built his first ultimate. That Rampage is up.
It could be huge as well. It's such a strong ultimate when there isn't a Kiriko on the other side. When's he going to pull this one? He's got to be careful. If he takes too long, his team's going to die before he finds value.
Pick a target, any target. Doesn't even get open. He's able to get away. Oh, that's devastating. He spent so long charging that up, and it goes for nothing, and then punished by Ultraviolet. The Biotic Grenade connects. Oh, what a sorry sight that is. And the Toronto Defiant look well equipped to end the round here and now. Looks like Busan. Well, it's not Valiant's day here, that's for sure.
Yeah, that was just a hard round from the Valiant. The Junker Queen on the second round just not paying off at all. Croy wasn't able to get any value on the Queen, doing no damage, unable to find value with the Rampage. That's the major tool that you're really playing for.
Krawi is 7. 0-7.
Hey, I've been there before.
Yeah. It's a classic.
Welcome to the club, Krawi.
That is some serious Valiant vibes there. Very, very difficult to try and get value from their Junker Queen. Yeah, the Winston was tough in this first round as well. I think Spectral really took the game over. Not a whole lot you can do about that from the Winston's perspective. Really impressive, that 5k to really, to punctuate the point here at the end of the round. Definitely sealed the deal in my estimation. And then, heading on to that second round, we understand like the concept of this Junker Queen comp. We actually saw it look really good in the previous series today, but the execution was far from what it needed to be.
I think if you're going to play this Junker Queen against the Winston, you almost need a Lucio. As much as you lose a dramatic amount of healing, you need that Lucio to close the distance so you can pick your targets more effectively.
All right, first map goes the way of the Toronto Defiant. Valiant coming off that first win of the season, realize, hang on, there's still a lot more mountain to climb. Midtown is where it's going to be in our next map, so stick around in our last match of the week. Well, apparently the floor is not lava, but playing a Winston comp for the Valiant, and they execute that game plan expertly. They got in the lab there, cooked up something for a Scotty, but I don't know if I'd be serving that to my friends and family.
Yeah, it wasn't great, and that has been one of the weaknesses of the Valiant this entire year. As much as they've shown some good performances, the diversity just isn't there in the way that they play the game. But fortunately for them, we're heading over to Midtown. This is a map where I think their style can thrive. We've seen a lot of teams play the Ramatra, even a lot of hit scan that C can sort of step into. So this could be a much closer affair than Busan.
That's what we're looking for here, a map that really plays to the strengths of this team a little bit more, especially if they can, you know, get the... I mean, Ilios is a bit of a rough one here. Let's just focus on Midtown, I suppose, for the time.
Baby steps.
Because there are quite a few, sort of maps that do favour dive-centric compositions. We've seen teams go as far as to play Reinhardt on this map. Not that I necessarily recommend that, but it's an option. We see teams sort of on the attacking side, they like have baited like a high ground play. They drop into the choke, try and go over on the left side. Wasn't great when I saw it earlier this week.
I think Spitfire playbook can't really be used as a staple for other teams. Hasn't been as successful, but the idea is there. There is opportunity to do something different. There's a lot of different strategies, and Midtown as a whole is a new map. Came through in Overwatch 2, so it is largely unsolved with all the compositions and what you can effectively do. Are we actually going to see the Valiant come out on the Winston here?
I'd love to, at least to get a read on how they're trending with that composition. Yeah, I mean, it's quite the novelty, having an unsolved map, an opportunity to sort of throw whatever comp you like, and if you've been workshopping it hard enough, there's a good chance your opponents aren't super familiar with it, so it will be the Winston comp.
Yeah, wow, with a Tracer and a Sombra, so I was not expecting this to come out for the Valiant. CJ not playing the Brig, sticking on the Kiriko. I'm not sure if I love the Kiriko. The Brig offers so much. It provides a lot of protection to the Ana, but Kaluj gets hacked and just falls before anything's even really happened.
This is maybe why you want that Kiriko. CJ can, push ahead, play around Nos here, sort of dive on in there and really wrap around, start to pressure the defenders out of these safer spots like that fire station. Great start getting Kaluj. I mean, you can't ask for more than that.
Kiriko definitely puts a wrinkle in what Defiant are trying to do, and you can see CJ, he's just throwing kunais at the backline. If he hits a random headshot, that could easily execute one of them.
Ultraviolet able to both heal himself and put that debuff on Krawi. Forces the Winston away. Spectra could be an issue, but hasn't been able to find any of those insta-kills he was getting so expertly in the first map of the series. The Winston bubble a problem for Echo.
Yeah, the big nade hits opener. He falls eventually to the zap of Croy. They have the nano boost and they have the positioning right now. Valiant in prime position.
I think this is great. This is looking very good for Los Angeles. Again, they really get the game plan, right? Working Kaluj down first, getting the Kiriko entrenched in this position. I mean, at that point, how are you fighting back onto the point as defenders? Attackers just have the rule of the whole place.
Yeah, Kaluj is really the player that I think was struggling to stay alive. He fell twice, getting hacked, a lot of pressure coming through, and the healing just wasn't there to keep him alive. And for that reason, the Valiant will cap through. CJ switching over to the Ana, maybe just a point A pocket pick.
Yeah, it may have been he was trying to help out a flanker. And now maybe he's a little bit more focused on keeping Crowley going. Nice work by Nos. Yes, gets in. Ultraviolet disintegrates. This is excellent. These first picks for the Valiant are getting them going on this map with his Winston comp no less. So far, they haven't had to do anything overly complex here. The fundamentals have been really good. Looks like the communication's also working well.
Another big nade on the opener is going to get him caught once again. EMP also hit Kaluj, who is bleeding out, and without that extra healing, they're going to have to concede the positioning.
I think conversely, this is probably the stuff you don't want to see from Toronto.
Yeah.
If you favor them as being like a real contender in this league, right? Like a couple of issues, with players getting picked off early. Hey, pulse bomb from Nos, it happens. Can't do too much about that. Auto economy gets away from me, that's fine. Spectra hasn't had that impact he's been, you'd hope that he would make so far.
Yeah, the Defiant, those are the issues that they had in the spring stage. Nano goes on to Kaluj, instantly slept. Will be hard to find some value with this one.
CJ and Lai know exactly what's coming here. Nano boost available for CJ if Lai gets too low, under too much pressure. Bionade there. Kaluj's going to go for the primal. He's going to go deep here. And he's investing. Oh, right, sorry. Nos just appears. Not sure how that happened. Kaluj is going to get away with this now. CJ does eventually have to Nano Lai, so because of that, Kaluj won't get another kill, but the freebie of Nos is, I'll take those, I guess.
Yeah, that would have been a great nano if Nos hadn't already fallen, and because of all the pressure being put onto the backline of the Valiant, Croy falls as well, so maybe a nano he would want back. 3 minutes remaining here for the Valiant. Nos with another pulse bomb. Can he find it onto Ultraviolet? He's been actually pretty solid with those ones so far throughout this series. It's just been about transitioning that into objective and further success.
No duplicate used by Spectre yet, waiting for the most opportune time. And this probably won't be it either. Nos gets served up as, again, a little bit of a freebie there. Open able to catch him out with the whip shot. Bionade again on Hydron, well thrown by Seja. That might have been part of the reason behind this Ana switch. But not many other options presenting themselves here for the Valiant. Hydron didn't really need that pulse bomb to hit. The Valiant are going to be back at full strength now.
Valiant, enough confidence to believe that they can hold the positioning, and they do. Seeker coming up to an EMP. Croy's getting so low.
Yeah, that's the pressure you want to see from Spectre. Now really getting on the board there. Wants to be able to punish Krawi for going in aggressively, especially playing out of line of sight of CJ. Here's a rally for 4 players. Seeker has that EMP. Hydron able to avoid the initial hack. Spectre is too far away for Seeker to reach with there with those reaching fingers.
I don't love that rally as much as it keeps you alive and keeps you in the fight. Without your main tank, yeah, what are you staying here for? There's nothing you can do to follow it up, so all the overhealth has already fallen off. Now they won't have that extra defensive ultimate when the pressure does come.
Yeah, unless you're planning to EMP behind that rally and just try and like win a 4v5, it seems like that just kept them milling around for a little bit longer. Seeker though, you can see why he held on to it there. He's able to turn that into an instant kill on Hydron. We have an Ana duplicate here from Spectre though. This is a little bit scary. He actually got CJ with their Bionade. There's no way he's getting out of this.
Oh, they're doing a good job of staying alive. Nano goes on to Laya to help out even that little bit more.
How's he alive?
He is, but Croy is falling once again. They're putting so much pressure onto the backline of the Valiant that Croy is just not able to hold on his own because he's not getting any healing. It's Kaluj once again, primals them in a small room and comes out on top.
You see Lion and CJ playing really well together. They're actually holding Kaluj up for a long time.
Yeah.
In theory, you hope that buys time for the rest of your team, but not much is getting done by Krawi on the other end of that. Maybe lack of support. We see Seeker switch to the Ashe here. I suppose they do have that high ground, but I don't see the Defiant letting Seeker play up there for free.
I think this is one of those LA Valiant special moments where things aren't going well, the EMP didn't garner the value we wanted. Put Seeker on hit scan, hope he can come up with some magic.
Okay, it'll definitely pressure Spectre down, but Spectre's not really been the problem for the Valiant so far.
Just constant pressure. Every player from the Defiant is creating that pressure.
Another pulse there from Hydron. No connection. Couldn't afford to linger to really line that up. Scary prospect facing down Laya, especially rallies so close. Health pack there for Hydron though, so he snaps that up. Nos realizes he's better off trying again later.
Doing a roundabout way to get into the backline. The Valiant has the positioning on the high ground and they're almost content just sitting it out, but the Defiant aren't. They've nanoed Spectre into the backline.
Keeping Seeker alive. Priority #1 for the Valiant here. They need Seeker to be able to do work, but Krawi's out of the fight! He gets dominated! Hydron comes on in, but there's 2 other players involved in that elimination. Pulse bomb from Nos, this time it's no good. Hydron getting it done here. And that's not what you want to see if you're Los Angeles Valiant fans. They're going to pull up well short here on Midtown.
It's one of the issues that you have as a Winston player against the Echo is if you start to get even a little bit low, you're just going to get burnt away by the beam of Echo. And Croy is just struggling to stay alive. When he has the Primal Rage, he's able to get that little bit of extra time, but he's not finding any value on the back of that as well. Defiant, once again, on Midtown, looking like the better dive team.
Okay, Hydron. Sure.
Just wait for push.
Presumably, I guess, New York native, Hydron?
Yeah,
I guess, yeah, that'll do it.
It's optimistic that they're going to get to push and get to New Queen Street.
I thought we stopped having this home ground advantage argument in Esports long ago. I guess it's fun thematically. Here's Hydron though, so quite a few of those pulse bombs not really finding their mark here, but look at him, he is knocking heads together in the middle of this fight. Give me your rating out of 10 for the Seeker Ashe on this attacking part of the map.
I think it never really came to fruition. If they were going to do it, they needed to commit at an earlier time.
Okay.
You want to get that bob up, you want to have more time for Seeker to make his magic. I was surprised to see them go with the dive, honestly, but it can be difficult on attack to play the Ramatra and try and close that distance.
Seeker's ribbing here, the Toronto Defiant. obviously now we've just had recently announced we're going to be in Toronto for our Overwatch League Grand Finals, and yes, obviously as a Defiant fan, you hope your team could be there too. Stiff competition though, standing in your way. It's going to be what, September 28th? It's all going to kick off. See you there, hopefully.
Yeah. As much as Toronto Defiant at a 4-5 record right now, they have their chance to make it. Valiant 1-8. Seeker's going to have to come up with some more magic to make it to the playoffs.
Hydron on the Hanzo here. We have a Mercy in play as well.
This is, we actually talked about a composition exactly like this on Numbani, and it plays the exact same way. They have the high ground, they have the positioning. We're going to play a Hanzo and an Echo, and we're just going to play for picks. You have the Mercy, you can res any pick that comes out on your side, and you're just applying so much damage that the Valiant is going to feel pressured to have to do something.
So technically a 5 versus 4 for now. Ultraviolet though dropping, Seeker getting value. He's been able to keep the Defiant at arm's length for long enough to find a perfect target.
Yeah, they're just getting picked. Valiant's doing a great job of returning the favor of just pumping out damage. All the positioning that was gained in that first minute is instantly lost. And Defiant, one of the issues that you have with this composition is you don't have great ultimates. The Mercy Valk, it's great, not an extremely useful ultimate. Same thing with Dragon Strike. Maybe that's why you're starting to see them switch away. They don't want to put all their eggs in that basket.
Valiant pretty comfortable on this composition though. This Ramatra style. Oh, nice Bionade there, keeping Kalush standing. Really threading the needle if you're Ultraviolet, because doesn't want to expose himself to the Ash. Doesn't want to step too far into the choke. Hydron juking his teammate. Hate to see that. Ana players grimacing all around the world. Finally found Seeker though, so there it is. First port of call, achieved for the Toronto Defiant. It's a tick in the Ash checkbox. Now Kalush will hold the door against both these backliners, which means that Nos has no help healing-wise. No heal packs, no nothing.
Yeah, Kalush doesn't even need to use the Primal Rage. CJ throws the Nano onto Crory as a last-ditch effort to maybe turn the fight, but it just wasn't enough. Crory just can't find a target. Defiant will close that one out. Now we're going to see Seeker move over to the Hanzo. It doesn't feel like Seeker's able to find a hero that he feels comfortable on.
Yeah. And it's going to be the kind of map that, you know, is it, to be fair, you just come off the attacking side where like Ash doesn't necessarily have like natural high ground advantage. Here on defense, you can play from this position, but Hydron obviously will be really threatening because he can just pop up above that barrier and take shots and not be punished for playing that way. So no surprise to see Seeker on the Hanzo as well.
It's so dangerous. Oh, nice.
Bye.
So dangerous as a support when there's a Hanzo doing this where he's just popping over the wall because he's going to hit you eventually, but you can't play in fear of it always coming. Otherwise, it's getting value in its own right. Croy gets stuck. Spectra gets Nos as well.
That is such a high value kill on the Ramatra. He was blocking and everything, but Spectra ran the numbers. He knew he had it. Cryo is so close to annihilation. He has to switch to the Winston here.
Yeah, Toronto is also trying to force the Valiant to use an ultimate or at least continue the staggers. They're going to have the positioning. The backline is going to be on the high ground. No major ultimates for either side. It's just a lot of sustainability. So it's going to come down to individual mechanics.
Cryo hoping to make it harder for Hydron to play safely from this high ground. And again, eventually, you feel like he's going to find something. Yes, CJ is living dangerously. Here comes Seeker, part of the dive apparently. I love that Dragon Strike, quite a scary prospect indeed. Primal Rage, Kalush attempting, or rather, what was it? Yeah, it was attempting to keep that player inside the Dragon Strike. It wasn't Primal, just good old-fashioned Winstoning.
Dodges asleep.
Not his first rodeo.
Oh,
sorry about that one, CJ. That is filth. Ultraviolet rains the purple mist down. The Los Angeles Valiant. Not even Chocolate Rain's going to save you guys now.
Kalush just playing the backline like a fiddle. Great follow-up there from Ultraviolet as well. And the same story as the first map, Mitch. They're trying to play something different. It's not working that well, and when they end up in the mirror, they're just unable to keep up.
Yeah, awkward at many points for them. Seeker obviously showing us a few different picks there. And the Ash, we really wanted to see it get going, but it was hard for Seeker to make use of that. The Valiant never really controlled that high ground of that middle part of the map. Constantly harassed there by Kalush. The dives were very nice. You can see here, always looking for both backliners. Kalush knows they're going to be playing close together, right? And it's like, it's a nano from CJ to keep Lyra alive, or it's a rally from Lyra to keep CJ alive. Often it's working, but you're occupying both backliners, and there's nothing you can do about it. Kalush just generates so much threat.
Yeah, and that's really the exciting thing about the Toronto Defiant that you're looking at with this new roster, because their dives was one of the weakest parts of their composition last stage, it felt like they were never in the same page. They were always coming in at different times. It felt like Hydron was getting forced to play Sombra, which is a hero that just he isn't comfortable on, while Spectra fills in a lot of these holes. Feels like Opener and Ultraviolet are doing a better job of covering each other as well. So good signs here for the Defiant.
Toronto Defiant finding some of that day one sheen here in the second half of the season. Route 66 will be our third battleground. Stick around. Sure, many of us would have hoped to see the Valiant continue to build momentum after such a, I would say historic, yeah, it was a historic victory over the Los Angeles Gladiators recently. However, the new foe in front of them have also had a bit of a facelift, and they are looking pretty solid on the Winston comp. Something that you sort of pointed out, Scott, not exactly what the Defiant were looking great on before the mid-season break.
Yeah, they've obviously made adjustments and improvements, recognizing that if they keep with what they have, as much as they had great pieces, something was going wrong. It's hard to tell from the outside, but internally they recognize changes need to happen. Head over to Route 66, another map that's pretty dive-orientated. I expect to see a lot of Sombra come through again, so the Valiant definitely going to be struggling in this one. I did want to go back to, the Valiant, win over the Gladiators, because when do you think the next time those two are going to play? Because are they just going to hold the battle for LA for just like the next 12 months?
Oh, actually, they might, in fairness. I mean, I don't see them, there won't be any postseason matchups between those two teams.
Probably not if things keep going this way.
You know, it sucks because it's just when the Battle of LA started to mean something again.
Yeah. It's been a while. It's been a while. You know, Valiant obviously sort of went across the pond, sort of ran away after losing a couple of those battles, but, you know, now we have the Defiant taking on the Valiant. Seeker probably going to stick towards the Tracer or the Sombra. I don't think that you're going to be able to play like a hit scan on this map. It's incredibly difficult. But with that said, Hydron on the Hanzo, maybe just feeling himself after that Midtown.
Okay. Look, I mean, defensively, I guess that sort of makes sense, right? The Valiant, though, do you?
Okay.
What?
No, not what I was expecting.
What is this? Okay. The Junker Queen and the Bastion composition. I would ask Seeker about this, but he would just say, oh yeah, just play Bastion. Wouldn't really
Play
give me much
Bastion, go
not much
win.
insight. Okay, what's the plan here, Scott? Lay it out for me.
Okay, here's the plan. You're getting booty bopped in the Winston mirror, so here's what you do. Throw a curveball. I actually like this. You know how I was saying last time when they played the Junker Queen, they didn't have anything that forced the Defiant to do anything. Now you have a Bastion, you have high damage, you have high tempo. At some point, the Defiant are going to have to come into you, and that's where you have the advantage. They have a Symmetra, they're going to have turrets, they're going to be very defensible. They TP onto the high ground.
They really want to throw some hands here. It's going to be a sleep dart, though, connecting onto the Bastion. Opener falls, though. Toronto looking battered and bruised after that engagement, but Hydron's able to find that pick. The Symmetra from Nos as well. Okay, so you see now, this is a harebrained plan. Not the first team to try and use the Bastion in the league, to be fair, but this isn't Shambali Monastery, and this is a Symmetra all the way through. The Valiant now have a really genuine staging ground from this top of Big Earls, and the card is well and truly on the move.
Interesting play. I love this. This is something that is so hard to deal with. You need to really coordinate great dives. Croy takes down Spectra, but they do lose Nos. That's fine if you're the Valiant. As long as the Bastion's alive, you have the damage to win.
Kalush gets nanoed here, so feeling a bit confident. Not confident enough to challenge the Oh, what? The Dragon Strike! Hydron really lined that up nicely. Layer out of the picture. I won't mention what happened there to Ultraviolet. Things happen
Where's
sometimes.
Opener going? He just bashed. I think he missed the bash, went over the Winston, and ended up in the backline. CJ's going to drop the rush, recognizing that they have the advantage. 3x on the point. This might be a fast cap here, Mitch.
Toronto extremely unbalanced right now. They're not really sure what to do about this comp. They haven't made any switches into it. Nos, though, comes off the Symmetra now. He's going to be playing the Echo. This is very wacky, so you've got to be pretty adaptable for the Defiant to figure out a way around this. Collusion, the Primal Rage, that's going to be important. We saw the ultimate come out there from Seeker and having minimal effect as per usual. Krabi going to be knocked back on the cup, but the Junker Queen's a scary prospect. Is this goats?
No, hey, no, don't say the G word. No, don't you dare say the G word. This is not goats. I would like to clear that up for the viewers. It is weird though, and I'm
the butterfly guy, right? Is this goats?
It is weird, and that's what the point of playing these compositions is. You throw something that's gonna push the Defiant off tilter, and they just didn't respond effectively. Now they're the ones making changes towards a more cohesive comp. Seeker on the Hanzo, Nos on the Echo.
Nos down, yeah. Too much damage coming his way. Ultraviolet had the same idea as Hydron. They combined to quickly remove the Echo. Krabi forced to the low ground here. Had to work hard to get that positioning and has to give that up. All right, chance here for the Defiant to take a breather and start to see a bit more clearly.
For Croy, yeah, I was going to say you have the Rampage, but what are you going to do with it here? You're never going to close the distance to find any value. Switches over to the Winston, recognizing you just have to do it. Nos is going to stay on the Echo. That's going to be a hard pick against the Ashe, but the duplicate you can find a way in.
Yeah.
Maybe just wanting to hold on to that one.
Also against the Ana as well. I mean, sitting dark a lot of the time.
Absolutely.
For Ultraviolet.
And look at how much airspace you have. Like, you can't hide behind anything. You go in the air, they're going to be able to see you.
Okay, Nos going to try and go around the outside. Nice little dynamite ticks there for Hydron, getting closer to that Bob. It's going to be a duplicate of the Tracer. Nos probably just using it to stay the heck alive. Spectra doesn't want to full commit onto a target he knows that's just going to come back into Echo form and have the cooldowns available once more. Spectra aggressive! What a stick! CJ going to be down. Liar with the rally in play. It's far from enough to keep this backline standing under all of this scrutiny. Here comes Kaluj with a Primal Rage that maybe wasn't even necessary. He just wanted to keep going, stay alive, and again put Toronto further and further ahead.
Spectra is sick. He's just... These DPS players just keep one-upping each other. They come into the league.
They're just coming off conveyor belts, ready-made, just add water.
They just,
I mean?
yeah, and then they just balloon into these superstars that just keep impressing us time and time again. Another Tracer player that's just turning heads. He has that Echo as well. Such a big pickup for the Defiant.
Seeker has to play from the low ground here, unenviable. Technically outranges the Yash, but still doesn't feel great to have to come out of this choke towards Hydron.
They've got the positioning off of that Nano.
Krawi sleeping it off. Very low, yeah. Great stuff from Ultraviolet. Really been, whether it's, Nos on Echo at bay or Krawi's been able to keep these players quiet from the side of the Valiant. That Dragon Strike there, really just an adornment for this environment.
And Hydron's just standing up here for what feels like free, just shooting down, pumping out damage, while Seeker on the Hanzo just hasn't been able to connect. I liked it when you were playing the Bastion composition, but yeah, there has to be a swap. But even then, going over to the Ashe, you're essentially approaching into the opposition Ashe. That's such a difficult way to play. You can see, like, he's almost, it's going to be difficult for him to peek at all.
Hydron knows he's being perceived. There is a dart from CJ whizzes past his left ear. Krawi already half health by the time he touches down, and CJ doesn't have a great line of sight on him. This could be scary. Primal's going to have to be used. Yep, there it comes.
So early. Like, by the time he's primaled and he tries to get on a target, he's already lost half of his health. Great play from Defiant, just pushing him away. There's an opening from Nos on opener.
Kalush leaping as well. Nano Boost, though, is in play, but the damage might already have been done to the Defiant. Kalush can't do anything here. I guess builds Primal.
Is he going to go?
Okay. He wants an environmental potentially because there's a rally now for Laya. Hard to find final blows here. Yeah, he knows it too.
He gets that rally out and he gets out, that's a win for you, because now on this re-engage, the Valiant aren't going to have that tool that's going to give them the sustainability on the cart. He cannot go down though. He's purple, but does get healed up.
Seeker now has the advantage though. He gets to play into the choke from the Defiant. Bob's going to help them come out though. Pretty key component of a contest if that were to be necessary. And Kalush just wants to throw the bubble down, deny the high ground away from Seeker, giving time for Hydron and Co to set up. Oh, that's not good.
Where's Kalush going?
Geronimo!
And that's a huge pick. Laya coming in clutch once again for the Los Angeles Valiant, able to shut down the dive, and from there, everything else crumbles.
All right, we have ourselves a game now. Toronto eventually have to concede that point B, and now we move inside the hangar here for the last phase of the map. Not a lot of time to work with for the Valiant. Getting it done in overtime. Seeker calling for a pause here. Quite a critical juncture. At least he was able to find some value from that Ashe switch though earlier on. Seeker 4 and 2 in terms of final blows. But I will say the DPS from the Defiant, a little quiet. Hydron's 2 and 3, Spectra 3 and 3.
Yeah, it really feels like Kalush is the one who's been stepping up, just sort of being that pressure that's constantly going at the front. But Valiant did a great job of playing this sort of very cheesy comp with a Bastion, Symmetra, and the Junker Queen, and then slowly transitioning into something that makes sense. They made all the right swaps at all the right times. As much as it looked a little ugly at times, their consistent change is what ended up getting them this first point, and now they have a good composition for the third point and the ultimates to back it up. They're getting close to the Bob, they're getting close to the rally. Spectre is lurking in the backline though, you gotta be careful. He's been so effective with these pulse bombs.
Waiting for an opportune moment. You saw, I think, the model of Seeker's Ashe there looking towards him. Force Krawi down. Nos already very low. And see straight away Kalush can taste blood in the water. Pulse bomb there. May still catch one. No. Looks like the Valiant able to disperse like a far inner field away from that one.
Seeker's got the Bob. They are slowly getting the positioning moving.
No pulse from Nos. He's had a great round so far.
Yeah. Unable to do anything, but Kalush is the one who goes in with the Nano, gets onto the back line. They do take down Seeker, but Spectre pays with his life.
Open it from the high ground, going for the rally. Really only about half the damage and healing of Laya so far, so hasn't been able to get himself in the game in the same fashion. Laya will reciprocate. 2 rallies in play now. Kalush realizes that his opponents are far more durable than he otherwise intended to go up against him. He is going to fall. Shield bash there from Laya, so another overtime push for victory for the Valiant is in order.
You can see the Hydron. He's actually flanking on the right side of your screen. They need to deal with him, otherwise he's going to be a constant threat. If they can pick him off and isolate him, that would be huge, but unable to find him.
I think Nos is going for him now. Hydron's been spotted out though. Now he's just out of position. Getting healed up, but for how much longer can this happen? Nice job keeping him alive, but Seeker makes that an impossibility. Headshot connection is good, but he pays for it with his life. Ultraviolet gets caught in the path of Nos and looked like a deer in those headlights. Gonna be collusion with the bubble down on the cart to try and keep this alive, but my goodness, the Valiant are finding another gear to go to. Spectre has to recall away from the cart, CJ uncontested, and we have a map completion with no time left from the Valiant.
I'm just saying, Mitch. Valiant reverse swept the Los Angeles Gladiators.
Yeah, it's in the playbook.
It is in the playbook. Maybe this is just their secret weapon. This is their special sauce. When they go down 2-0, they hit that next level. They hit that next gear because honestly, that wasn't, yes, obviously the first point was something unique, but other than that, they were playing head-to-head and they were besting the Defiant. They can keep playing at that level. You spoke to it about the stats of the DPS. Hydron and Spectre are just not able to have that same level of impact that they have on the first two maps.
Spectre, whether it's been Echo or Tracer at times in this series, has really stepped up to the mark. I mean, I guess we were kind of interested to see Toronto go away from the Sombra strat.
Yeah.
Neither team is trying to play that here. Well, until now, Seeker going to be coming out on that role for the Valiant. But yeah, like Hanzo versus Hanzo wasn't overly consistent. The whip
sleep
shot.
into whip.
I'm telling you, this Liar guy, I'm telling you.
Hey,
He's nasty
honestly,
with it.
I think everyone believes. I think he's won a lot of fans after that Gladiators win. You know, how do you not love the Valiant? You know, it's an underdog story for the ages. And they're just playing at a very high level. Something that is interesting about the Defiant, though, is I don't think they've played a lick of Sombra in this series so far, and I don't think we've seen it much in the past. They're really straying away from it. They'd rather put Spectre on the Tracer and Hydron on any form of hit scan than try and play that Sombra dive style. Maybe just accepting that they're not going to be able to play that way.
It's all well and good here, and maybe in a matchup like this, but eventually you're going to run into problems with it, I suspect. There's a reason why it's such a popular pick. Oh, okay. Hydron there, yeah, maybe getting a little bit ahead of himself. No one had really cleared CJ's position on that high ground, and it was an easy target. But they trade. Crowley's been picked up here, so the only tank standing is for the Defiant.
And now the Valiant have to be careful. I would like to see the backline start disengaging here, because if they go too late, the Defiant will follow them. Probably should be back in a few seconds, so they should be fine, but Defiant trying to take big L's, trying to take the positioning. This is the central spot that you want to be. But the thing the Defiant need to look at is the Valiant on the right side of your screen. That's where they're perched up, but another unfortunate pick here for the Valiant as Hydron picks another one.
Seeker tried to back away, but he didn't have a translocator deployed, so he throws it. The Defiant just see it, and they send Spectre after it. They remove it, he has to hang around, and Nos just randomly gets caught there. Okay, an inauspicious start to this defense from the Valiant after a really hard-fought finish on attack. The Defiant now, this is allowing them to really build up a big time bank and to start to snowball potentially some of this old advantage. The Valiant taking a ton of damage, evidenced by CJ having built that nano first. The Valiant need to make use of that here, but they're going to have to give up A.
So many staggers. That was just a mistake from the Valiant. They either needed to fully commit or fully leave.
Right.
One or the other. You can't do both, because that's what happens. One player falls, then they need to start running, and then they need to start running, then the next person falls. And there they lose the first point in a rapid time, and also it didn't cost the Defiant anything.
Getting to hold on to all of this coming into this phase. Normally this is where like the defenders are actually starting to pick some of their ultimates after giving up first point if it's been a 1 or 2 fight situation on A. Spectre and Nos, the latter definitely winning out in most key metrics as Tracer this map.
Anna Croy, Seeker is coming up to the EMP, but doesn't even need it. Takes down Hydron. I think you got to be happy with that. Kaluji's actually going to commit the Primal Rage. It's going to prompt Croy to do the same.
Forces that out. Opener has to use Rally here, and Ultraviolet can't be saved. Can't down to yourself, son. Great juggling from Croy as we shelve this idea of no Winston from this team.
Yeah, Croy not known for his Winston as a player, but some great juggle mechanics right there. Able to take down Ultraviolet, and then all of a sudden, that's great for you. I think if you're the defensive Winston, if you can trade your Primal Rage for the offensive Winston, that's a huge tool that they need to get in. You don't need it as much as them.
Yeah, they need that disruption to be able to advance without losing out in a poke war when they have, like, you know, topographical disadvantage playing from the low ground as such.
Seeker dropping an EMP on Kaluja as soon as he jumps in. We've seen this so many times.
Yeah, Sombra's good, bro.
You take that. Yeah, as much as it doesn't feel like you're getting that big impact EMP, if you EMP the Winston and he falls, there's nothing else the opposition team can do. You win that fight. Doesn't matter if you kill 5 instantly. If anything, it's better to get the staggers.
Couple of consecutive fights here for the Valiant. This is definitely where they can start to put themselves in a winning position on Route 66. Get the Defiant down to like a minute or less going into that last phase of the map. before time-making extension, then you're feeling good. That's awkward though. Seeker lingers a little too long.
And we've spoken into existence as well. Hydron over into the Sombra. This is something that he struggled with in the spring stage. See if he's made many improvements.
Nice pathing there from Kaluj. He realizes he was at risk of getting body blocked and caught, so deft little jump to get him closer to the exit and be able to back away.
With flip sides, all of a sudden the Valiant's on the offense.
Now, force the rally from Laya though, crucially. Recall from Spectre as Nos decides to go for another target entirely. Oh my goodness, Spectre just so transfixed by watching Krawi sail overhead that he doesn't see Nos descending upon him with basically a one-clip. Uncharacteristic error.
And then they descend on the backline, and the backline has to reset. That's a huge play for the Valiant because that could have fallen away from them. They used the rally, they were stuck in the tunnel. Seeker's running back from spawn. That could have been another mistake that led to another mistake that led to a lost point. So the Valiant holding on 2.5 minutes for the Defiant.
Oh, I thought history might be repeating itself there for a moment, but Seeker is able to get out without offering himself up. Okay, no long-range Bionade connection there. Kaluj quickly just trying to zone Krawi away, but CJ's able to pick Spectre off here. He's down to find a couple free DPS kills on occasion, just having decent sightline and being freed up to focus on damage over heals.
Feels like the Defiant are the ones who are playing desperate now. They committed a Primal Rage, Pulse Bomb to no avail. The Valiant just, honestly, playing it perfectly. Hydron's lurking in the backline with this EMP. Who's he going to try and target? Looks like he wanted CJ, but thinking better of it.
Laya spy checking constantly. They've definitely tracked this ultimate. Hydron caught outside the play here, maybe a little bit too late. Hopes to make this EMP count. I don't know if he needed it to kill Krawi. Krawi was pretty low, but maybe he'd have found that Primal Rage if that EMP had not come through.
Yeah, that was great play by the Defiant, but the issue that comes from that, they use the Nano, the Rally, and the EMP, all to do one counter dive, and the Valiant used the EMP of their own. It's unfortunate, but they do have ways to get back in here. Croy with the Primal Rage. He was showing off his mechanics before. He's going to need it again.
This is extremely scrappy from both sides. And a minute left, coming to the next phase of the map. That's kind of what the Valiant wanted. Even if they give up this checkpoint, they're in good shape. Hack on Kaluj, not successful. Pulse Bomb, though, absolutely was. And once more, the Winston is out of the picture for Toronto.
That's a minute remaining. Defiant, they're trying to get out of this fight. Open is kind of stuck here. Are the Valiant going to be able to punish them? Doesn't look... Oh, huge purple.
Sleep on Krawi. Open to Ultraviolet, going to be able to get away with this. Oh, that's nasty.
Overextension, overconfidence. He dove in, but no one else was able to follow him up. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication.
TJ in trouble. No pulse stick. Hack on Spectre on that high ground, but he's being healed right now. Fortunately for him, Nos can't boast the same, I suppose. Laya, rally now has expired. He actually shield bashes forward towards Spectre, puts himself in a dangerous spot. Another good hack on Krawi. He has to wait before he can jump, and that gives Ultraviolet time to link up. That's a point. Yep. Nah, yeah. They got him.
I got him. Croy, he does have to do that, though. He gets nanoed, has to go for the backline. If he just decides to sit on the point, he's not going to win that anyway. You have to have faith and trust that someone on your team is going to be able to get there. They did run down the clock. Defiant only have 1.5 minutes to close out this third point. The issue is for the Valiant, though, is Defiant have 5 ultimates coming up, Mitch.
This time they want to hope to make good use of them. I think a couple fights ago, they spent really big just to try and break the deadlock that was being inflicted on them. Hydron, he thought he was getting away from that one. Hangs out too long in the open, but is able to find a later EMP. At least results in a trade of Winstons.
Oh,
CJ,
nice.
Not getting away from that one. Sorry, buddy. Tooth Fairy left something a little different under your pillow this time around.
Never got one of those under my pillow. That's crazy. Valiant is coming back, though. They will get another fight. Toronto Defiant, I'm actually surprised they're playing so far back. I thought they would want to hold these doors, not give the Valiant an opportunity to get out. Kalush left. That could be an issue.
Has Primal, though. That disruption. Scary prospect. Can't chase CJ back inside the spawn, but is well and truly entrenched behind enemy line. Yes! El Presidente emerges from the bunker as DEFCON 1, apparently. But it's not enough. Just Seeker cannot turn the tides with the Bastion, and so we're going to run it back. The Defiant, it's a narrow lead. 19 seconds, that's half a fight at best.
Yeah, and anything can happen with this short amount of time. If you lose one fight, or if you win one fight, how many times in an overtime push have we seen that snowball away from a team? You lose the first fight, and then someone gets picked at the second fight, and then all of a sudden, they're up to 5 points.
The Valiant, though, have the cheese on this offense.
The president could come out again.
So the question is, have the Defiant been able to wrap those arms together and figure out a way to basically stop that Bastion strat in its tracks?
That is a fun part of having an unconventional trick up your sleeve, is the opposition must always be wary of it. Like, so if you're the Defiant, do you build a composition that's going to work against what you would assume is a dive, or do you try and come out with something that's like, well, if they come out Bastion, this will handle it quite well?
Now, I suppose EMP pretty powerful against Bastion, in terms of being able to disrupt that sort of tank configuration here. You are playing Hanzo, so you can pressure Bastion from a very safe distance, but you don't get that space if they're using a sim to teleport in.
The problem as well is if you play that Sombra, you say like, oh, if you get a hack in that isolation, but if your first dive goes catastrophically wrong, all of a sudden that becomes a massive issue. See what the Valiant do decide to do. It is going to be the Junker Queen, less extreme of a cheese, but similar vein, high damage output. They're just trying to do something different, and now the Defiant, is their composition going to be able to deal with this?
Not quite Age Blue vein, more like a Havarti, something a little fruity maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of different strats available to the Los Angeles Valiant here, showing us a variation. The Defiant are going to have to figure this one out on the spot.
Yeah. Seeker with the Ash. Once again, he's going to be pumping out so much damage. They have to be very careful of him, but on the same vein, Seeker has to be careful. Because Valiant is playing a slow style, what's going to happen is if anyone gets picked at any moment, that's a huge nade, but a Suzu to follow from CJ.
Hydron's going to be careful. I mean, he can only be healed by heal packs per opener. There are a finite number of those. There's no Inspire procs for the Brig playing up on that high ground.
Yeah.
So he has to hope to shield, but when that dynamite damage comes in, that's really annoying to heal through.
Yeah, Valiant have bunkered themselves down in the bottom of Big Earls, but this can also be a death trap.
Wait, Ultrafire has Nano, but Kalush is gone. He can't get it. Oh, just in the nick of time. Can you believe it? All right, Kalush lives to fight longer, and Seeker, unfortunately, is out of the engagement early. This one looks like it might be over before it really began. Now, the Toronto Defiant, they jockey back, they give some ground, they build Nano. This is brass tacks, fundamentals of Overwatch, and it gets the Defiant a hold.
And that's the issue with being on the clock there for the Valiant and trying something like that is you run out of time, and once the Defiant have ultimates, they can just go. Go they do, but it is not over. This is actually pretty far for 1 minute and 19 seconds because it's going to take Defiant a while to get around the corner. So realistically, Defiant just needs to win one team fight and they will close out this map, but that's a lot more difficult than it sounds.
Especially if you run into a comp that you're not expecting. Again, you have to take some time to actually feel it out. Decide if your win condition changes based on your expectation.
What do you play here if you're the Valiant? I think an Ashe or a Hanzo here from Seeker, I don't think that's a bad idea as well, but I think you don't want to be playing the Junker Queen.
Cheddar. Just Cheddar.
Well, actually, he's going to go for the Sombra. As I said, Sombra does have that gamble of one botch dive, and it could be everything. But if Seeker is able to charge an EMP up fast enough, it could be the difference maker as well.
How interesting that on what is the final showdown for this map. We get both teams go back to very, very standard comps. Really just want to trust in their fundamentals, less than like an off-the-wall kind of strategy. Hydron again on that Hanzo out of the gates. Felt like Hydron was forced to switch to Sombra, midway through that attack because of what Seeker was able to do.
I am surprised Hydron is going to come back out on this Hanzo. If he's not able to find any value on this one, it's going to feel real bad compared to playing something like, I don't know, an Ashe or a Sombra, as you said.
Hydron's position getting pinged out by the Valiant here. They can't linger for long. They can't do much of a spawn camp. Los Angeles get the information they need. Probably this matches expectations quite closely.
Yeah. You can see the Valiant, they're trying to get ult charge up, they're trying to get the Nano, they're trying to get the EMP, but they're giving up a lot of positioning, and this is just scary going up against the Hanzo.
Krawi not fully committing. Nos!
There goes Nos.
What happened there? Open able to find the kill with the whip shot. Seeker has to get out now. This may well be disastrous. You only have the Sombra here for that backline pressure, and Seeker's making himself pretty obvious right now. CJ's low. This one's cooked.
Spectre is coming back. He's got 80% to an EMP if he can get to it and they can stall the point long enough.
Recall, 81% and counting. We're not going to achieve liftoff here, Scott, unfortunately. This one is a fail to launch. The Los Angeles Valiant keep them wings tucked in, friends. Save them for another day. The Toronto Defiant figure it out. Overcome some weird comps thrown their way. Just play a better fundamental game of Overwatch.
Yeah, the Los Angeles Valiant, just not a better dive team than the Toronto Defiant. There is some optimistic takeaways from this one. They did have their moments, but for the most part, Defiant, especially this retooled Defiant, just looking a lot more immaculate, especially when Spectre is playing the way he is.
Definitely moments throughout this series where it was pretty rough around the edges of Overwatch.
Yeah.
I think this Toronto Defiant team looks a lot more stable now. I mean, let's just think, what if Spectre has that map 1 performance or something approaching that all the way through this series, right? Maybe this doesn't even approach the same degree of closeness. Toronto playing the dive style, it looks like they really want to nail that down. They're playing that into basically every look from the Valiant. Hydron showing us Hanzo, and they are still showing us a reluctance to play the Sombra into a lot of these comps. Look, I don't think it's a stretch to say that's definitely something they want to shore up in their arsenal when they now move out to face the rest of the league.
And that's really the question a lot of us have for the Defiant is, where does the buck stop? Obviously, they squeaked out a win against the Vancouver Titans. This match against the Valiant, as much as it was a clean 3-0, there were moments of ugliness, as you said. So as they play better opponents, they have big expectations for themselves. They want to be able to start getting these wins against better teams. So I want to see how far they can go, because they're at 5-5 now. Another team that is eyeing off the playoffs. They want to make it to Toronto, their own grand finals almost.
Would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, just a cherry on top for sure. But again, this is roster pretty heavily retooled coming into this season. It's clear they've got a lot of work to do. On the Valiant side of things, look, I've got to say, pretty happy to see the Winston comps worked in. But Kaluj, speaking of Winston's, definitely a force to be reckoned with throughout this map. I especially like his Midtown play. He was constantly harassing this backline. How are you supposed to play remotely as aggressive as Crowy when your healers just cannot see you through the flurry of fists coming their way from the Winston?
And that was the impressive thing from Collusion this series. And, you know, there has been a lot of talk about his Winston play, because the difficulty is, how do you maximize value, get in, while also taking the littlest amount of resources possible? Because at some times, you're not going to be able to get healed. And that's what makes the best Winstons in the world the best. And Cluj, he's had moments like that, but if he can consistently keep doing it, that's a huge boon for the Defiant.
You would forget, of course, after seeing him last year thrust into the spotlight on that San Francisco Shock team. The guy, you know, fairly still green in league terms, right? What was his second year now?
Yeah.
In the Overwatch League, so still plenty of time to sort of develop as a player. Really strong showing over the course of this match, and that low death count, that 2.7, that really, I do have to give some credit over to this backline of the Toronto Defiant. I think Open is a great addition. He finds that key kill on Nos at the end of Route 66, the start of that last fight, and I'm thinking, oh, this is over.
And a lot of the complaints about Kaluj is like, oh, he keeps dying, but that could have been an issue of the backline of his team was struggling. So Opener's addition, all of a sudden, Ultraviolet has more freedom. He's staying alive for longer, which inherently means Kaluj is doing the exact same thing. So maybe things starting to click for this team.
Yeah, again, Hydron also always a dangerous player. The Hanzo came out here able to find some degree of success. Didn't see it, though, from the Los Angeles Valiant. What a great game earlier this week. This one, not quite to the same level, so fans will be hoping they can find some consistency. We're going to head over to our friends at the desk to wrap up quite the weekend of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back to Watchpoint, everybody. Toronto Defiant getting the win against Los Angeles Valiant 3-0. I think the casters sort of highlighted, you know, it wasn't always clean, but it was still a dominant win for the Toronto Defiant.
Kind of what we expected and wanted from the Toronto Defiant as well. I mean, they've had a pretty fun weekend now, getting 2 wins, of course, beating the Vancouver Titans yesterday, beating the Valiant today. If you are a Defiant fan rooting for them to make it to the playoffs, this was the weekend you needed to kickstart the summer stage with.
I think this is all you can ask for, right? Like, this is a great performance from Defiant. Spectra looks insane. Opener, you know, certainly creating opportunities for his team. This 5K was dirty, man. Just showing why people have been saying this guy's best hero is Echo, and there couldn't be a better time to be joining the Overwatch League if your best hero is Echo on the Slex DPS role.
Yeah, I do want to shout out Kalush as well, who got player of the match.
Right.
I mentioned it yesterday when I was commentating with Jaws in the Vancouver-Toronto match, that like both Punk and Coluche, who were off-tank players in the 6 vs 6 format, they've stepped up their Winston game massively, and you can see some tendencies from like the elite Winston players like Fearless, like Smurf. Some of those tendencies are now like being transferred to some of these Winstons who are trying to pick it up, right? So Coluche, we saw some aggressive Primal Rages, we saw some good juggles in this match, to be honest, and like these are things that Coluche is improving upon and really helping his team with. And now when you're in a Tracer and an Echo meta, having a great Winston, of course, is going to be a big boon for you. So the work from Coluche on the Winston is paying off. He's improved massively.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I saw a number of times where that bubble shield came down and just completely stuffs the heals from Liar and CJ. They're just getting beaten in that positional game, and so much impact being felt there.
Yeah.
I think this was another like fun match to watch because of the banter that was going on as well with like Seeker and like the other players from Toronto Defiant. I love seeing banter.
Yeah, the old AT guys. And I mean, it's just like that's definitely very much the NA environment. So it's fun to see the Valiant. They're not letting their spirits go down. Like no matter what, I think this team is still going to be. You know, they've taken tough losses before. I think they'll be able to bounce back from this. And really, the challenge for Valiant is not necessarily beating teams at the top level. The challenge for them is just survive, get out of the bottom
more rings, right?
Yeah, get into the play-ins. That's the goal for this Valiant team, and I think it's going to be exciting to see whether they can achieve it.
I think they can, because even today, we had some interesting comps shown by LA Valiant, right, Jake?
Oh yeah. We got a special actually, you know, and I wanted to look at this for this Valiant comp for the people at home, because this is absolutely a strat that, you know, if you're playing with your friends, like you guys can pull this thing off. So I'm gonna walk down, break something down.
Oh, big boy illustration.
More education. Okay. For the people.
What do we got?
All right, so we've got the Sim Bastion special, guys. These two heroes right here. That's the key. That's the key. And I think, I mean, you know, as much as this looks zany, right? It looks like a comp that is like, I mean, right? It's not what you normally see in the Overwatch League, and for good reason. I mean, it doesn't work everywhere. But the real issue with this comp is only mobility, right? Like, it has incredible amounts of damage. You've got great peel from these two supports, very, very survivable heroes. The issue is mobility, and so on a map like Route 66 that doesn't have a million flank routes, relatively straightforward, the teleporter can just be the solution to that mobility. So we're gonna see Nas build a teleporter and climb right up into Hydron's face onto this big Earl sign, where Hydron, I mean, he has to be threatening. Like, this is one, I mean, he doesn't really have any other choice about where to play on Hanzo if he wants to be aggressive. And this is it's gonna cost him and Opener dearly, right? These players are gonna get caught by the Sim TP. So we can just roll the clip and watch how aggressive Valiant is. As soon as this TP comes down, boom, shout from the Queen, and they're just chasing that low mobility hero first. It's Brig first, taking all the aggro for his team. Good job, but it's not enough. And now Hydron tries to make something happen. He actually does find an incredible counter pick here, Hydron. I mean, this is like a game-changing kill. But again, now Krawi's chasing him down. He's going to find that kill as well. And so it does get chaotic from here. Nas is going to come back on the Echo, but the Bastion stays alive, and this hero is incredibly hard to recontest into. So if that first fight goes wrong, the strategy falls apart. You know, ults start coming. The Winston team's going to eat you up. But if you can execute really well with that first TP play, catch some low mobility heroes off guard, the key is knowing your target. You've got to find that Brig. You've got to find that Hanzo, the heroes who can't easily escape you.
That's the most annoying composition I've seen in my life. Like, just 5 people TPing up on the roof, and there's a Bastion, a Sim chasing you. If I face that in ranked, like, I'll almost disconnect the game. Like, I'm almost like, no, I'm packing it up. You won the game.
Teams are getting creative. I like it. I love creativity. And also, I mean, they were being creative. I think Valiant showed signs of improvement. But, I mean, this match, it was all Toronto Defiant. And talking about Toronto Defiant, we have a post-match interview with Hydron ready for all of you guys. Hello, Hydron.
Yo,
hey. Congratulations on getting the win. I just want to ask you, because Toronto Defiant made some new, you guys brought in some new players, and your new DPS partner, I guess, is Spectra, who you and Spectra both of have been killing it this whole week. What's it like playing with Spectra?
He's great. He's one of the funniest teammates I had, and
really,
he brings like a really good, energy and vibe. And his English is pretty good, so he's a good time to play with.
What's it like playing with him when it comes to like hero swapping and stuff like that? Because obviously in the spring stage, you had Sam and Speedily to play around with, and so you all have different favorite heroes, all have different compositions. Now it's just you and Spectra, really. So what's it like swapping between these heroes, and do you have a preference, like a route where you want to commit to, like heroes you prefer to play?
I think I believe like originally as like a Tracer player, and I haven't been able to play it, so playing Tracer is always fun, and the meta being Echo Tracer, kind of allows me to do that. So anytime it's not a boring hit scan at the back of the map, it's always a good time.
I'm boring hit scan.
Yeah, I feel for him. Boring hit scan at the back of the map. It gets a little old. I'm the one who wants to stay up Tracer. I'd rather play the boring hit scan, but yeah, preferences. Hydron, what I want to ask you about is something a little bit different. I don't know if you caught the show yesterday, but Dante, he was throwing blows. And in a spirit of fairness, I'm a fair guy. I'm going to give you a chance to rebut that. How are you feeling about the haircut? Choice words for Dante?
You know what it is? It's a minor nerf. It's temporary. The hair will come back. It'll regroup. As per Dante, I don't really want to say too much. He gets a little sensitive sometimes. I'll just leave him be. He can have that one.
Okay, wow.
Wow, big of a man. Okay.
Because I feel like if I come for Dante here, it doesn't go too well.
Okay. Respect on the name.
You heard that, Dante?
He's maturing. He's holding back, guys. He's not going to do Dante like that.
And quite honestly, I don't think it's that bad. Like, I don't know what the whole deal was.
Yeah.
You look
it's pretty bad, but like. Appreciate you though. The hair will come back though.
Yeah, it'll definitely. I mean,
it's
hopefully.
Time for the finals. We need to see you there, Hydron. In Toronto.
I'll be there one way or another.
Love it. Dude, Hydron, thank you so much. And again, big congratulations on getting the win, and hope to talk to you soon.
Appreciate it. Have a good one, guys.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. What a guy.
I'm gonna be there one way or another. That's right. That's he's spit it back. Yeah, I mean, it's hosted by.
The game, though. I mean, Toronto Defiant, this rebuild, they look on fire. It's like them and the Shock off these rebuilds. Two teams that I think, like, with Houston flagging a little bit right now in the second half of the season.
And Gladiators.
Yes, Florida and Gladiators as well. But yes, Florida, Boston looked good, but even Boston, showed some shakiness there. So I think these teams like Toronto, like Shock, are going to be biting at the heels of those top teams. I think we could see a much more competitive top 5, top 6, top 7, which is what we thought we would get coming into the season. And some teams fought. I mean, it's just like, I feel like now it's finally, we're finally getting what we had hoped for this
summer stage is definitely becoming way more competitive than our spring stage. So with that being said, let's take a look at our scores one more time. All the matches that were fought out between the teams. Florida Mayhem beating the Vancouver Titans 3-1. Boston Uprising beating Vegas Eternal 3-1, and then our final match was 3-0 won by Toronto Defiant.
Boston and Florida, they're climbing in the standings as well. I mean, there's 5 teams that make it, 3 directly. So if you can claim one of those top 3 spots, that is going to be crucial.
Who's in the number 2 spot now? Because they all have the same win-loss record.
It's got to be Florida, no?
Is it Florida or Boston?
Surely it's Florida. Because Florida was above before, right?
Boston, a 50% chance.
Was still behind. So I think they need
to. Fine. It's fine. Standings. Well, we're gonna take a look. We're gonna take a look at standings.
They're playing each other next
Friday.
week.
Yeah, next week. Tune in next week, and we'll find out.
That's like the match to, kind of seal their fates for the.
To quote Jaws, boom.
Whoop. It's not boom. My favorite line from Jaws is whoop, whoop.
Oh, the Ramatra?
He goes
whoop, whoop, whoop. I think he says bomb sometimes.
No, Ramatra Annihilation. I actually know what you're talking about.
Whoop, whoop. Anyways, all right. Yeah, whoa isn't my best of the day, but we're going to talk about best of the day. And I'm going to start first. I don't know if you guys saw the show yesterday, but Custa, was touching Mitch, was giving some rubbing on his chest. And our friend here made a template.
All right.
A green screen saying that, hey, you guys use this and come up with some creative things. And that's what you guys did. My best of the day are these 4 pictures that you guys are going to see right now.
For me.
Starting with this one from Angela.
Okay.
Very cute. Kind of cute. Yeah, right?
Little blooper.
Yeah, he's touching Booper. Okay.
Next up.
Next one is from Ut.
Oh my.
That's Korean.
Oh, these are the spicy preds.
Yeah, the preds that I wish never happened, but it did. And Costa is right there with us.
Oh.
And cat. All right. Is that Costa's cat? It's not Costa's cat, right?
It's a cat.
It's just a cat?
I think that looks like a cat to me, Danny.
But I do not know if it's.
I don't know. Costa, and my favorite one.
Wait a minute. Hey!
That's more like
whoa.
Costa's love for pectoralis majors, and Hanzo.
Who doesn't love Hanzo?
He doesn't.
Support
He said,
players. Apparently, I'll tell you who doesn't.
apparently Costa thinks Genji is a better Shimada brother, and I say no, right?
I kind of agree with that, I think.
Nah.
Well, Hanzo's got like attitude. Like, what's wrong with you?
Bro,
Genji's like
a twig.
He's like the hero you can cheer for. You know, Hanzo's
He's like a tiny little boy with a blade.
I kind of like Genji. He's more.
He doesn't have the
upbeat.
muscles.
Yeah, well, some people like dark and brooding, you know? That's what you're into.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm into dark and... Okay, never mind. Yeah. Jake, what's your best of the day?
My best of the day, we had some zaniness, some out of control situation going on here on Gibraltar, and I want to dive back into it. This is, I mean, just you gotta watch it. You gotta watch it.
Okay.
So take note of where the cart is. It's on first point. And where are we? We're not on first point, Johnny. We're on second. But Vancouver aren't satisfied. They want to hunt these players down.
Okay.
Gets the TP, goes all in, and Chorong's like, nah, we're fighting this one out, man. We're fighting this one out. He's gonna pop the Kitsune and try and clutch, but no. Collapse that down with the Primal Sugar Fuse there to clean it up.
Okay.
I don't think I've seen a fight take place in that location while the card is on first. I mean, there's two different deathmatch maps going on.
They were fighting at the end of point, like second point, when the cart didn't even touch first point.
With the Kitsune rush. I mean, like,
and they committed. I was like, wow.
That's some selfless gaming right there, and that's a throwback to all the old school 2017 people.
No, but that's in your spawn. They're like behind their own spawn.
Yeah.
No one's done this before.
That's a bit too far. All right. For my best of the day, there was one player who stood out today. And that was Knife. Oh, there was many. But Knife was one of them.
Oh, Knife.
Spectre this enough. But Knife was amazing for the Vegas Eternal.
Yeah.
Even though 1-3 loss, we were raving about it. Everyone on Twitter was going crazy about it, and we were going crazy about it in the green rooms. This is my best of the day. But I'm willing to share this one with us and the entire, Overwatch League Twitter community, like it's our best of the day. Do you want to join in on my best of the day?
I'll join in.
Dude,
100%.
Everyone should be a Knife fan right now. I mean, this guy's tearing
This guy,
up. Dude, his reaction after they held on Root and won it, I mean, he was so psyched. You can see what this means to him, how hard he's fighting. This is his debut in the Overwatch League, and despite the struggles Vegas might be having, I mean, one player who can sort of put on these heroics, this can change things for a team. Like, this can start to bring your spirits up. You're like, dude, this guy is popping. Like, we can win this, Like, you start to feel the belief, the confidence. That's hard to do when you're down in the dumps.
So clinical, and it's also something like a North Star that the rest of the team can rally around. Because now, if you're a dub on the Sombra, you kind of get the idea of just okay, well, if Knife is doing something, then maybe, I should be on the same page. Because in the past, we've seen them have a bit about dislocation where Dub will go out at some points, it's a bit awkward, and then Knife goes in. Just be on the same page. Look towards Knife, what he's doing, because Knife is cooking. So he's surely doing something good. Just try to be there with him.
Yeah, surely doing something. He is doing a lot good for the Vegas Eternal. And I think if Knife is able to keep this performance up,
MVP? No, I'm kidding.
I don't know about MVP, but I think Vegas win is pretty close if he could keep this up. All right, those were the best moments from today, and that wraps up our week. And every week we crown one of our crew as the Pick'ems champ. And this week is actually a tie between our production manager Megan and line producer Danny. Great name, by the way. GG's to both of you guys.
Yay.
So I have the production belt, the winner belt, Pick'em champion belt. I don't know what are you guys doing with this? You guys share one person?
You should put it on in their honor.
No, why is it so well made? Why would you want to cut this? One person takes 3 days and a half and then send it to the other person.
I just want to see somebody wearing this around the office. I'll be disappointed if not.
All right. Yeah. Well, Megan and Danny, congratulations. You guys are amazing, and I think I'm going to hunt you guys down before sending in my preds for next week.
Yeah, get the leaks from the script writers. I mean, the production people. That's who they are. They're not telling us what to say.
All right. Well, I mean, those are our champions for the Pick'ems. I don't know what do you call them?
Champions. Our champions.
Yeah. The belt will be up for grabs next week as we get into some more Overwatch League on Friday, starting at 1 a.m. Pacific and APAC region. Yes, this is only for this week, and then new people could try out and then win it.
Guangzhou Seoul Infernal. Wow.
That's a big one, actually.
Ooh, Dallas Fuel versus Shanghai Dragons. That would have been good in 2021.
Yeah.
And then Dreamers and Poker Face.
Fuel looks resurgent. I feel like Dragons, I'm a little disappointed they lost to, I believe it was Dreamers. But Fate at the helm, you know what? I trust in Fate. I choose to put my faith in Fate.
Okay, great job.
Good one.
Those were our APAC region. Let's take a look at what we have for the West. San Francisco Shock versus Valiant, Uprising versus Defiant, Outlaws versus Excelsior. I'm gonna be honest, I'm looking out for the Houston Outlaws match because they are struggling, bro.
Houston is far. The question is how far.
What happened?
That's the question that this match can sort of seek to answer. But I think for me, the bigger match here is Uprising versus Defiant. I think Defiant, this is like the type of win that catapults you. That you've beaten some teams, but they haven't been like huge, game-changing wins for the Defiant. Beating Boston Uprising is that win. It's a game-changing win, and Boston showed a little bit of weakness, I think, in dropping a map to Vegas. Esperanza was very close.
Numbani was close too with Echo, and Toronto plays Echo.
Fair, and a couple mistakes in Vegas could have snowballed through third. Arguably, they should have snowballed that attack. So, I think for some of the teams, Boston,
there's a chance.
Gotta be worried. Toronto looks sharp, looks clean.
There's a small chance.
All those things are happening next week, and we have more Overwatch as well. The Contendering begins anew. Check out the Overwatch Contenders Summer Series when it kicks off tomorrow on July 17th to witness all the tender action. Visit overwatch.com/path2pro for more details. Nice.
Bonus credits to you if you eat chicken tenders while watching.
Eat chicken tenders, watch tendies.
I don't. That wasn't in my read, but hey, yeah. If you want to give them bonus
points, yeah. No, bonus points if you eat chicken tenders while watching Contenders.
Call Johnny to get
yeah.
Look you up.
Make sure
number.
Johnny knows that you're eating tendies when you're watching tendies, I guess, and you get bonus points.
Sounds like chicken tenders are kind of good.
Ooh, do you want to get some now?
You know what?
Maybe like some Korean fried chicken?
I'm kind of down.
Oh.
Maybe some ponchon?
Oh.
Shock.
Come on.
Okay, no, all right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. That is it for today. We have so much more coming next week. So, guys, we'll see you guys next week on Friday. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye. Zoe.